Commissioners Court meeting. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Today is Tuesday, March 24, 2026. It's 9 a.m. We're in the central jury room of the Ralph H. Walton Jr. Justice Center at 1200 West Pearl Street in Granbury, Texas. We have today is Pastor Mark Roth. Yes, there you are. Of Acton Baptist Church here. You came up here to talk to me, and I had a bunch of stuff going on, Pastor. Good to see you. Thank you for coming.
Y'all, let's pray together. Heavenly Father, thank you just for the opportunity to be alive. The opportunity to live and move and have our being. Lord, you have certainly blessed us. Lord, we gather this morning concerns about Hood County. And so we pray for our county, pray for its growth, its health, and its life. Lord, we pray that you would bless it. Lord, we remember those who are overseas, who are fighting and representing us and our country, especially those in the Middle East. We pray for their safety. And Lord, we pray for good to prevail. And Lord, I lift up this day and this meeting. Lord, I pray that your hand would be upon it. I pray that your truth would guide it, and that your love would prevail here as well. So Lord, have your hand on us today. We love you. Thank you for being our God. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
All right, we got a number of presentations today. Oh, John, you want to give us the safety briefing here? We got a full house.
We do. So for everybody that's not new here or that's new here, doesn't know, we have exits at both ends of the courtroom, one on each side at the front, one at the back the way you came in. If there's any kind of emergency, medical emergency, whatever, either let myself or the sheriff, somebody in the back know. There is an AED out here in the hallway if needed, and we'll get all that taken care of.
Thank you. All right. Okay, we got a number of presentations today here. The first presentation, what do we got here? Oh, for the North Central Texas Council of Government on the Aging Programs for Hood County residents.
Script just a little bit, but first of all, thank you all for giving me the opportunity to be here. My name is Donnie Green. I'm the Director of Aging Programs with the North Central Texas Council of Governments. My reason for appearing before you today is to thank the county in partnership with the hospital district for providing financial support for our aging programs over the years. And I'd like to report on how those dollars are spent. And there may be some similar information on these slides, but again, I've got two presentations on my flash drive, and I pulled up the wrong one in air. So two major programs that we offer through the Council of Governments. Our major program is our Area Agency on Aging, and the other program that I administer is the Aging and Disability Resource Center. So let me share a little bit about how our programs are funded. Most of our funding is federal in nature, coming from U.S. Health and Human Services through the Administration for Community Living. We also receive some funds through the state of Texas, through Texas Health and Human Services, very indebted to Hood and the other 13 counties in our service area for helping us with our matching requirement. And then we go after all kinds of local, state, federal grants to enhance our mission. So in terms of the support provided by the county, and this is not on the slide deck, for the current fiscal year, we have requested $11,042 from Hood County. And those funds support the provision of both our pass-through services that I'll describe as well as our direct services. So in terms of eligibility for our programs, we serve people who are at least 60 years of age, those who care for people who are at least 60 years of age, those who are at least 55, and who have primary custody of minor grandchildren, those who are at least 55 and care for children for young adults with severe disabilities, and those who care for family members of any age with dementia. And it's important to note that all of the services we administer are made available at no charge to those who qualify. All righty, so let me share some information about the direct services that we offer through our regional office in Arlington. We provide information and referrals, so if you have a constituent who is looking for in-home services or elder care services or dementia care services, please feel free to give us a call. We also have a benefits counseling program that helps people understand public benefits, primarily Medicare, but also Medicaid, services through the Veterans Administration, through the state of Texas. We have case management programs that provide in-home services to support those who are returning home from hospital, rehab facility, nursing facility. Through those care coordination programs, we can do things like build wheelchair ramps, send out provider agencies to help with housekeeping and personal care, purchase medical equipment and supplies that are not covered by insurance, set up home-delivered meals. In addition to those services, we also advocate for people who are in nursing and assisted living facilities, about 2/3 of whom never receive visitors. We also do workshops to help people reduce their fall risk, better manage chronic conditions. We have a program that provides counseling to older adults. If you go to the next slide, we also, those are our major direct services in terms of pass-through services. We pass through funding to Hood County Committee on Aging for its home-delivered meal, its congregate meal, and its demand response transportation program. And during the prior fiscal year 2025, we passed through $384,526 to Hood County Committee on Aging. That supported 800 Hood County clients. And drilling down a bit more, of those 800, 400 received home-delivered meals, 348 participated in the congregate meal program, attending senior centers, and there were 52 riders who benefited from those transportation services. So our contact information is on both the impact statement and the brochure that I shared with you. And then our lesser program, and I don't know if I have any slides, so we can just go ahead and stop the PowerPoint at this point, is our Aging and Disability Resource Center, which helps people of all ages with all types of disabilities access long-term services and support. So we can counsel individuals, family caregivers about Medicaid waiver programs, about programs funded by Social Security, Texas Health and Human Services. We can connect people with public transportation programs. And we also have a small respite program to give family caregivers a break from their caregiving responsibilities. So those are the two major programs that I wanted to share. And again, I very much appreciate the opportunity to appear before you this morning. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to respond. I'm sorry you couldn't see my more current razzle-dazzle slides. I've learned to add pictures since I did that PowerPoint 6 years ago. But anyway, my apologies for that fumble.
Said that there was, what, 300 and what thousand that was for the Hood County?
Mm-hmm. Yes, let me go back and give you the specific dollar amount. So we passed through a total of me get my slide here. $384,526 for those three services: Meals on Wheels, congregate meals, and transportation.
Thank you very much for
Thank
giving
you,
us this
Judge.
great report here. There are some of us out here that are aging. I don't, yeah.
I'm eligible for everything that I do
Some of us
now.
had birthdays recently, and I don't know, we're getting up there, but thank you very much for
Thank you,
doing
Judge.
this.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Commissioners.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we have a proclamation celebrating Granbury High School Marine Corps Junior ROTC Rifle Team on their 2026 Texas Civilian Marksmanship Program State Championship. Yeah, and they are leaving very soon to go up and compete for their ninth, is it ninth? Yes, sir. Ninth national championship. Unheard of.
So I'll brag a little bit while she's getting ready. So Coach Brown, she's the graduate of West Virginia, shot for them. We were fortunate to have her for a year to help coach the team. She was an alternate to the Olympic team.
2020.
2020. So I'll give her all the credit. I just opened the door.
Official proclamation honoring the Granbury High School Marine Corps JROTC Rifle Team 2026 Texas Civilian Marksmanship Program State Champions. Whereas the Texas Civilian Marksmanship Program State Champion was held on February 26th through the 28th at Granbury High School, and whereas the Texas Civilian Marksmanship Program provides highly competitive platform for young marksmen striving for excellence in sporter and precision categories. And whereas the CMP Texas State Championship brings together the best junior marksmanship athletes across the state to compete in Olympic-style three-position air rifle, where competitors must demonstrate precision and consistency in the prone, standing, and kneeling positions. And whereas the Granbury Precision Team, made up of Viola Allen, Matea Turner, Renee Samarini, and Ainsley Milligan, delivered an outstanding performance against top junior shooting programs from across Texas. And whereas through teamwork, dedication, and countless hours of training, Granbury High School Marine Corps JROTC Rifle Team was crowned the 2026 Texas Civilian Marksmanship Program CMP State Champions, continuing the program's tradition of excellence in junior marksmanship, earning the recognition as one of the premier scholastic rifle programs in the country. And whereas in addition to the team victory, Granbury shooters earned top individual honors, with Cadet Viola Allen placing second in the overall state and Cadet Matea Turner finishing third overall, highlighting the depth and strength of the Granbury lineup. And whereas in December of 2025, during the Gary Anderson Invitational, Cadet Matea Turner delivered a historic performance, breaking both the Marine Corps JROTC national record and the overall open national record in the 10-shot final with a score of 106.0, breaking the previous record of 105.0, set in 2012, which stood unmatched for more than a decade. And whereas Coach Brown, Granbury NC JROTC Rifle Team coach, praised the team effort following the match, saying, "Seeing them come together as a team and perform at this high level against the best programs in Texas is something special. I'm incredibly proud of how they have competed and represented Granbury." And whereas winning the CMP Texas State Championship brought honor to the Granbury High School GSISD in Hood County in the local and state and national level. Now, therefore, the Commissioners Court of Hood County, Texas, does hereby recognize and heartily congratulate Granbury High School Marine Corps JROTC Rifle Team on its outstanding accomplishment. And further, we urge all citizens of Hood County to join us in recognizing all members of the team, their coaches, and parents, and to celebrating the team's achievement, and wish the members of continued success as the Granbury MC JROTC Rifle Team now turns its focus to its upcoming national level competitions, where they will continue their remarkable season. Adopted this day, the 24th of March, 2026.
Okay, the next one, we've got another proclamation honoring the North Central Texas Academy Pioneers State Boys Soccer Championship. Since you're off the line, I guess you do become something here.
Put this down.
If you want to read it, right there. There you go.
I'm sorry. I was putting that down for pictures. I'm sorry.
Oh, do you want me to do this way? So can I turn it around so that everybody can see?
Yeah.
You guys, this is the official proclamation for Happy Hill Farm. They've won state 3 years in a row, so that's why they're here in front of you guys. That's a big deal. It really is. So this is the official proclamation honoring the North Central Texas Academy Pioneers State Boys Soccer Championship. Whereas on Friday, February 13th, 2026, the North Central Texas Academy Varsity Boys Soccer Team won their match against Dallas HSAA Red High Schools a score of 1-0, propelling the Pioneers into their third straight state championship appearance. And whereas on Saturday, February 28, 2026, the North Central Texas Academy Varsity Boys Soccer Team won the state tournament match against Texas Storm by the score of 5-1. And whereas the exceptional team chemistry, hard work, determination, sportsmanship, and talent of the 2025-2026 NCTA Pioneer Varsity Boys Soccer Team empowered their students, athletes to earn the third straight state championship title. Whereas the 2025-2026 NCTA Pioneer Varsity Boys Soccer closed their season with an exceptional record of 18 wins, 4 losses, and 1 tie. And whereas winning the 2025-2026 State Boys Soccer Championship brought honor to North Central Texas Academy and the Hood County on the local, state, and national level. Now, therefore, I, Nanette Samuelson, Commissioner for Precinct 2, along with all the members of the Commissioners Court and Hood County, Texas, do hereby recognize the heartily congratulate North Central Texas Academy and NCTA Pioneer Varsity Boys Soccer Team on its outstanding accomplishment. And further, I urge all citizens of Hood County to join me in recognizing all members of the team, their coaches, and parents in celebrating the team's achievement and wish the members continued success. It was adopted today. Yay. It's wonderful. Jackie, you've got one for everybody? Yeah, Jackie, come up here. Tim, are you in it? Are you sure you have him in it? Okay. Are we all in? Yay, congratulations. Oh. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Wow, that's awesome.
Isn't that incredible? It's pretty great. 3 years in a row, it's a huge accomplishment. So thank you for recognizing
You
them.
bet. Thank you guys for coming up here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bringing it together.
Yeah.
Tell Chuck he needs to get out more. I'll call him and rattle him.
Please do.
Congratulations again. Thank y'all. Good. Thank y'all. All right. Keep at it. Thank you. Good thing.
Let's take the
Care.
president.
How are you? Thank you. Good job. Good job. Thank you. Hey, good. Thank you. Keep up the good work. Good going, Coach. Good.
All right, we're gonna take the proclamation of Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day. Get Margaret Cook to come up here. And you got your glasses this time? All right. Good. You want to come up here and use the microphone here? Stand up here. We don't hear you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. This is to designate March 29th, 2026 as Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day. Whereas our nation's Veteran War commemoration gives us the opportunity for all Americans to recognize, honor, and thank our Vietnam veterans and their families for their service and sacrifices during the Vietnam War from November 1, 1955 through May 15, 1975. And whereas over 9,000 organizations across America have joined with the Department of Defense as a commemorative partner to honor our nation's Vietnam veterans, including all 197 chapters of the Texas Daughters of the American Revolution National Society, Daughters of the American Revolution. And whereas this commemoration includes 9 million Americans, with approximately 7.2 million of them living today, and makes no distinction who served in country, in theater, or were stationed elsewhere during those 20 years, all answered the call of duty. And whereas in 2016, Veterans Affairs Secretary Ronald A. McDonald designated March 29th, the last day that U.S. troops were on the ground in Vietnam, as a day to honor those who have borne the battle and to extend gratitude and appreciation to them and their families now. Therefore, I, Ron Massengill, Judge of Hood County, along with all the members of the Hood County Commissioners Court, do hereby proclaim March 29th, 2026 as Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day, in witness thereof, signed by the judge and all the commissioners. Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Tell us about Sunday.
I want to introduce our director, Laura Fisher, and Fay Landam, I just went for, both on the board for Friends of Memorial Lane. We have an event on Sunday, March 29th at 6 p.m. at the Jim Burks Firefighters Memorial Lane Park. We would love to have you all there. For the veterans, regardless in theater or out of theater, if you have not received your Department of Defense lapel pin, please be there. We have them. The DAR is furnishing those through the Department of Defense. And we all, Friends of Memorial Lane, also have a gift for you. So we would love to have you there. It'll be a short ceremony, 6 p.m., Sunday, March 29th.
Thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
great.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Good to see you. Good to see you all there. Okay, so this is going to be a presentation by Dr. Andrew Walford on the role of water in energy production. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. I've stood here a couple of times before, but I'll go ahead and introduce myself. Name for the record is Andrew Walford. And my presentation this morning is with the goal of education and informing us of how water is used and consumed in power generation facilities. Now, I am not a power plant engineer. I haven't designed any. I haven't built any. However, I do have some credentials that are worth mentioning. First time I saw the inside of a power plant was about 50 years ago when I was a little younger. And it was in Springfield, Ohio, a coal-fired unit. And I was fascinated by a number of things that were going on there. And that actually might have been the day that pivoted me out of a physics background into an engineering degree program. After that, my first exposure to a gas turbine generator was on the Alyeska pipeline at a pump station near Fairbanks, Alaska, in which these the Trans-Alaska Pipeline operators and owners very cleverly used vapor coming off the crude oil pumping through that pipeline, captured it, purified it, and used a gas turbine generator to power the pumps that moved the crude oil. And I felt that was a very clever setup. And from that day, I've been working on somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 different offshore facilities, every one of which has to produce their own power in a very small power plant, generally with gas turbine generators. So I've seen a few. I'm facing the court today because I was invited to give the presentation to you. But I want you all to know that this is a presentation for you as well. We're trying to educate ourselves here and get some facts about water consumption. The talk is technical, so I'm glad that the judge decided to move the Vietnam ceremony before mine. That was a good move, Judge. But it is a basic technical talk. It should not be above the heads of anyone here in the court today. By way of an outline, I'm going to just list out what are the water users inside of a data center. And then I'll go into a little bit of detail on a gas power plant's water use. We'll add in the nuclear power plant water use as some of the options are exploiting nuclear power generation. And then I want to talk a little bit about closed loop cooling. We've heard those words used a lot, and without a technical understanding, it can be misinterpreted. And then I want to talk a little bit about off-normal operations like maintenance and emergency conditions, which outside of the steady state operation of the power plant, this will also create water usage demands. And then finally, I want to end with some questions for the developers. We have some developers in the room today. Thank you. Anybody else want to give up their positions back there? All right, next slide. So all water users on a data center property are going to be including server building air conditioning, potentially, office and occupied building air conditioning, domestic water such as sinks and toilets and water fountains, landscaping water. I have yet to see a rendering of a data center that didn't have some nice looking landscaping in it. We've got to keep that alive. And then on the technical side, emissions treatment. In order to keep NOx and SOx down on the gas turbine, they're going to use some water injection in the fuel. And then finally, power generation, thermal cycle cooling. That's what the focus of the talk is today. So if we go to the next slide, you can see it's a diagram, and it may be a little bit foreign to many. But if you look at the big blocks, the big green block is a square around what's called the gas turbine plant. Usually they come in pairs on the same drive shaft. And the idea here is just like a jet engine, we inject fuel and oxygen and air and some water, and we combust that flammable gas inside of the turbine, and it causes an expansion, which causes the turbine blades to spin like a fan. And that spinning shaft is connected to a generator, which generates the electricity that we're interested in producing. The injection of water comes in with the top green arrow into that combustion chamber. And that, again, I'll just remind you, is for emissions control. And then we have the next block, which is yellow. And this is for a combined cycle power plant. That's what's by and large being built today, where we have a pair of gas turbine generators, and then we use that hot exhaust from the gas power plant, which is extremely hot and there's large volumes of it. That's used to heat water, to vaporize it into steam, and then we use that steam in another turbine, a steam turbine, which does the exact same thing. It spins the turbine wheel, which is connected to a generator, and we get additional power. The reason we couple these is to generate the most electricity for the buck. Now, if you look at that yellow block, you see that it's a circular path. It comes through the heat recovery steam generator and into the left side of the turbine, which is kind of a triangular shaped object. And then it drops down into what's called the condenser, which makes the steam turn back into water. And then it's pumped up through the heat recovery steam generator again. That is a closed loop. Keep that in mind. External to the condenser, we need some way of cooling off of that steam to condense it. And the way that's typically done, and I mean mainly done, is through a condenser circulation loop that pumps water through a cooling tower, which uses the evaporation process to drop the temperature of that steam into water. Now the thing is, we need another source of cooling inside the cooling tower for it to work, for it to be able to keep up with the mass flow through that unit. And so what I've shown there is two green arrows, water in, water out. That's the water that's not closed loop. It's open, and it comes from a source, either a well or a lake or some body of water. Now, the next slide, we see the similar blocks, and this is a configuration for a nuclear power plant. So we don't have a gas turbine anymore. We have a nuclear reactor. The nuclear reactor creates heat by the nuclear reaction. Essentially, the water inside of the core that's mixed among the fuel rods is heated up by a tremendous amount of heat generated from nuclear reaction. The reaction's controlled with control rods, and you can see that that is essentially the equivalent of our gas turbines in terms of the primary heat generation. And then we have a secondary steam turbine cycle in which the hot core water is then circulated into a secondary loop, and that loop goes through our steam turbine in the yellow block. That's essentially identical to what we saw on the previous plant. And then further identical is the evaporative cooling tower, in which we have evaporative cooling going on, but we also need a water source from either a lake or a river or a well. Next slide. So from an Argonne National Lab study, which is referenced on this slide, and by the way, Argonne National Lab is one lab in a circuit of DOE-sponsored national laboratories throughout the United States. They're headquartered in Chicago, and they do a lot of long-term R&D work on behalf of the government. This particular table was pulled out of that in order for me to provide some quantification of the use of water in these power plants. You'll see the nuclear cooling tower option withdrawal requirements per megawatt hour is somewhere between 500 and 1,100 gallons. And of that 500 to 1,100, 400 to 720 is the range of how much water is actually consumed and not made up. If we look at the natural gas combined cycle, the cooling tower, the withdrawal is about 230 gallons per megawatt hour, with about 180 of that being consumed and had to be made up. Next slide. Now, the plant doesn't always operate steady state forever, just like your car. It needs to be taken in for service once in a while. The servicing of this water loop is called blowdown. It's when they remove and discharge a portion or all of the recirculating water in order to essentially handle corrosion issues and do inspections on the loop. This is done on a periodic basis. Every plant operator has their own method of determining how frequent that should be done. And those operations also require makeup. If you were, for instance, going to drain your swimming pool and have a replastering done, then you would have to replace that water after you finish the repair. This is the same idea here. Also, emergency conditions may require the unplanned removal of water from the recirculating or evaporative systems. If we had a leak, for instance, we may have to drain it in order to repair that leak. So next slide. So this is the slide that I think everybody should spend a little time understanding. I'm sorry it's all words, but I'll try and make it clear and memorable. The closed loop or closed cycle cooling term has historically, for decades, been used to refer to the design in which plants receive their cooling water from and return it to a cooling tower and basin, a pond or a lake. That is the closed loop. Because evaporation and planned cooling tower blowdown remove cooling water from the evaporative system, regular additions are needed for that. So what did I just say? Let's loop back to the next diagram. Next slide. So here's our friends, the plant diagrams again. And if you'll see the right-hand blue boxes, there is still an open loop for supplying water to the cooling tower from a, what I call, tertiary source. We got the primary loop that heats up the generator, the secondary that cools that and condenses. Then the tertiary source is what you cool that circulating condensed water in a cooling tower or an apparatus of that type. So the closed loop is the yellow, the blue is the open. Next slide. Now, that's not to say we cannot build a plant that doesn't consume water. It is possible, and it has been done. This technology called air-cooled condensers allows absolutely no use or consumption of water. It essentially is taking that secondary loop and using air to cool it. But we need lots and lots of fans, and we can only cool that water to whatever the ambient temperature is outside. So it works well in a power plant, because power plants only require you to get the temperature of the water down a small amount of degrees compared to, let's say, an air-conditioned building. We could have external conditions of 100 degrees and a requirement for 70 internally. That's a 30-degree subcooling. In a power plant, we're only looking at maybe 10 degrees, and it doesn't have to be to the level of comfort for human beings. It just has to be the inlet temperature requirement of the steam turbine condenser. Now, I have not verified this, but I did some searches, and I had someone on my team do some searches, and we feel, I'll just say it this way, I can't stand behind the number, but it sounded like there were only about 3 data centers in the world known by Google that are using air-cooled condensers. I may be wrong about that. I'm not stating that as fact. Okay, next slide. So how does this add up numbers-wise? So again, folks, if you're a developer, please bear with me. I don't have your design information. I was forced to just use generic information. So this could change depending on what kind of design is presented. But in general, the data center air conditioning, this is to cool the data halls, reject the thermal heat generated by the servers, is from about 1 to 5 million gallons per day. This is for a hyperscale plant. The occupied buildings, I made the assumption there's 100 staff members, is 3,000 to 5,000 gallons a day. Domestic use for those same 100 people at 100 liters per day is about 2,600 gallons. Landscaping, if we assume even just 0.1% of the land area is landscaped and there's sod and trees, that'd be about 681,000 gallons per day. And then emissions treatment, I do not have a number for that. I could tell you it's probably under 150,000. It's a ratio to the fuel use. And then finally, power plant cooling, which we spent most of the slide presentation on today, is around 2.2 million gallons per day, which adds up to roughly 4 to 8 million is our range. And by comparison, the entire city of Granbury's water system is about 5.
So is this cumulative for all that have been proposed or for one data? Oh.
Just one hyperscale plant. Next slide. So what should we be asking our developers to be fair and to be able to understand the potential impacts to the community and to our resources? At an absolute minimum, and I'm not a regulatory specialist and I'm not an attorney, but I know the questions that you folks need to know the answers to. So whatever the mechanism is to implement that requirement or request of proposed developers, we should be including a request for what power plant technology will be used to power this site. What will the predicted cooling water use be for this in terms of the draw, the consumed water, water associated with periodic maintenance or predicted emergency blowdowns? What is the blowdown ultimate disposal method and destination? What is the data center cooling technology, of which there may be many types of cooling? And what is the predicted water consumption for that cooling purpose? This is absolute minimum to understand water. So next slide, please. I'll leave you with this takeaway. Can data centers exist without consuming vast amounts of water? And now the next slide is just a little personal. But as a final thought, you can catch a sailfish with just one man on a kayak.
Dr. Wolford, there may be some questions, so you may want to stay up at the mic, but I didn't do this beforehand because we kind of rushed up here from downstairs or from the podium, but I wanted to introduce you formally. Dr. Andrew Wolford founded Riskology Inc. in Houston, Texas in April 2001 to provide engineering risk analysis of energy facilities. He has directed nearly 1,000 risk assessments, the results of which clients use to improve the design, operation, and maintenance of hazardous facilities. In his role, he provides corporate executives, project managers, regulators, planners, and attorneys with an understanding of the safety risk of fire, explosion, and toxic exposure. He has personally conducted more than 300 process hazard analysis workshops for oil, gas, drilling, LNG, subsea, refining, petrochemical, chemical, reprocessing, and NASA facilities. He has a deep knowledge of disastrous industrial accidents, including the 3 Mile Island radioactive materials release. I don't know how to pronounce this one. Bhopal? Okay. Bhopal methyl
isocyanide.
Release, Chernobyl radioactive materials release, Piper Alpha explosion, Exxon Valdez grounding and oil spill, BP Texas City refinery explosion release, Phillips Pasadena refinery explosion, Deepwater Horizon fire, explosion and oil spill, Lac Megantic oil spill and fire, and the West fertilizer plant explosion. He is a student of such accidents, their event sequence, equipment failure, human error, and physical damage impacts. He has been called to speak at professional conferences, regulatory agency hearings, and corporate decision review boards to communicate technical risk concepts in clear and understandable terms. He holds a Doctor of Science from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, a Bachelor of Nuclear Energy from Georgia Tech, and a Bachelor of Physics from Wittenberg University. He has published more than a dozen professional articles on risk and safety. So that's who you are. And
Well,
so,
thank you for reading that. It makes me tired listening to you, but I was coached on that. That bio, I think, is meant to be successfully found on Google searches done by attorneys.
Okay.
It's got everything in it.
Okay, well, just to say that you have a broad background,
Yes.
a deep understanding for what not just us, but other communities in Texas are dealing with. And I really appreciate you taking the time and volunteering your time as a community member to bring this knowledge forward. I know I've said this many times, but we are so blessed as this Commissioner's Court to have so many outstanding, remarkable people
I agree with
in
that.
Hood County that are willing to come forward and provide their expertise. So thank you for that. And I don't know, do you guys have any questions?
Okay.
I went to one in Dallas and specifically asked the questions, what is your water consumption? And they said, our water consumption is only what we're using to flush toilets and wash hands. Does the technology exist to make these data centers with virtually no water consumption? Because, you know, we even specifically asked the question about blow down and changing the water out and that kind of thing. And they specifically said this water will never have to be changed. It will, if we break a pipe, we'll have to refill it, obviously, or a leak or something like that. But they said that water will never be changed. Does that technology exist where there's basically no water consumption on the data center side of it?
Absolutely, it does. It exists. It would be essentially like your home air conditioner.
Right.
You're not using a chiller unless you got a swamp cooler on your back patio. But economically, with the scale of those buildings, if you look at any kind of standards documents for ASHRAE cooling, heating, and air conditioning of large warehouse facilities. It's all about using water chillers. Is it possible to use a compressor with a halon or a refrigerant type cycle? Yes, it is, but I'm not familiar with any that do that.
Based on the size of the building, because I think, how large was the one you went to look at?
That one specifically, I don't know. It wasn't all that big. I would say it probably wasn't 50, 60,000 square feet. That one wasn't.
Right.
Wasn't.
Yeah, and we can air condition a 50,000 square foot building with conventional AC style units without chillers. It's about economy, really. You know, it costs a whole lot more to have compressor air conditioners than it does water chillers. And generally what they'll do is they'll mix them. They'll have both. You'll have a certain amount of pre-cooling done by water chillers and then feed that into your AC unit and reduce the degrees down to whatever the target is for the inside of the building. I think data centers are trying to hit at least 80 or sub 80 degrees Fahrenheit internally to maintain their equipment at the right temperature. I'd love to see a design so that I could comment on it, but that doesn't happen at the conceptual submittal stage.
Esky, I mean, you're involved with that one, correct? I mean, I hate to put you on the spot, but is this, I mean, do you have any?
Are you talking about the Edge?
Yes.
Center that you went to go visit?
Yes, sir.
To my knowledge.
Could you step up? Could you step up to the mic, please?
I'm not intimately involved in it. I oversee the team that did it, but to my knowledge, all of our data centers still use water and have evaporative cooling. Basically, a data center is a unique building. It is there to provide power and air conditioning. Those are its two primary purposes, and both those require water. Now, there are some that are submersed. They're in the ocean. There's some very high-tech facilities out there, but you're not looking at that in this county. You know what? That's where they belong, Judge.
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. So you mentioned lawyers. So have you testified as an expert witness?
Yes.
So you know the drill with that, and have you been, you familiar with Daubert? Have you been challenged for your credentials, or has?
Oh, yes.
And did you survive those challenges?
Oh, yes.
So
I got a couple of body blows into the deposed.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I've had that happen to me, actually. So I want to follow up with the folks that are proposing data centers in this in Hood County. This is a matter of public record, and this presentation was just put on the record. And what I would challenge the data center people is to refute. If you disagree with anything that's been put up here today, bring it to us. That's what I got.
Anybody else?
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you.
Statement.
Thank you very much. What did you say, Judge?
Statement.
Not at this time.
All right, well, we've got some presentations then for service awards up there. Ms. Welburn. The first one is Eric Bourgeon, 5 years. Okay. So the next is Wesley Byram, 5 years. Okay. All right. The next is Hannah Davis. There's Hannah Davis. I can't believe you've been here 5 years, Hannah. Seems like only yesterday.
I know. It's been kind of crazy.
Okay.
Time flies when you're having fun. Or something like that. be. Yes, 5 years, 2 children, all the things. Okay, really changed in the last 5 years.
Seems like only yesterday.
Seems like only yesterday.
You came here, you wasn't even married.
Correct.
This is how fertile Hood County is.
Yes. Because of all our ag-life programs. Yes, exactly.
This is a certificate of appreciation presented to Hannah Davis in recognition for 5 years of dedicated service to Hood County. Signed by all the commissioners and commissioners in Hood County. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Your husband not gonna get jealous, is he?
No.
Got that? Good. Good. Keep up the good work. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, that's fine. We can do that. Yeah, we got some more service awards. Yeah, a bunch more on the deal. Let's go ahead and finish the service award, and then we're going to recognize the Turning Point Academy then. Okay, so the next, after that is Scott London. Scott London.
We're blessed to have Scott London and his family. When he retired, they moved to Hood County. And with almost 30 years of law enforcement, we're proud that he's here to help and serve Hood County. Absolutely. Absolutely.
His most important job is bailiff for the Hood County judge, right, Scott? All right. The next awardee is Billy Newman of maintenance. Mr. Leland Lawrence, you got Billy Newman there with you?
Yes, Judge, I do.
With me for 5 years.
God, we've been putting up with you for 5 years. I can't believe that. No.
I keep this gentleman behind the scenes at the jail, holding that building together so he can't harass the rest of us trying to do our actual jobs.
Well, y'all do a good job. I was bragging all the maintenance department this past week when we did this plaque in front of the courthouse. Y'all did an excellent job, and everybody said that.
Thank you, Judge.
So, thank you. So, 5 years. Okay, the next awardee is Gary Roberts, 5 years. All right, Gary Roberts.
Gary's my lead investigator, takes care of keeping everything going, all our investigations. So he does a great job. So thank you for your service.
Thanks, sir. Good. Thank you. And the last is Cynthia Bolange.
Yes, sir. She is not going to be able to attend this morning.
Oh, okay, but she's been here for 10 years.
Yes.
That's really great.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're gonna, well, I'm gonna tell everybody right here before we get any further is that we have pulled item 13 from the miscellaneous business agenda item. So if anybody was sticking around to speak on item 13, it has been pulled from this docket, and 13 dealt with the review and scope documents from Freeze and Nichols Engineering Services. So that's pulled from this document, okay? So you want to go ahead and recognize the Turning Point Academy if there's anybody here? Okay, you want to read that?
Okay. Whereas the Hood County Commission Court affirms the importance of educational opportunity, allowing parental choice, while recognizing that faith and families are the foundation of this community by providing the guidance, support, and values essential to the formation and development of future generations. And whereas Turning Point USA and its affiliate Turning Point Education are a nationally recognized organization that consistently advocates for value-based education, academic enrichment designed to enhance student learning, encourage critical thinking, and foster the love for knowledge. And whereas the Turning Point Academy of Granbury will be the first school in Texas to open as the Turning Point Education Academy. And whereas the Turning Point Academy of Granbury has announced its opening in September of 2026, with a mission to provide educational instruction grounded in faith, academic excellence, character development, and respect for family involvement. And whereas the Academy seeks to partner with families and the broader community to cultivate responsible citizen leadership and develop the legacy for our next generations. Whereas the establishment of Turning Point Academy of Granbury represents a significant investment in educational choice and opportunity for families within Hood County and the surrounding counties. And whereas the Hood County Commissioners Court finds it fitting to formally recognize individuals and institutions that contribute to the educational, civic, and cultural enhancement of the community. Now, therefore be it resolved that Hood County Commissioners Court recognizes and commends the forthcoming opening of Turning Point Academy of Granbury in September of 2026 and extends its best wishes for success in serving students, families, and the community. And be it further resolved that the Hood County Commissioners Court encourages members of the community to recognize and support educational initiatives that expand the opportunity and strengthen families, and that this resolution be entered into the official records of Hood County and presented as a formal expression of recognition by the Hood County Commissioners Court, adopted by the Hood County Commissioners Court on this 24th day of March 2026. Signed, the judge and all the commissioners. Thank you. Would you like to get a picture? Do we want to stand in front of it so it's not? Yes.
Excuse me, may I have that copy?
Yes.
I'm going to get you one in a nice folder. I don't know why this was missed.
Okay, so now the next item is that we're getting into the citizens' comments at large, or the open mic. And we've got 10 people lined up to speak. And the first one is Kirk Teskey. I think we've seen you around a few times.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Judge Mastingale, my name's Kirk Teskey. I appreciate the opportunity to speak again. This morning I will address the development regulations for rural districts. So the state of Texas has determined that orderly development of Hood County is of a concern to the entire state. Therefore, they granted the county 8 development areas to achieve this strategic plan. Based on my experience, using development regulations, this is implemented through what the industry terms as prescriptive criteria and performance criteria. So both forms of criteria are used to achieve the intent of almost all development regulations. The interpretation section of your regulations uses very similar language. I will say that anyone that is well-versed in understanding development regulations would easily conclude that the Hood County regulations for rural districts are the most restrictive of your 3 districts. I'm not sure you're aware of that. They are to have the least amount of development, the least amount of population, and the least desirable places to allow large commercial development. The county's defined purpose for rural districts is stated in your regulations to conserve the rural character of development in Hood County and to enhance the quality of life in such areas, for residents in such areas. The industry commonly identifies such language as performance criteria that a proposed project must meet. So in reference to the 8 areas that the state allows you to regulate, the percentage of a lot that may be occupied or developed must be characteristic of existing rural development or types of development that meet the intent of your strategic plan. The population density of a proposed development must be characteristic of rural uses. There are exponentially more employees at a massive data center campus than what is common for a rural use. The size of buildings must be characteristic of rural structures such as single-family residences, farm and ranch structures, recreational facilities, and rural businesses that support the community. The location, construction, and size of roads must be to support rural structures and not development that greatly increases traffic, putting the public and children in harm's way. You should not approve any location, any construction, or any size of a drainage facility for a development that does not meet this performance criteria. This is especially true when everything is being dumped downhill into a neighboring county and into a cherished state park. This approach is reinforced elsewhere in your development regulations. For example, large residential developments in a rural district, a developer must first obtain approval to change from a rural district to another one of your other 2 districts. That change has to occur. Why is that? It is because the size and scale of residential development would not be able to meet the definition of a rural district. For non-residential development, such as Comanche Circle, this provision to change the rural district boundary does not exist. Therefore, such developments must always comply with the definition of a rural district. Now, shifting to the prescriptive criteria for non-residential uses within a rural district, the regulations speak of 1 and 2 acre minimum tract sizes. Now, a layman is going to conclude that the minimum tract size noted in the regulations is to allow large projects. In reality, the minimum tract size was created for the very clear purpose of reducing development density, limiting the consumption of groundwater, and limiting the size of sewage flows in a district. So conclude, data centers and power plants do not come even remotely close to complying with the requirements of your adopted regulations. So therefore, I respectfully request that you reconsider any existing or future approvals of data centers and power plants or similar facilities within rural districts. and frankly, anywhere in Hood County. I also wanted to address the comment about water in the power plants and data centers. Just know this, as a general rule of thumb, the more water efficient you get, the louder the facility becomes because they're cooling by air, and the more fuel is being used, more fossil fuels are being burned because it's less efficient. That means you're trading off water for more air pollution. Thank you.
Next speaker is Tim Bolton.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I really just want to thank you. Thank you for those recognitions, proclamations, presentations by all of them, the North Central Texas COG, the Marine Corps Junior, ROTC, the NCTA, and Happy Hill Farm, and the Vietnam Vets, and Dr. Wolford. Thank you for all of those.
The next speaker is Cindy Highsmith.
My name is Cindy Highsmith, and I live in Pecan Plantation. I want to thank the judge and the court for inviting me to speak today and inviting all of the citizens to speak. So today I want to talk with you about fraud. And I want to talk with you about Project Red and Project Yellow. So on the concept plan, they have National CRE Holdings, LLC, and they give an address in Miami, Florida. And during the last Commissioners Court meeting, Commissioner Samuelson asked them who this company was and where they were located. And their attorney said that this was a registered agent, okay? So first I called the state, Florida, and I asked them about this company, and they said it did not exist. And they said to go to their site, sunbiz.org, and to put it in, and sure enough, I did that, and it didn't exist. Okay, so I went to the state of Delaware, and I found this company, and it was formed in October 24th of 2024, and it is not a registered agent. They have a registered agent, and that registered agent is the Corporation Trust Company. I called them, and I asked for the address for National CRE Holdings, and they would not give a telephone number, and they would not give an address. And what they told me is that if I wanted to file a suit against them, that they would be happy to forward it to them. Okay, so then we come to Greenland Capital Management, who these developers 2 weeks ago told us that they were going to be they're a foreign company, a foreign limited partnership. There were, I should say, a company in Florida. They're inactive now, and it was revoked because they did not file their annual report, and the company no longer exists. And that was effective on September 26, 2025. And their principal address for this foreign limited partnership is 980 Madison Avenue, New York, New York. I call this fraud. I call this fraud when you put this onto your concept plans, and then you come up here and waste the time of this court and waste the time of the citizens of Hood County. And I call this fraud. And I'm going to pull something that I have no right to pull that happened when I was at Honors Day 1975, May of 1975 at the University of Texas. And a streaker came across the stage, and Lady Bird Johnson was addressing my graduating class. And what she did was she said, "Officer, arrest those men." That's what I would like to happen today. Officer, arrest those men. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mac Bennett.
Judge, Commissioners, Mac Bennett, 3530 Daniels Court. What I'd like to talk about today is I've been attending the Upper Trinity meetings. And one of the things that I have found out from them is that we can slow these projects down or even stop these projects, because if they can't get the water, then they ain't gonna build a project. So I've got some forms for everybody, that anybody that wants it to contest any well that is drilled in Hood County. There's nobody exempt from it. The county's not exempt from it. The city's not exempt from it. Once this form is filled out, it's put in front of their board, and it takes about 18 to 24 months before they'll hear this case if you contest it. That's how bad they're backlogged. It's pretty self-explanatory. If you go to the website, I have the forms. You can't get the forms on the website. They meet the third Thursday of every month in Springtown, Texas at 5 o'clock. If you got questions on it, they post their agenda the week before each meeting. So you'll see on these forms stuff, they want your permit number, they want the association, the whole 9 yards. You can find that if you look at their agenda and stuff. All that stuff's on there. All you gotta do is copy it on this form and turn this form in, send it to them. If you've got questions about these forms and stuff, you can call Doug or Kyle or any of them guys up there. They're really super nice. They will walk you through it. I've seen some, right now, they address these in the semi-annual meetings and stuff, and I think they've got a dozen or so. Like I said, it can be drug out for almost 2 years. But if you don't contest it, then it goes through, it's voted on. Their board is worried about the water usage just like everybody in this room is worried about it. If you want to do something, don't want to get up and talk, don't want to hold a sign or something like this, at least fill these out. The more the merrier, because all it takes is just a little bit of time. I've got a bunch of them. I made copies. I got a bunch of them. I'll pass them out today because the city's got a meeting today about Project Patriot over there. Conveniently, they've done it during y'all's meeting, so that way they can split everybody up, I guess. I don't know what the deal was with that, but it's today at 2 o'clock. So, but like I said, if you got any questions, I'm going to be around till about 1 o'clock. I know y'all probably take a break then, but if you want one of these forms, just let me know. Thank you. Thank you.
The next speaker is Chris Brooking.
Good morning. My name is Chris Brooking. I live at 8704 Mitchell Bend Court. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. Tom was going to be here, but he's not well, so I get to stand in his presence. So my questions for you guys today: when the people are not being served, who is being served? When people's needs are not being met, whose needs are? When people are not put first, what is? If the people are not the priority, then who is? Mitchell Bend, where I live, is ground zero. It's a dismal failure. We put up with noise and pollution daily. Don't make Hood County be like Mitchell Bend. Stop making the same mistakes. We don't want any more data centers, power plants, Bitcoin mines. Mitchell Bend is a dismal failure. That's where I live.
next speaker is Kenneth Metter.
Judge, Commissioners, my name is Kenneth Metter. I've been up here before to speak with you. I want to speak a little bit about some of the laws that are regarding some things to do with the power on these projects. When we look at Senate Bill 6, the requirements of Senate Bill 6, it amends the Texas Utilities Code to impose mandatory Public Utility Commission approval requirements on net metering arrangements between large load customers, which is greater than or equal to 75 megawatts, and existing generators. It requires a minimum of $100,000 flat interconnection study fees, and it mandates full disclosure of all parallel interconnection requests statewide. Authorizes the PUC to impose curtailment and dispatchable capacity conditions. And then we look at the Texas Utility Code 39.151, which governs ERCOT as the independent system operator for the ERCOT power region. ERCOT's large load interconnection queue now exceeds 205 gigawatts of pending requests against approximately 7.5 gigawatts approved. The grid capacity constraints are severe. And you look down to the specific Senate Bill 6 compliance failures. Number one is multiple proposed projects identified the 345 and 765 kilovolt transmission infrastructure running through Hood County and proximate to Comanche Peak as the primary siting factor. Encore Electric Delivery planned 765 kilovolt switching station, which is the largest type of electrical infrastructure in the United States, is being cited by developers as justification for concentrated industrial development in this geographic area. The use of this infrastructure triggers mandatory Senate Bill 6 review for each project. No public Senate Bill 6 filings, Public Utility Commission net metering approval applications, or ERCOT interconnection disclosures for Hood County or Somerville County data center projects have been made available to the public or to county regulators. County level concept approvals issued without confirmation of Senate Bill 6 compliance are approvals predicated on legally deficient submissions. The simultaneous pursuit of up to 7 or more large industrial loads in a single geographic area, all seeking connection to the same transmission infrastructure, is precisely the scenario Senate Bill 6 was enacted to evaluate collectively. PUC must be required to review the aggregate grid impact of all Hood County and Somerville County data center proposals before any individual approval becomes final. I've heard statements from this court saying that we need to work and stay within the law. This is the law. They have to comply with Senate Bill 6. So, a lot of these projects are coming in here, and most of them do not show an end user for their facilities that they are proposing to build. The exception is AWS, Amazon Web Services. They went right to Comanche Peak, made their deal. But it seems like that a lot of these others are living in the field of dreams. If I build it, they will come. And we don't know who they're going to be doing business with. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Sherry Shaw.
My name is Sherry Shaw. I'm from Toller. I live here in Hood County. I'm here today to, first of all, ask you to please do not sign the letter to approve the Rain Lily project. I know they say they aren't required to be part of the Hood County regulations. However, any industry coming into this county should be a part of that. We all know how Mitchell Bend is. We all know how all that was snuck in there with the Bitcoin company, and it's turned out to be a disaster. That battery and solar industry that wants to come in there is close to an elementary school, and it is close to a daycare center. We all have seen the issues with fires in those areas, and that needs to be under some kind of regulation. Also, I'm very concerned about the water issues. We've all heard about that today. We're already under a drought situation here in all of Texas, basically. Please, please do not let these companies come in and push us over the brink. That would not take much, and I think we all are aware of that. Thank you for listening.
The next speaker is Donna Kelleher.
Good morning, Commissioners, Judge Massengill, and citizens of Hood County. So, my name's Donna Kelleher, and I live in Bentwater. I'm really concerned about Mitchell Bend, primarily about Mitchell Bend and the residents there and the things that they're suffering. You know, Cheryl Shadden usually speaks, but she's at work. She's a nurse anesthetist. She's administering anesthesia, and she has to live with all that noise. She has to live 24/7 with noise that OSHA would not even allow a business to subject their employees to. 24/7. Can't go outside, can't enjoy yourself, can't relax. So we know, and you know, today is Vietnam Veterans Day, and I want to thank everyone here in this courtroom for their service, because I know we have some. But we also have other veterans, like the lady who comes and speaks, but apparently she was having a bad day today, and she can't come and do that and fight for herself. So I'm going to remember her today. I want everyone to remember her. So let's talk about electricity. Amazon Web Services, they're taking half of the Comanche Peak nuclear power plant capacity from us. So I called yesterday, called up TXU. They quoted me 13 cents per kilowatt hour, but after that it's 22 cents when you get to a certain amount of usage, and that's the encore rate. They're already hiking the prices. Why? Because that dinosaur switch, that 765 kV transmission line that goes 235 miles out to Forest End, Texas, that's to bring back gas-fired plant electricity to replace 1.2 megawatts or gigawatts from Comanche Peak nuclear power plant that was already here, that 50%, one whole tower of that nuclear power plant is now going to be dedicated to one data center business because Vistra entered into a private purchase agreement. So how much of Wolf Hollow is going to be dedicated to mining Bitcoin? That's awful. So anytime you have a business decision, you want to say to yourself, is this really a good business decision? And if you want to do a make or buy analysis, there's a big one in the news. So this week there was a nice article about Hillwood development in Denton County. Now Denton County is similar to Hood County because of our distance to the Metroplex, about 35 miles in each case. We both have nice terrain, features, Indian history, trees, nature. So what's Hillwood doing? We all know Hillwood developed the Alliance Airport. We know that they've developed a lot of warehouse space and stuff. Well, for the very first time, Hillwood Development is taking a prized piece of land that they own, and they're developing it for residential. And so they're going to conserve 1,100 acres of it, and they're going to use 2,100 acres of it for development. 900 of it will be commercial, 1,200 acre will be for homes. Now, in that situation, the homes would be a lot denser than they would be here in Hood County. And the economic value of that project is $10 billion. So I submit to this court that planned economic development that coincides with our rules is what we should be doing. And I'm going to remind you of the rules and regulations that already exist in Hood County prior to our revisions. 4.2.f, points 4, 5, and 6. Development subject to the concept plan will not adversely affect the physical environment and in particular the water quality of the county's water resources. So, you know, we are in a watershed for both the Brazos and the Biloxi. The entire county is. Number 5, development subject to the concept plan will not adversely affect adjacent land uses. What about our Mitchell Bend friends and neighbors? I just can't stand what they're going through. It's not acceptable. Number 6, development subject to the concept plan will not create a public safety hazard. Okay, public safety hazard. Wow, all that noise, all that light, all that pollution. You know, all this electricity for the data centers while we breathe the air. I don't like that. I don't want to breathe emissions that are unnecessary, that are low value to the citizens of Hood County. And you guys have the power. You have the power to enforce our regulations. You have the regulations. We need to use them. And what Mr. Teske said about rural development was right on. So thank you for your time, and thank you for letting us speak.
The next speaker is Christine Leftwich.
Judge, if you don't mind, I'm just going to sit here.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Hold on, let me start the timer for myself. I wasn't planning on speaking today, but we were talking about water, and I wanted to share this is from the BRA. This is 2024 usage, and you can just see all the lakes and everything that are supported. Obviously Possum Kingdom, Granbury, and then we have all these downstream lakes, and that water passes through Lake Granbury on down to them to support. So let me move this. We were talking just about the amount of water that data centers use, and again, this is from 2024. This is the most recent that you can get on their website. But it shows the demand, the water that's already been, I guess, spoken for from these different entities. And you can see in the pie chart what that is. Obviously, there's, you know, obligations at Possum Kingdom. But if we jump down to Lake Granbury, I just wanted to point out, these numbers are in acre feet of water. I had no idea what an acre foot of water was, but I Googled it, and apparently 1 acre foot is 325,851 gallons of water. So you can see just here from Lake Granbury, there's 60,198 acre feet of water that's obligated. Luminant right there is 47,190, and so when I did the math on that, that came out to 15,376,908,690 gallons of water for a year. And then Wolf Hollow when I did the math on that, and they're down here at the bottom, if y'all can see that, that comes out to 837,762,921 gallons of water. Again, this is from 2024, so I'm only assuming that the water usage has probably gone up, and then obviously there's water that's obligated down to Lake Whitney, Lake Aquia, Lake Proctor, all of that. And let me see if I can find this last thing of water usage. Okay, this last chart, and then I'll jump off. But this just shows how the demand for water obviously has continued to go up over the years. And obviously with the data centers that are trying to come in here, we can definitely expect that it's going to jump up significantly. So again, just wanted to point that out since we had been talking about water demand and usage. That was it.
The next speaker is Dave Eagle.
Test. So I come back as a citizen once again, and you're going to have to bear with me, audience, because I'm kind of back by popular demand, because when I gave this speech 2 weeks ago, I was cut off with a technical glitch of some sort. I don't think it was a conspiracy theory, by the way, but the audio went off, so I want to get this on the record. And I'm going to start, I've got a little bit of a different take on it, and I'm going to use the word for the day, opprobrium. I'll come back to that. So I have comments to make about the past primary election that occurred on Tuesday, March the 3rd. These comments segue into the way the county business may be conducted henceforth and will be conducted in the future. A clear message was sent March the 3rd, not so much a message, but a referendum was passed, a mandate was issued, so to speak, and we have at least two factions who claim they represent the Republican Party in Hood County. Faction number one, we have the Republican Executive Committee made up of the county chair and 17 voting precinct chairs, all of them elected. This executive committee is organized by the Republican Party of Texas and is promulgated under certain Texas statutory provisions of the Texas Election Code. The vast majority of these precinct chairs, 14 out of 17 to be exact, stand for the following. They subscribe to the Republican Party of Texas platform that was passed at the 2024 convention. They subscribe and understand the Republican Party of Texas rules that were passed in 2024. They participate in Republican events like raising funds for the Republican Party, going to conventions, voting on resolutions, and taking part in the building and maintenance of the Republican Party in general in this state and in this county. They endeavor to advance the ideas and principles of the Republican Party. They get behind certain statewide Republican candidates, as well as local Republican candidates. Candidates from this faction run their races based on Republican principles and ideas and on their own merit. Some just run on their record. Second faction, faction number two, we have another group in Hood County that call themselves United. This group was formed as a Texas nonprofit on September the 9th, 2025, so they're barely 6 months old. Their corporate charter states that their purpose, as filed with the Secretary of State, is that they are a local nonprofit political group. You will not find the word Republican anywhere in their charter. They do not subscribe to the Republican Party of Texas platform. They do not acknowledge the Republican Party of Texas rules. They do not subscribe to the Republican Party of Texas legislative priorities, and they are in no way recognized by the Republican Party of Texas as a legitimate Republican group. In fact, they cohort with many of the Democrats in this county and take the position that they would rather see Democrats in office, certain offices, here in Hood County than the Republicans who won on Tuesday, March the 3rd by an absolute landslide, a sweep, if you will. They are the naysayers of the local Republican Party, actually. So I grew up in a Baptist church, and I never once thought that I could go to a Catholic church and try to change them and turn them into Baptists. And I also knew that if I tried that, they would throw me out on my ear. Same goes for a political party. If you want to come join a political party and read its platform and be part of it, come on, join. But if you want to come into a political party merely to disrupt it, to destroy it as it is, it may not work out very well for you. So here's what's the moral of my story here. If you want to be a Democrat, go join the Democrat Party and be a Democrat. Run as a Democrat and try to get elected as a Democrat. But don't think you're going to force your way into the Republican Party and turn it into a liberal Democrat facade. I think a clear message was etched in stone on March the 3rd. I think the voters out here in Hood County are coming to know the difference between a real Republican Party here and a local nonprofit political club. One final note here. This is not a eulogy for the Uniteds. This is an opprobrium. Opprobrium is public disgrace or ill fame that follows the conduct considered grossly wrong or vicious. I think the last rites of the Uniteds have been sung, and as a matter of fact, their very last meeting was canceled the day that I gave this speech before. And we have a strong Republican Party in this county, and I am happy to say that I'm a part of that party. Thank you.
Okay, this brings us to the miscellaneous business to be discussed and considered for approval. And item number 1 is discuss and take appropriate action to allow the PSO rifle-resistant body armor grant for year-end 2026 to be funded from Fund 55, not to exceed $59,025. This is fully reimbursable grant with no match requirement. Reimbursed funds will be returned in fund to Fund 55 at the close of the grant. We have our auditor, Stephanie Matlock. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. This is just a formality. We forgot this step last year, so we need to be fully transparent and let everyone know that this is the intention. We use Fund 55 and reimburse it once the items are received.
I move that we allow the PSO rifle-resistant body armor grant FY 2026 to be funded from Fund 55, not to exceed $59,025. This is a fully refundable grant with no match requirement. Reimbursed funds will be returned in full to Fund 55 at the close of the grant.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Wilson to fund the PSO rifle-resistant body armor grant from Fund 55, not to exceed $59,025, which is fully refundable to the grant. Second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Item number 2, consider and take appropriate action to award most qualified submission to RFQ 2026-04 construction manager / owner's agent. Commissioner Samuelson, you
Yes,
brought
thank
this
you.
up.
Yeah, so as everyone knows, we've been going through the process to select an owner's agent. We had 4 presentations on March the 9th. Was it March the 9th? Yes. And at that point, there I think we all needed some time to go back and reflect on the presentations and, just look through what they had sent and make our recommendations. So Mr. Tillman had reached out to all of us and asked for how did you phrase that?
A scoring on the presentations.
But I don't think he got a
Yeah.
good response.
Yeah, it
So
was-
from there, I mean, other than, us discussing each one individually, we could do that. I think there was, the 4 that had been submitted or that did their presentations were Southwest Architects, Kitchell /CEM, JMT, and Brodus and Associates were the 4 that were presented. So
I think we reviewed them all. I'm entertain a motion to nominate one of these 4 for it.
So I'll move to nominate Kitchell as our owner's agent for the jail, construction.
A motion made by Commissioner Samuelson to nominate Kitchell /CEM as the owner's agent. Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Excellent. All right. Item number 3, consider and take appropriate action. Consider and take appropriate action to award most qualified submission of RFQ 2026-03 P25 radio consultant. We do have 3 speakers lined up to speak on that, so why don't we go ahead and, what is this? Oh, okay. All right, no, I'm sorry, just one speaker, Mark Lowry.
Judge and Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to speak. Mark Lowry, 3712 Lonesome Creek Road. I've been watching this radio core issue unfold now for a few years, and it just really confuses me why we can't get a spirit of cooperation between the city and the county to help work through this matter. Hopefully, this assessment will provide the necessary clarity to the county on what is the correct support the county needs for the core and the radios. I cannot emphasize enough that we must work to repair the relationship with the city and the county regarding the core and the radio issues. Now, this assessment may determine that technically it won't work for us, and that's fine. That's why the assessment's important. The city and county share in a joint contractual agreements in a number of them, and there's no reason that this issue cannot be worked through for the betterment of the services and for the savings to the taxpayers. In addition, they have an agenda item today proposing an MOA, Memorandum of Agreement, between the city and the county again. If we can work in some areas, such as law enforcement, on an important issue there, I don't understand why we can't sit down in the room and work this issue out with the city. If my understanding and inquiry is correct, the breakdown is the core radio issue is based upon the county not having real-time access to technical information input that impacts their coverage. Law enforcement coverage in some of these outlying areas of the county is extremely important for the safety of the officers and the citizens. I understand the need for real-time access to information. I also understand the importance of safeguarding unauthorized access to technology information. I suggest that when this agreement was developed years ago, the details were not well defined, which has led us to this stalemate. However, this can be worked out, should be worked out, to better serve the needs of the county and save taxpayers unnecessarily expenditure. Christine, let me know if I overrun my time. I don't see the clock here. In my opinion, it does not make any sense that the city and the county administrators cannot work with this agreement to better serve the agencies. By doing so, we potentially save the taxpayers $1 million to $2 million, which is a lot of money. In fact, the decision is to separate from the agreement and go it alone. Need I remind the city and the city residents, they pay county taxes also, which means they will pick up in part the cost of the county radio consultants if the consultants determine there is no opportunity to repair this relationship and recommend a county independent system. Please, for the good of Hood County, please work this issue to an amicable ending and save taxpayers money and ensure the community is safe. I hope this assessment provides much needed clarity over needs and solutions. Again, we've been talking about this for several years. I am very hopeful that this assessment will really narrow it down to what our needs are and what a solution is. Thank you.
So this was kind of the same story. We had 4 presenters, TUSA Consulting, Drew Bridge, Federal Engineering, and Trot Communications. We've all had time to review it, and so with that, I'll make the motion to award Federal Engineering as most qualified submission for RFQ 2026-03 P25 Radio Consultant.
By Commissioner Samuelson to nominate Federal Engineering as the most qualified for the radio consultant position. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Nay. How did you vote, Mr.? Nay. How did you vote? Aye. The ayes have it 3-2. So Federal Engineering will be the radio consultant.
Aren't there some next steps, Glenn?
Yes, we'll work to put together a contract and bring that back to court for approval or rejection and move on from there.
And subject to Matt Mills reviewing it too.
Yeah, well, I'll be working with him to put it
The whole deal
together.
like we normally do.
Right,
Yeah.
there has to be agreement on the scope of
Okay.
work and the price and all of that.
Correct,
All right.
correct.
Thank you. Item number 4, discuss and consider for approval payment of the February invoice for legal services with the Bajorquez Law Firm. Do I hear a motion?
Move to approve the payment of the February invoice for legal services for Borquez Law Firm.
All right, a motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to approve the payment of the February invoice for legal services with the Bajorquez Law Firm, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion?
Yes, this is an invoice for $1,208.50, correct? To be paid out of which account? Okay, thank you.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Item number 5, discuss and take appropriate action to allow the payment of $11,375.20 to Omni for state fees collected owed to the state of Texas from contingency. The auditor, Ms. Stephanie Matlock.
Good morning. The JP courts were audited by a company called Omni. They are a state representative to collect fees on behalf of the state from JP courts. It was discovered that there was some fees that weren't being passed back into the state. So Kristen and the JP courts all worked together. They did a major overhaul of all of our past cases from the beginning of time. Most of the missing fees were from net data era, 2019 to 2023. So they worked together. They did a great job. Everyone was wonderful and very quick to respond. This dollar amount is what we owe to the state that we had not paid for past cases. And I have the breakdown if you're interested in it, but the total is $11,375.20. And I'd like to thank everyone involved in this because they acted fast, they did a great job, and everyone was very positive with their feedback and got it done quickly. So I'd like for us the court to consider paying them what we owe them. Those fees that we collected and we held should be passed back on to the state from
Bad things
contingency.
will happen if we didn't pay the state. Do I hear a motion?
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Andrews to pay $11,375.20 to Omni for the state fees collected owed to the state of Texas, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in
I have a
favor
question.
say
So-
aye.
I have a question. So were those, whatever that error was, it's not a continuing process?
Right.
It was corrected with the new software, or?
Yes, ma'am. So net data, during that era, there was a change in legislation that the fee structure changed. So net data missed updating that. I guess there was a process breakdown, but when
Okay,
we switched
but
to
it's been-
Tyler,
It's been corrected?
it was remedied. Yes, we verified that too.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
That. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 5-0. Thank you. Item 6, discuss and take appropriate action to approve the opt-in document for the 6 remnant defendants opioid settlement. This is something that we do every year, or have been. Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I'll make them. So I move that we approve the opt-in document for the 6 remnant defendants opioid settlement.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Eagle to approve the opt-in document for the 6 remnant defendants opioid settlement, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 5-0. Item number 7, we've got 2 speakers, but the agenda item itself is discuss and take appropriate action to allow the county judge to sign the memorandum of agreement creating multi-jurisdictional emergency response team. And Sheriff, you want to go ahead and you can be a speaker first if you want to speak. We've got 2 speakers, Scott London and Mark Lowry.
They can speak first, and I'll answer any questions.
Okay, good. Scott London, are you here? Oh, there he is.
So Scott London here, and I'm not here as Chief Deputy Constable, but as a former sheriff and a concerned citizen of Hood County. I want to start by saying I do support the concept. A regional emergency response team makes sense. It can improve capability, efficiency, and officer safety. It's an excellent way to pool resources. My concern is not the idea, but the agreement as written. There are several issues that I believe need to be addressed before this is approved. First is the legal structure. It is presented as a memorandum of agreement, but from what I understand, it does not clearly function as a formal interlocal agreement under Texas law. And that matters because interlocal agreements are where what is properly defined authority, liability, and funding between agencies. Without that structure, you may be creating uncertainty instead of protection. I should also mention that on one page, it refers to itself as a memorandum of understanding rather than a memorandum of agreement. So there's a little bit of conflict in terminology. Second is mission clarity. The purpose section references both emergency response and investigative functions. Those are not the same thing. If this is the intent to be a tactical response team, which I believe that is what it is, that needs to be clearly defined. Otherwise, you risk confusion, mission creep, and conflicting expectations between agencies. There's also a typo in there with a misplaced /. Third, command and control. There are multiple overlapping statements about authority. The team commander the board of directors, and the agency with jurisdiction are all described as having control. In a critical incident, ambiguity is a problem. There needs to be a clear and legally sound chain of command. Fourth, liability. The agreement states that an agency with jurisdiction assumes liability for all team members involved in the incident, even those employed by other agencies. At the same time, it also says each agency is responsible for its own personnel. So which is it? Those two provisions conflict, and that conflict creates a significant legal and financial exposure to the county. Fifth, activation. The agreement appears to require board approval to activate the team. That is not operationally realistic. These teams require immediate deployment when needed. The provision as written could delay response in a critical incident. A board approval matrix could be employed to clearly define an authorized deployment. Sixth, personnel commitment. Each agency retains the ability to change the number of personnel assigned to the team at any time. That creates instability in staffing and readiness. In theory, a police chief or sheriff could opt to reduce his number to 0, putting the burden of the team on the other agencies involved in the team. A team like this depends on consistent, reliable participation. Staffing obligations should be fairly narrowly defined, either by a number, a ratio, or some other metric. That metric would certainly be subject to change by the board. Seventh, budget and equipment. Each agency is expected to contribute funds, but also retains control of those funds. There is no clear fiscal agent or centralized purchasing authority. That creates confusion in budgeting, accountability, and equipment ownership. There will no doubt be jointly owned equipment, or at least equipment shared. Finally, this document also contains drafting inconsistencies that relies heavily on a policy manual that is not included for review. As this agreement states, it is effective upon signing by all entities. If that SOP is not already created, we're definitely putting the cart before the horse. Realistically, I would presume there will be other entities that will probably not sign this agreement as written, which would result in this agreement coming back for re-signing at a future date. So in closing, I am absolutely in support of a regional emergency response team. I support the mission and the intent behind this effort, but its current form, this agreement leaves too many critical issues unresolved, particularly authority, liability, and operational clarity. So my recommendation would be to hit pause until these things could be rewritten and addressed. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Mark Lowry.
Judge and commissioners, thank you again. This is a very sensitive matter here. The agenda says creating an MOA, Memorandum of Agreement. Constable London addressed many of my issues. I am extremely concerned of this document. I printed it out and read it, highlighted it, and made notes. It got so busy I had to print it again. If it's a renewal, then where are the policies and procedures? I might say also, I spoke to the sheriff earlier, conceptually I'm in agreement with this concept. And I want to say that again, conceptually I'm in agreement, but I feel this MOA puts us in a very bad position, both safety for the officers, the citizens, and the liability purposes. If this is renewal, where are the policies and procedure? This MOA is premature, I believe. The MOA refers to the emergency response team policies and procedures, yet they have not been reviewed, and I understand they won't be put out for the public. But if they've been drafted up like this MOA, we've got some real problems. This looks to me like it was cut and paste from somewhere else, and there's some not only typos, but there's some real conflict between some sections and the other sections, which creates a bad situation. There are highly qualified resources available to the agencies to help create the policies and procedures manual and provide best practices and training. Like definitions, at one point they talk about an ERT, emergency response team. Another area they talk about a SWAT team. They talk about a team commander, then team leadership. Which is it? The MOA states on Section J, it becomes effective upon execution by all parties. There's 8 signatures are on this. If these people haven't been selected, properly selected, trained, and policies and procedures been put in place, it can't be in effect. The specialized team will not be selected, trained, and certified by the time this MOA is signed off, and therefore this activation date should be delayed until such policies, procedures, manuals are created, and the level of training and certification of these officers is achieved. There's much more to an ERT team than rolling up in an SUV and deploying 5 officers highly armed and protected with body armor. There's much more to it than just filling up an SUV and rolling up onto it. Other conflicts. The board of directors, Section A, talks about board of directors. Who sits on the board? Talks about the agencies. Is it the 4 on the left or the 4 on the right, or is it all 8 of them? I don't know. Who's going to break the tie if they don't agree? Because it talks about the majority vote of the board. Subsection C, line 1 and 2. Who can activate this ERT for response? Board of directors? Are they required to meet and or decide to activate and deactivate? Activation of the team will be required by the board approval. It says it in that section. Section A, line 17, rendered safe and released to local authorities. Who will make this decision? Chief or the sheriff or jurisdiction or the team commander? Because there's some conflict, as the Constable London pointed out, by who's in charge, the team commander or the board of directors. And as he pointed out, when you're in an incident like this, you got to have clear definition of who's in charge. You don't have to look too far back to Uvalde to see that nobody would stepped up and took command of that structure, and we saw the tragedy that unfolded because of that. Who can activate the SER team? Again, board of directors. You're not going to be able to call the board of directors and get them to agree to do this. Section A, line 17, rendered safe and released in local authorities. That's an infield decision. It's got to be made whoever the chief or the sheriff is in that respective jurisdiction. I can't see Chief Galvan or Sheriff Deeds releasing their jurisdictional authority to a ERT team with a team commander, maybe from Stephenville. I just don't see them doing it, and they shouldn't do it. Section A, once assigned to the team, each officer will remain under control and direction of the team commander in accordance with team's adopted policies and procedures. I'm running out of time. Personnel and professional standards and according. Training is not enough for this. Shooting 100 rounds a quarter is not preparing these men and or women to go into a field of combat in such high stressful. Psychological fitness evaluation, physical fitness evaluation must be required. Weapons management acuity. And again, it talks about indemnifying. I can't see Hood County or Granbury indemnifying other officers that respond into their community. Please, don't sign the MOA. Let's get some further clarity of what's going on here. Is it renewal or is it creating? And the policies and procedures got to be reviewed by a professional. Thank you.
Judge, Commissioners, we've had this team in operation for many years. When I first came into office, which I'm working on my 18th year as sheriff, we trained together. I had a team. We trained with the city of Granbury. Finally, we put it all together, and we started responding together. Shortly after that, we put it together with Erath County, Somerville County, and Stephenville. This all came together back in 9/11, when right after that, then the Council of Governments helped push everybody to get agreements signed with their adjoining counties. I was the emergency management coordinator back in those days. I went to each of the counties and got those signed, brought them back to the court. Judge had to sign those at that time, which that was Judge Rash, I believe. And that's kind of how the mutual aid agreements all started working together with fire, EMS too, but law enforcement. So we've had this in operation for a long time. We decided we better bring it to the courts, the city councils, all that. We've got policies and procedures. The policies and procedure manual is 44 pages long, I believe, and then plus appendix A, B, C, and D, and E, and that's in addition to those 44 pages. So, and it's a document that we work on every so often when something needs to be updated. I feel like that's like a football team, pro football team's playbook. I'm not going to put it up on the big screen and give it to everybody. We've got it in place. The way it works, the only question that the county attorney had when I sent it to him was, yeah, we had some misspellings, but then it was just, what do you do with the equipment? Well, the equipment that I put into it stays with my guys. The city of Granbury, the same thing. ERAF backed out of it for whatever reason. Stephenville is in it, and then Dublin now, as of yesterday, I got the agreement from them, so they want to come on to the team. At this point, I don't think they have anybody trained to do that. We've offered for Stephenville, ERAF County, Somerville County, everybody to come and train together and get the certifications they need to be SWAT team members. You know, where I get the money from is I don't come to court and say, hey, I need to buy a bunch of stuff for the SWAT team. I fund it out of the abandoned vehicle money and the forfeiture fund, so it's not budgeted money, and so we get it done. I think the city of Granbury goes to the city council and actually asks for some money for all whatever they put into the team. Somerville County, I don't know how they fund their money, but their big part into the team is they've got an armored truck. And that's a big difference when we have that respond to the thing. And they've only got a couple of guys on the team right now, but just having them there so we can utilize that is a big difference. It'll get around faster and easier than my MRAP does up here that I got parked in the impound yard. So Stephenville, it's just manpower. At this point, I think Dublin, it's just going to be some manpower, but they're all trained before they're allowed to respond. So they have to go through a lot of physical fitness and agility drills and shooting and moving and finish the SWAT class before they can even think about doing that. So this isn't something new. What questions do you have on this?
Has any of the other entities already signed this particular agreement?
I don't think so. I didn't ask if Granbury has brought it to the council yet. I haven't seen a signed copy, so maybe I'm the first one to do it, but.
We have one of these in existence? This agreement?
This is the first time we put this out to bring for the judge to sign. We've had just mutual aid agreements for, we call it this special Region 8 Special Operation Group. And so it's a different form that we've had and used for all the groups to come together. So this is the first time we put together this. But like I said, it's, not a very lengthy thing, but we have the policies and procedures are 44 pages plus the appendix. So, and we have, the way it works too, I guess it was brought up about, we don't call the board together. If whatever jurisdiction has the incident, like over the weekend, we had out in Erath County, we had the Banditos and the Cossacks were supposed to get together. Dublin and Erath County and Stephenville were really concerned about that. So we talked about it a couple weeks ago and said, yeah, we'll we'll put people in the mix and have a standby. And so we did. Everything went fine. The Cossacks didn't show up, and so it all went well. So if something happens in the city of Granbury, then they give me a call. If something's going on in the county, then my guys let me know that we're going to need the SWAT team, and then I call the city of Granbury, and it takes a matter of minutes to get things going. It's not a long, drawn-out thing. And then we have whatever jurisdiction the problem is, then whether it's mine, it'll be me and one of my guys that are going to be there, or if it's the city of Granbury, same thing. They're going to have a guy in charge there too. We've all picked a person to be in charge of the team, a team commander, and then we have other leadership for the groups under that. So we trust them, but we're there with them too. So,
are there any reasons that we can't take some time and correct some of the inconsistencies? I remember we originally had an MOU for the radio system, and that didn't work out very well, and we had to, we revised it into an interlocal agreement. So, and there are some inconsistencies. I would think that Mr. London must have been reading my mind last night about 8 o'clock, because I asked a lot of the same questions about the, if the policies and procedures are already in existence, then Section B that says the policy and direction of the team will be a joint responsibility, and the board of directors, with the assistance of the team commander, the policy manual will be written by the team leadership and formally adopted by a majority vote of the board. But it sounds like that's already been done.
That's already been done.
Yes. So, and it does say memorandum of agreement instead of memorandum of understanding. I think, Constable London went over a lot of the things that we discussed last night. It's really odd that he had a lot of the same questions that I had. So is there any reason we can't take some time? Actually, the mayor was not aware, Mayor of Granbury was not aware of this agreement. He thought that we initiated it, and I looked back through the emails, and it looked like it came from a corporal over at the Granbury PD who sent it to you. So I think there's some confusion on where this originated, and also there's just some inconsistencies. And yet this is a very critical, and I'm fully supportive of this joint task force SWAT team. I think it's very critical that we have this communication among all the law enforcement agencies, and I think we owe it to them to make sure that this is a professionally done agreement with all the I's dotted and T's crossed, because it's their lives we're talking about.
Well, I spoke with a counterpart over in Somerville. He didn't know anything about this either, so maybe just giving us a little more time to, clean this up a little bit and make sure everybody's on board might not be a bad idea. I mean, do you see a problem with that?
No, whatever we need to do, and we've been doing this a long time. Like I said, the Somerville County, I've talked to the judge down there many times, and we've been doing this for a long time. I guess one thing I just thought of too, I'm the president of the organization, and Chief Galvan is the vice president. So, and we've had those positions set up for 6, 7, 8 years, a long time. So I guess I forgot to say that earlier. But no, if the mayor of Granbury doesn't know anything about it, then that means it hadn't come to them. And if it hadn't come to the Somerville County, then yeah, I guess we'll sit down and talk about it again. This was
coming for the next Commissioners Court meeting, and maybe Mr. Mills can get with some of the deals and see about redrafting it.
The majority of this was wrote up by Jeremy Sorrell, so that's why I would have thought that maybe the city manager knows, but the mayor didn't know or something. I don't know, but so we'll take it back to the drawing board and work on it some more. But we're still going to do what we have to
Yeah.
do like we always have
But
done,
this-
so.
Right, okay. So we'll revisit this at the next Commissioners Court meeting then?
A motion to table.
Yeah. Okay. All right, motion made by Commissioner Samuelson to table till the next Commissioners Court, second by Commissioner Andrews. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Well, we just tabled it until the next Commissioners Court, Sheriff, okay?
Okay.
You want, okay. All right, we're going to take a break for 10 minutes, please. All right, thank you. Where's Commissioner Eagle here? Okay, well, it's 20 minutes to 12. Let's go ahead, go back on the record here, Sheriff, and let's go to item number 8. Discuss and take appropriate action to allow the county judge to sign the resolution supporting a statewide wireless 911 service fee adjustment and sustainable funding model for next generation's 911. Yes, sir.
Judge, Commissioners, I am on the Board of Managers that oversees 911 for the North Central Texas COG region. Number of years ago, we got just finally set that up into a taxing entity where we can take the taxes from the phones, the 50 cents, but we can't, we have to go through the state to raise that 50 cents, and that 50 cents per device was set in 1997, and it has never been changed. Last year, they went to the state and asked for a change in that. They didn't do it. So there's 8.7 million residents, an estimated 12 million by 2025. There's 40 public safety answering points in this North Central Texas region, and they have to keep up with 911 equipment, microwave towers, and the maintenance that goes along with that, and then the people that work there, which is not that big of a group. But so this year we decided to get together, if everybody goes to their city councils, the commissioner courts, and ask for this resolution to get signed, and then we'll get them back to the North Central Texas 911, and then they'll take them with them and get them to the legislators down in Austin so that they'll be able to look at that and know how we need to get some other funding in there to get things going, to keep things going. So that's basically what I'm asking. I don't know if you've looked through this resolution, but that's what it's all about.
So I have looked through it, and I obviously I support 911, and I think that they have a very critical role. The thing that concerns me is this isn't, as the resolution is written, it's an open-ended tax increase. It says that we, Section 1, express its support for legislative action to adjust the state 911 services fee to a level that reflects the true cost of providing resilient next-generation 911 services, and provides an ongoing automatic methodology for adjustment based on consumer price index, supports establishment of a sustainable long-term funding model. So I think that this is a good idea to ask for a change, although when you think about it, in 1997, there were probably 2% of cell phones, and now is it just cell phones or all phones?
I think it's just off the cell phones, actually.
So it's just, wireless phones. And the number of wireless phones has, I don't know what the line looks like, but it's probably something like this. So while it's only 50 cents, the number of devices that it's incurring on has shot up, and it will continue as population grows, continue to shoot up. So I would, and there's also the signature lines aren't on here for all of the commissioners to sign. I would like to take some time to change it to something similar to no more than 2% or the lesser of CPI in 2%, something that puts some kind of parameters around it, so it's just not a request for an open-ended tax increase.
And is this, I mean, I know on your cell phone bill, this is separated out, the 911 cost. What I'm unclear as to, what this pays for as far as towers and stuff. Isn't it all through the cellular system? Isn't this, if you're on AT&T, then it goes through the AT&T towers or whatever to connect that, or?
Well, some of it does, but with that 50 cents, it goes back to COG for the infrastructure that they have for the public safety answering points and their complete system. Yeah, AT&T builds towers all over, and Verizon does, and all the different ones, but this is the equipment that ties it all together for dispatch centers. So this is, even though it's 50 cents, and yes, we've had 8.7 million residents now that probably got 4 phones in a household or something, but it's still not keeping up with the amount of cost that there is. So that's why they went to the state last legislative time and asked for money, and they didn't get it. And they thought if they put together a resolution signed by commissioner courts, the judges, and city councils, that it would pull some extra money.
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously.
I'll see if I can get
both of them
one of
together then,
the
Sheriff.
COG ladies to come down and talk, and they're prettier than me, so.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you, Sheriff. All right, item number 9, consider and take appropriate action to approve the annual renewal of the RFB 2025-04 aggregates for surface treatment primary to Vulcan Construction with a $3 per ton increase. This is the second year of a 5-year contract.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Yes, so Vulcan has come back and requested a $3 per ton increase on this product. Even at that, they're still about, $10.50 per ton less than our alternate vendor. So even though it is an increase, it is still the best
Vulcan's
bid that
kind
we
of
have
the
out
only
there.
game in town, at least for trying to get some stuff for y'all, isn't it, really?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, the next is up at Graham, so it's about twice as far where it takes about a 2-hour round trip to Vulcan. It's about a 4-hour round trip to the alternate.
Yeah. So you recommending this,
Yes,
Todd?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, do I hear a motion? Commissioner Andrews?
Approve the annual renewal of RFB 2025-04 aggregates for surface treatment to primary to Vulcan Construction with a $3 a ton increase.
A motion made by Commissioner Andrews to approve the renewal of the aggregates for Vulcan with a $3 ton increase. Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Thank you, guys. All right, item number 10, discuss and take appropriate action out of the county judge to sign the joint amendment number 3 to TouchPay Holdings LLC Master Service Agreement and Global Tech Link Corporation DBA Via Path Technologies LLC Inmate Telephone Service Agreement. Sheriff, this is for the inmates in your jail, right?
Yes, they provide services for what we've been using for a number of years is the tablets. And they can use them for a lot of different things, learning, the law libraries, listen to music. And then if they put them back in their holder, then it'll work as like FaceTiming their friend or family member or whoever. So, this came up fairly fast. I guess the FCC is cracking down on some different things for them. They're completely regulated by the FCC. So they come to me just a couple of weeks ago and brought this, and we didn't even have time to meet, and I thought she was going to come. So our salesperson, going to be able to talk to you guys better than I could, but we get a lot of things now, but things are going to change, so they offered us 2 different deals. So, and this is all because of the FCC mandated rates. That's going to change. We're going to get a annual tech grant, so I think that's for helping to fix up and replace all the phones that at first they said they were indestructible. Well, if a inmate can break it, he's sure going to break it. So hopefully that takes care of that. So we're going to get some different perks added onto this too because of that grant money and all, but it has to be done by the 1st of April. So this kind of puts us in a bind a little bit. The auditor had an old agreement, and in October of 2021, it was the last one, and we got $20,000 commission, and the one that she had was $30,000 for older. But so things are changing up, but we need to keep those guys happy and being able to communicate to their loved ones and all of that. And this also works as a good investigative tool for us to be able to go in and watch those videos, and sometimes they'll do a whole lot of talking and then we got it all recorded. But so I'd sure appreciate it if this is going to put us down for 2 more years on the contract, so that the contract will go 2027 to 2029. So that's not too long, but for the extra stuff that we're going to get, then that's a good deal for us. We've been using, FlyApath used to be GTL, and that's who we started with when I became sheriff, and I kind of inherited that too, and they've done a good job for us. So.
Well, it's real good, because I know that the jail commission always says that y'all have such good rapport with your prisoners, and this is a big item for keeping these inmates happy so they can communicate with their families and all, and it really does a good job. I think we should do that. You gonna make a motion?
This is the inmate pays for this, correct? Their commissary. This is not a cost to the county.
This is not a cost to the county, but the county will get something in return. They have to buy phone cards, and so they get so many minutes on those. And if they run out, they can buy through commissary some more phone cards. So it helps commissary, so we can sell them the peanuts and the Cokes and candy and what have you. But yeah, it's not paid for. Anything that they've installed, like when we switched over from phones to the tablets, then they paid for it all.
Yeah.
So
I just wanted to be clear on the record there that is.
Do I hear a motion, Commissioner?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to allow the county judge to sign the joint amendment number 3 to TouchPay Holdings LLC Master Services Agreement and Global Tel Link Corporation DBA ViaPath Technologies LLC Inmate Telephone Services Agreement.
Motion made by Commissioner Andrews, allow the county judge to sign the joint amendment number 3 to TouchPay Holdings, Global Tel-Link Corporation, ViaPath Technologies for the Inmate Telephone Service Agreement, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimous, Sheriff, 5-0. Thank you, sir. All right, item number 11, consider and take appropriate action to move District Clerk Office new hire from Clerk 1, $38,477 to Clerk 2, $39,600 based on relevant experience and qualification. If approved, this increase will be effective Monday, March 23rd, 2026. There is budget available to cover the increase.
Good morning, or maybe it's afternoon at this point. You should have a copy of her resume. It should have been emailed to you. So I'm requesting approval to start this advanced employee at step 2 based on her qualifications, including a PhD and relevant experience that directly benefits the operations of my office. It's not just about the degree, it's also about the level of expertise, critical thinking, and efficiency that she brings. Hiring at a higher step allows us to attract and retain highly qualified individuals who can immediately contribute at a higher level, reducing training time and increasing productivity. From a fiscal responsibility standpoint, investing in a highly qualified employee upfront can lead to long-term savings through improved processes, accuracy, and overall efficiency in the office. HR has confirmed with the auditor that the adequate funds are in my budget to start this employee at step 2.
Good. We
Thank-
need it. Do I hear a motion?
Yes, Judge, I'll move to allow the district clerk's office to move the clerk 1 from 38,447 to clerk 2, 39,600, based on relevant experience and qualifications. And this increase will be effective on Monday, March 24th, and there is budget available within the district clerk's current budget. March 23rd, 2026.
All right, a motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to approve the new hire from Clerk 1 to Clerk 2 based on experience and qualifications. And this is to be effective March 23rd, 2026. And there is budget available to cover the increase. Second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. You got it, 5-0. Thank you. Okay, now we're down to item number 14. Discuss and consider for approval payment of the February invoice for legal services for Bracewell LLP. I hear a motion.
I move that we approve payment for the February invoice for legal services with Bracewell LLP, excuse me.
Okay, motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to approve the payment for the February invoice for legal services with Bracewell LLP. Second by Commissioner
Andrews.
Andrews.
But just to clarify, the amount is $12,610 from Fund.
Yes. Okay. 12,600 what? $10 from contingency. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Item number 15, discuss and take appropriate action to move Development Department Clint Head from Acton Annex to Annex 3 and move the county DPS office currently in Annex 3 to the Acton Annex vacated by Development Department or other possible considerations. Yes, sir, Mr. Wilson.
This is in regards to the Texas DPS. Will be closing the office in Toller in August of this year. And this is to facilitate moving them. The state employees, once they close the office in Toller, will move into this same office at Acton Annex with the current county employees that are doing the driver's license renewal. In talking with the state director of driver's license in Austin, they have areas all over the state where they have both county and state people working in the same offices. And, this will facilitate the keeping a driver's license office, a full service driver's license office in Hood County. So that's the reason for this.
I never thought that they would close that Toller office. That is a very busy office.
Well,
Having some issues with the lease.
the city of Toller. Over.
Well, we need to keep that DPS office here, I think.
My comment would be that, if we want to move the county employee, that's something we can do right away. But I think that before we discuss moving DPS in, we need to have an agreement on what actually the space is. Is the area between environmental and currently development going to be closed off, or is it going to be open to DPS? So I think that we have some work to do on an agreement before we talk about moving DPS in. I don't know, is Matt back there? Oh, there he is. We need
Kind of a lease.
Yeah.
Something with them
Lease
for that
agreement.
space.
Maybe, they talked about when they were here during the workshop that they don't have any funding until the next biennium when the state legislature meets, but by say June or July of 27, they should have funding. So then we can talk about rent. So I said it the other day and I'll say it again. I don't think that we should be subsidizing the state function when the state has excess funds of over $43 billion and we're trying to save every penny of taxpayer money here in the county. So subsidizing a state function is not something I think the county should be doing.
Months, $2,500 a month.
They haven't in the past, that's what changed. They had not paid in the past, but,
And until just now, then Toller gave them the notice to, it's gonna cost $2,500 to stay in that building a month. Through August. And as of August, if we don't figure out some way to get them a location here in the county, then at that point, there will not be a full driver's license office in the county.
When this first came up before, I understood that the DPS never paid any rent for any building that they provided the driver's license service to. Does anybody know about that? Ms. Kelleher, you research on everything. Have you ever done any research on that? Would you research on that and see that? I really think that that is the truth.
They do not.
I think that they do not pay any rent. They feel like they're providing a big service to the community, which they really do. If you try to get a driver's license renewal in Dallas or Fort Worth, you'll find out residents from Dallas and Fort Worth are driving to Toller to get a driver's license. I think I'm correct on that, but.
We're already paying their salaries and their by our tax money.
my understanding is they do pay leases in certain situations at certain buildings or whatever. I think it's something we should explore and see where we are on that on the next biennial. So
We have a little time, I'm assuming.
Right.
We've got a little bit, and, you know, there's other considerations as far as other locations, that there's some other locations that some of us are looking at for possible putting some departments in, you know, also. So that's, you know, it's, at this point, I would suggest, you know, this is just an FYI type of situation. I will move that we table it till further research on the additional places that we're looking at.
Okay, and Ms. Kelleher, that's your assignment next. You're running out of assignments. We got to give you something to keep busy. Your husband told me that. Be sure to give you another. All right, a motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to table the item regarding the DPS move, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously to move it to the next Commissioners Court. All right, item number 16, consider and take appropriate action to authorize the county judge to sign the AVI SPL contract to upgrade the audio-video equipment in the small jury room not to exceed $6,800 to be paid from Fund 55. Mr. Steve Graff, our IT Director, take it away.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. So this is the proposal is to outfit that small jury room so that we can use it as an executive meeting room and actually conduct professional video conferencing.
Okay, so this is the small where we can communicate to our attorneys or anybody else. It's going to be just like that, instantaneous, where we can do it. I think that's a real good idea. Do I hear a motion?
I move that we authorize the county judge to sign the AVI SPL contract to upgrade the audio video equipment in the small jury room not to exceed $6,800 to be paid from Fund 55.
Second.
Okay, a motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to authorize the county judge to sign the AVI SPL contract to upgrade the audio video equipment in a small jury room not to exceed $6,800 to be paid from Fund 55, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further conversation or discussion?
Just use our phones. I mean, I know that you're very passionate about having it perfect for us all the time, but $7,000?
Well, you have to remember, in these projects like this, about half of it's materials and half of it's is professional services. To put it in perspective, we just approved the 2 large courtrooms to be upgraded. Those are about $36,000 each. So scalability, we scaled this down to a small room for $6,700.
Right. I just had.
Talking to an attorney that's charging you $750 an hour, you better get a clear understanding And it's nice to see their lips move, you know what I mean? When you're dealing with attorneys, I like that.
There is, I think there's some kind of a joke about that, but I won't say it.
All right, we got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Take it away. All right, item number 17, discuss and take appropriate action to accept $150,582.37 in excess tax sales proceeds into the county budget, either into a special use fund or for general purposes, receipted into excess proceeds 010-3340-3740 on 3/10/26. Ms. Auditor, where do you think we should put that money other than in my personal checking account?
This is Texas Tuesday tax sale proceeds. So typically we put those in the excess tax sale proceeds revenue bucket, but I think Commissioner Samuelson had a great idea. Do you want to?
I think we need to set up a legal attorney fee fund. We have been, we have 2 invoices today, and we've got, we're going to be working on the development regulations with the attorney from Borges. So this way we can watch it and know exactly, how much we're spending instead of it just always coming out of Fund 55 or contingency. So that's what I would suggest.
I like seeing Cindy Highsmith up just shaking her head. No, like, we don't want to pay attorneys anything. Is that what you were shaking your head about, Ms. Highsmith up here? You don't. Okay.
See, he's watching, y'all watching us, he's watching you. See?
Okay, I like that idea too.
Yeah, and could it be broad enough to include engineering costs, professional costs, or does it need to be specific to legal fees?
Yeah, this grows. It's like legislation.
You can use it however you wish.
Set up a fund and name it attorney fees.
I was thinking you meant we could put it in that contingency attorney fee general ledger line that we already have.
Okay.
And just add to that.
Okay.
We could spend engineering fees from a separate account. We want the general ledger lines to be indicative of what the funds are used for. So we could create another line.
We certainly don't want any engineering fees mixed up with those attorney fees, do we, Ms. Highsmith? No.
Engineering for development engineering, what specifically?
Like a professional services type of thing instead of specific to legal fees. I hope we don't get to $150,000 in legal fees, but I think that's...
It goes by fast,
yeah. All right.
All right, so what is that account?
It is. No, it's not on here. One moment, please. You caught me. It is, right now, we have it in 010-4090-49300.
That's the attorney fee.
Oh, wait, sorry. Hold on. I misspoke. The last piece of it is 40,000. 010-4090-40,000. That's attorney fees.
Okay. So
150,582.37, right?
That would be a great place for it if you all agree.
Okay.
I move that we accept the $150,582.37 excess tax sale proceeds into county budget into account 010-4090-40000.
Second.
You got that, Christine? Okay. So motion has been made by Commissioner Samuelson to put the $150,582.37 excess tax sales proceeds into the county budget into an attorney fee account with that account number, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. This brings us to budget item number 18. Discuss and take appropriate action to allow the county judge to sign a letter to proceed with development for Rain Lily project, as no concept plan is required under Hood County development regulations. Now, before we have only 25 speakers lined up to speak here. Is Mr. Mills, would you like to come down here and explain and give us the law as you understand it on this before we get into?
Well, once again, we have a little bit of a mess with our regulations in terms of things that aren't perfectly consistent or things that maybe they're easy to read, but we've said that they weren't enforceable or haven't been enforced traditionally over the years. And so this seems to be similar to some of those. And of course, we had the RV park lawsuit a few years ago. So let me just read from 1.3 of the development regulations. So here it says, the Hood County Development Permit Regulations apply to every new development within the unincorporated portions of Hood County. And I'll just stop there. But that's the main part of it. It applies to every new development. Okay, what is new development? Well, development is defined in 2.219 as, quote, all land modification activity, including the grading or construction of buildings, roads, paved storage areas, parking lots, and other impervious structures or services. So, in other words, if I have unincorporated land and I want to build a barn, got to get a permit from the county. I want to build a house, permit from the county. Just about anything. I want to put in a new paved area for pickleball or for extend my driveway, permit from the county. That's where we're at if we really enforced what's in the regulations according to the definition of development, which obviously we haven't been. You can go to our website now, and under development, frequently asked questions, one of the questions says, do I need a permit to build a home in the unincorporated? And it says specifically, no, you don't. So we're saying that you don't, and then we're saying that you do kind of in the regs that we haven't. I mean, the regs were, I guess, written 26 years ago, somewhere in there, haven't really been updated and haven't always been enforced in every area. So I think by the letter of the law, by the letter of the regs, if this is land modification activity, which there's to some extent it would be, then it falls under development. And then development, then you go through this process and all that. But we haven't always been doing that. So there we are. That's my take. I don't know. And, Deborah weighed in. Some of that stuff came in last night. I'm sorry that it was all 11th hour, but I didn't get that back from her until last night. And I got another one back just this morning on another matter. And I've been forwarding those as soon as they come in. And I have them with me if you want to refer to that too.
So whatever we have been, we need to right the ship. If our regulations say this, we need to right the ship. And she was very clear in saying that she being our attorney, when the direct question was asked, does this need a concept plan? She said yes. And she quoted, all land modification activity, including grading or construction of buildings. Okay, this isn't just a garage or something like that, which there is there not a waiver process that we could put in place? I mean, it's already in place.
I'm not sure what you mean by a waiver, but.
Or variance process?
There's a variance process. I mean, they're driving poles in the ground and putting solar panels on them. They're not doing mass excavation of the property.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking for a garage or add on to a building, could a resident ask you for a a variance?
No, they don't have to. I mean, the state does not allow us to do building codes. We do not do building permits. We do not meet the population requirement to have a building permit or a fire permit.
So our regulations say all land modifications. So, and that's what our attorney that we just paid for.
Right.
Told us that we, where did let me step back and just ask, where did this information from this letter come from? But it's on your letterhead. Did you write this?
No, I did not write it. They gave it to me. They sent it to my office.
Who's they?
I'm trying to answer your question. They called my office and said that a discussion had been made between Clint and Commissioner Andrews about giving them permission for this, as I understand that.
They asked
What
me, and I
happened.
told them it had to be a court decision.
That they didn't need any type of permit, but when I saw the letter, I wasn't going to do it unless the Commissioners Court gave me permission to do that. And so my office, which is very efficient, run by Beth and Brenda, they typed up the letter and had it there, but I just said, we'll just put this on Commissioners Court, we'll all talk about it here.
So somebody,
Transparency.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry.
that's how it came about.
so
So,
somebody provided the information in here.
well,
They came to my office Monday at 11:30. Actually, I've talked to them several times through this process, and they're like, what do we need to do as far as a concept plan? We want to get on the record to do this. What do we need to do? I've told them repeatedly that there is nothing in our regulations that requires, they're not grading, they're not
They're not in the
changing
floodplain.
the runoff on the property, they're drilling holes and putting a pipe in the ground. So that,
Let me clear something up. We all know, it's been stated a million times, that the county's only powers are expressly granted by the state. Subchapter K 231 does not grant Hood County control over use. Section 234 of the local government code is the only section that grants any county control over use. And it's three things: a slaughterhouse, a salvage yard, or a flea market. We do not meet the population requirement to control the use of a slaughterhouse. So it's what's not written that's most important for the county if we haven't been granted use. So if we consider the site development plan or a concept plan, site development plan is called a site development plan for a reason. We are looking at the site. We cannot consider what it's being used for. The law has not granted us that authority.
Well, as far as, I mean, we don't have the authority to just, as we talked about before, say, well, we don't want this development or that development. As far as those kinds of things, no, we don't have that much authority to just, ban this or ban that. Now, 2 weeks ago, there was the kind of creative way to use the subchapter K 10% of impervious cover. So that was a way around that, but it still didn't just say this type or that type of development is not permitted. And I mean, you could potentially sync up what Clint's saying and what others are saying, which is you can't, ban the solar farm. You can't say that you don't get to come in. You just have to put them through the permit process according to the regulations. But again, I just have a problem with the regulations that if you read it strictly, it says, any changes.
Right. All land modifications.
Right, all land modifications. So we aren't doing that. Let's just admit that, right? And so if we are going to do it, are we going to do it to all land modifications? Because, for instance, right now, I'm building a house in the unincorporated part of the county close to Toller, and I didn't get a permit to build a house. Do I need to in the future? I mean, we need to figure this out.
We asked specifically to the attorney that we hired.
Right. Right.
Does this project need a concept plan? And
Right.
she said yes.
Okay.
And so she's the attorney. With all due respect, Clint is not. She's the attorney. We asked her, I'm not sure where this information from the letter
Right.
came from. Did Rain Lily provide the information that says your project is not subdividing, setting out a public street, or where did these
I did
words
not.
come from?
I did not. And by the way, I'm not arguing your point, right? I mean, I'm not trying to debate that. I'm just saying, I'm making a maybe a more big picture.
Okay, if we have issues or things we want to change, we're already working on changing the development regulations.
Right.
The Development Commission was set in place to do that. If this is something they think that we should change and we think they should change, do it. But that's not what's in here right now. What's in here right now says this project needs a development plan. So with that, I move to motion to deny this letter.
Well, there's.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But for the record, I'll second your motion.
Commissioner Eagle, second.
Thank you, Matt. All right, the first speaker is Andy Shane.
Last thing I expected was to be leading the parade. But thanks for allowing me to address Rain Lily's approval. I'm Andy Shane, a 30-year resident of Pecan Plantation. I first arrived in Granbury 32 years ago when my wife Casey became principal of Granbury Elementary School. We bought property at Pecan the same year. My education includes pre-doctoral work in counseling psychology, graduate work in aeronautics, 2 military advanced service schools, and a master's degree in industrial technology from East Texas State University. I'm also a White House Fellows nominee under my former then Commander-in-Chief President Ronald Reagan. In 1997, my wife ended 2 decades in education and became an attorney, and then she owned title companies in Somervell and Bosque County. That's the way I met the Rain Lily team in 2023. And the more I learned, the more likable the team became. My online advocacy aligns perfectly with Abbey Bend landowners' view that solar power generation is the best way to renew and preserve the western half of Abbey Bend. None of us anticipated just how committed the Rain Lily team would be to environmental stewardship and community outreach. I, in particular, have been amazed at the value they placed on noisy retirees like me at Pecan Plantation across the river. They have at considerable expense done everything possible to be good neighbors. As I first revealed yesterday, 3 years ago, the team asked me to escort a young environmental engineer around Pecan. And we took photos overlooking the Rain Lily project area, particularly where a pair of bald eagles also nest. Now they have 3 chicks. And clubhouse personnel actually gave us access to the second-story balconies for more photographs. The Rain Lily team has committed to establishing a significant buffer around the bald eagle nest within which no construction disturbance will occur to support the eagle's success at fledgling eaglets each year. We documented the exposure to Abbey Bend of 100 or so pecan homes that day. Those photos were then used to create a computer simulation to assess Rain Lily's effect on each of those homes. The team also listened to neighbors' concerns, and the project was tailored to accommodate those worries. Panels are behind trees and distanced some across the river away from the river. Batteries are placed across from our own wastewater treatment plant. And they're in special containers with autonomous fire suppression systems and even emissions treatment. Sound blocking screening is part of the design, and panels automatically rotate to vertical to protect them from hail. Panel materials in this project are so benign that the U.S. government would allow them to be ground into sand and used in a preschool play area, all in response to citizen concerns. Well, thank you for the opportunity to discuss those simple facts, register my support for this vital renewable energy project at a time when it's needed the most.
The next speaker is David Moore.
Good afternoon. My name's David Moore, and I'm speaking for myself as a resident in favor of the Rain Lily Solar Project. My background gives me a unique perspective on this proposal, one that I hope is of some value to the court as you consider it. My wife and I moved to Hood County 39 years ago, raised both of our daughters here. I've been president of the Hood County United Way Board, founder and chair of the Hood County Substance Abuse Council, and have founded 2 other nonprofits, Parents for Academic Excellence and Friends of Dinosaur Valley State Park. I care deeply about our community and want what is best for us. I am a former Navy nuclear submarine officer and a nuclear engineer. I worked at the Comanche Peak Nuclear Plant and have held several positions, including operations director, engineering director, and plant manager. The importance that electricity supply plays in our standard of living cannot be overstated. I have visited large solar farms. I have 40 solar plants on my roof, and with 80 kilowatt hours of battery storage, enough so that I'm a net energy exporter. I understand the business. I consider myself a staunch environmentalist. I've been a member of the Audubon Society for more than 50 years, have been a Texas Master Naturalist for 17 years with more than 5,000 hours of volunteer service. I teach ornithology to 2 Texas Master Naturalist chapters, and I'm currently the president of the Friends of Active Nature Center, which is responsible for the maintenance and operation of that facility. And as an aside, I invite you to come to Featherfest this next Saturday at the Nature Center, which my wife and I lead. She's also a master naturalist and has almost 5,000 hours herself. This is the key for me. What's the best use of the land in question, considering the possibilities? My first choice would be returning it to a natural state and leave it alone. That would be difficult due to the poor conditions following the years of gravel mining and an unlikely choice by the owners who frankly have sole discretion with very few limitations and several other offers. That leaves other possibilities: another housing development, data center, Bitcoin operation, or fossil fuel power plant, a cement factory, more mining, some other industry, or a solar power farm. Let's consider the pros and cons of these possible outcomes. The solar project has the benefit of producing carbon-free electrical energy. This is needed to support the ever-increasing demand on our grid. Stopping the project only makes the energy needs worse, would result in more fossil fuel use, air pollution, and have no impact on deterring other unwanted industries like data centers. And following what Dr. Wolcott was saying, it uses a trivial amount of water. On the con side, several concerns about the environmental impact have been raised, and I'd like to address them. 1, it would destroy endangered golden cheek warbler habitat. This is false. Golden cheek warblers absolutely require an uninterrupted mixed mature juniper and hardwood forest. So think Dinosaur Valley State Park. They cannot be found across the river in Pecan Plantation, nor in the proposed site, nor anywhere else in Hood County for that reason. 2, it will destroy bald eagle nesting. Nobody wants to harm bald eagles. However, they are not endangered. They breed across much of North America, primarily in Alaska and the boreal forests of Canada. Rain Lily has committed to setback operations from the river, mitigating any breeding impact specifically to aid eagle nesting. Would others do the same? 3, it will harm monarch butterflies. Monarch migration through this area in the spring and the fall. This requires milkweed in the spring and wildflowers in the fall, neither of which appears to be in abundance on this property. Any other type of industrial site or housing would destroy the habitat. The solar farm, on the other hand, has a less of an impact on the land. 4, the panels have toxic chemicals that would create water runoff issues. These are bogus claims by people with good intentions, but lacking any physical basis. They are no more toxic than your phone. There is space between the panel rows, which permits rainwater absorption. Grass grows around and under the panels. 5, they will spoil the view, reducing home values, and are noisy. Solar panels would be the least intrusive structures of all the possibilities. They're less than 10 feet tall, would be dwarfed by housing development roofs, data centers, power plants, or any other structure. And they are quiet. Of all the likely uses of the land the solar project has, in my opinion, the least environmental impact and is the most beneficial choice in that it provides a carbon-free energy source, which we desperately need. I encourage you to allow the Rain Lily project to proceed, and thank you.
The next speaker is Greg Harrell.
Judge, Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to speak on this, acknowledging the 2 previous speakers in regards to the issue of placing solar panels on this land. I won't speak to whether or not that's attractive. What I do want to speak to this afternoon is actually the process by which we have arrived at this point. And that is the letter that was, as you acknowledged, I guess the letter was actually drafted by Rain Lily Solar and ultimately placed on your letterhead. And I appreciate you, Judge, for acknowledging where that letter came from. What we face here in Hood County now, what we are facing with this particular issue is a clear indication of how our development processes are broken. And we need to stop, take a look at how we are approving these massive projects. Rain Lily Solar is a project that covers 800 acres, and it does indeed, according to Rain Lily's own information that is accessible on the web, it does indeed include some number of BESS units. Now, we know that BESS units, by their definition right now, are considered problematic not only for the environment, but they're problematic in regards to their accessibility remotely by bad actors, bad foreign actors. As a matter of fact, the reason that the Van Zandt County commissioners adopted their moratorium was because of the appearance of CATL cattle components within those BESS units that were designed to support a solar project there in Van Zandt County. In this particular case, it's clear that the letter that was drafted on your behalf, Judge Massengel, doesn't mention any kind of BESS units that are to be located on this facility. We know that BESS units have to be qualified under existing Texas state law through the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act passed in 2021 and actually recently acknowledged by Governor Abbott to be problematic in terms of certain components. So whether or not you, as a Commissioner's Court, view that you have regulatory authority, you certainly have been granted that regulatory authority. As a matter of fact, you have been granted you have been given the responsibility through the law. This is not a good situation, and I'll acknowledge County Attorney Matt Mills' problems that on the one hand, we say one thing, on the other hand, we've got to face certain circumstances. This is a clear case of exactly that. The state has told us that we have an obligation to make sure that these kinds of installations cannot be accessed remotely. So we have to do that. And they have put the onus, believe it or not, they have put the onus on the local governments to make sure that that's the case. So you have a responsibility to qualify this project to make sure that it is in compliance with the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act. This letter that is before you right now doesn't have any type of information regarding the BESS units that will be located on that property. We need to understand what that is. We need to understand what their intent is in terms of the components that are contained in those BESS units. Keep in mind that the BESS units, by definition, we now know this, by definition are extremely problematic. We have a situation with an extreme fire out in Monterey Bay in California. That's an issue. They had to evacuate a radius of about 8 miles. They had to put the fire out twice. They're still trying to understand what kind of contaminants were released through that fire. So we need to really step back. I think that this letter in its current configuration cannot be considered or signed by this commissioner's court. We need to go back to Rain Lily Solar and make sure that we get some definitions. And let's go ahead and take the responsibility for making sure that Hood County is fully protected. Thank you.
The next speaker is Wendell Meeks.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. I appreciate you guys having Mr. Mills come up and speak. He took a third of what I was going to share with you from the regulations, because I was really confused when I saw this letter pop up that if I read the regulations, as your outside counsel has said, a concept plan would be required. I'm not really against Rain Lily specifically. I'm against the process that is this letter. The timing of this, precedes what was done on the 10th, so it's outside the best additions that were added to the development codes on March 10th of this year. However, we've had a lot of time go by. On March 11th of 2025, this Commissioner's Court passed a resolution that said, in part, it opposes the development of all development and operation of all battery energy storage systems, BESS systems, in Hood County, whether standalone or in conjunction with solar, cryptocurrency, or AI data centers. That resolution then pointed to 2 House bills that were under consideration to increase the regulations on those BESS systems. Do we know where those bills are today? Collecting dust. Inaction in that time frame has allowed us to be in the situation we're in today, a situation where you don't have the ability to understand what is going to be put in place. I've learned more from being on the website of EE North America and European Energy, which is the parent company of Rain Lily, of how they build things, and then what I heard here this morning from other citizens who have worked directly with the Rain Lily folks. But what we don't know is if you had someone that might be a bit more reckless. We have some folks trying to do that with some data centers and power plants. One quick side note, Commissioner Andrews, you talk about very little water being used in certain situations and also noise levels, but you have to remember that most of the data center things are also got power plants tied to them here in this process. We'll come to that this afternoon. But these could be in a bad situation. Just ask Van Zandt County. It was mentioned a moment ago. Van Zandt County had 72 fire calls in the article where they did a moratorium. 72 from BESS units. In this case, if you have someone reckless coming in, then you could have a situation where you put county at risk, you put environment at risk, because lithium-ion batteries contain nickel, cobalt that are toxic and could get into the watershed that could cause problems. Now, I'm not suggesting the folks from Rain Lily are reckless at all. In fact, if you read the European parents' website, and I heard here again today, the fire suppression in the units is good. They're using lithium-ion batteries that they're using fire suppression in unit. I don't know if they have considered using sodium-ion batteries. Sodium-ion batteries in a BESS are much less problematic They're a top technology for 2026 in MIT Technology Review that announced the first of the year. So those don't have a fire issue. They might come back and say they're not as energy dense as a lithium ion battery, true, but they're also less expensive to purchase and put in place, and they're safer for the environment overall. So my encouragement to you would be to, make sure you do have a concept plan as the outside counsel whom you paid nice dollars to has suggested is required, because it is in alignment with the code that's on the books today, and it would allow you to understand, does each unit have proper fire suppression? Verify the site mitigates the fire from spreading from one to another. House Bill 1378, I think one of the bills that you referred to within your resolution over a year ago, but on the shelf, talks about having a 500-foot setback to ensure that fires don't spread in these type of environments. What kind of lithium-ion batteries are you using? Some do have the chemicals I talked about that are toxic in nature. Some are safer. Have they considered using sodium-ion batteries in their design? Because that would then eliminate most of the bad issues that occur from a lithium-ion battery. So my request of you today is that you would actually have the Development Commission be actioned by you to go and look at what it would take to put appropriate development regulations in place for this type of development, for a best development with a solar attached, because that would allow you to ensure the safety, ensure the water supply is safe from the watershed from anything that might leak, and understand that there's a quality system being put in place. What I heard from the fellow pecan plantation landowners and residents is it sounds like it may be, but right now, if you sign that letter, you're flying blind. You don't know. But I think it would be important to understand what is there. So please action the Development Commission to do that. I thank you for the opportunity to address you today and the invitation, as Ms. Samuelson likes to call it, to come and address you today. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Cindy Highsmith.
Thank you for inviting me to speak. My name is Cindy Highsmith. I live in Pecan Plantation. So European Energy North America is no stranger to this court. They received a tax abatement to build Yellow Viking 1 about 5 years ago. They came back to the court in the fall of 2022 to ask for a second tax abatement for Yellow Viking 2. The court said, wait a minute, you never did what you said you were going to do with Yellow Viking 1. They advised European Energy North America to set up a workshop with the court to discuss the project. Commissioner Eagle attempted to do that. When Commissioner Samuelson came on the court in January of 2023, she attempted to set up the workshop. The workshop never took place. Okay, so, and then the tax abatement for Yellow Viking 1 expired. In 2023, we began hearing about Rain Lily Solar LLC and Rain Lily Storage LLC. This is a utility. This is a scaled back Yellow Viking 2. It's 810 acres with battery energy storage center on Abbey Bend, directly across from Pecan Plantation, with a population of about 8,000 residents, growing to about 12,000 residents on the banks of the Brazos River. Abbey Bend has no water service. If there was a fire at the best, the first responders would be Glen Rose Fire Department, 16 miles away. There are no public roads out there on the Bend. As of Monday, Fire Chief Levi Clements has not been contacted by Rain Lily LLC, Rain Lily Storage LLC, or Rain Lily Solar LLC. Okay, so the Pecan Plantation Volunteer Fire Department is 30 miles away. However, this BESS is less than 1 mile away from homes in Pecan Plantation. There is no hazmat team in Hood or Somerville counties. In Pecan Plantation, There is one siren, and it cannot be heard by about half of Pecan residents. There is no emergency response plan in place. The county emergency management says we have Everbridge and sheriff deputies who will be deployed. We have 2 exits off of our peninsula. So to Rain Lily, I say, where is your water source for fire suppression? When the moratorium came before this court, Mr. Klein spoke about wanting Rain Lily project to be excluded from the development regulations. As I remember, he was at the first Economic Development Commission meeting. He knew about Subchapter K and development regulations. He chose not to comply. His project could have come in under the old regulations. He chose not to send in a concept plan. So now I am asking this court to deny a letter recommending this project. Rain Lily Solar LLC and Rain Lily Storage LLC can follow the new development regulations, just like any other industrial development. As a postscript, Mr. Klein, where is your letter to this county showing that you are in compliance with Lone Star Infrastructure Act? I did send an email to European Energy North America. I asked them where their water source was for fire suppression. No response, crickets. Thank you.
Next speaker is John Highsmith.
Well, good afternoon. I'm John Highsmith. And, I had some things I was going to talk about on section 1.3 also. And I'm just going to really slim that down, and then I'm going to talk about what's in the letter itself. I'm surprised it got by anybody. All right, so under section 1.3 titled applicability, it says the Hood County Development Permit regulations apply to every new development within the unincorporated portions of Hood County. So I think everyone agrees upon that. I don't understand how we can say, well, because we haven't enforced things, we need to let it go. That makes really absolutely no sense to me. Otherwise, I don't know how you enforce the laws around here if you allow that, right? So with that, to me, Rain Lily Solar should have done what other large industrial facility promoters have done. They go to the county website and find development permit regulations and also local government code Title VII. And then they work off of that. So why would it be any different in this case? I just don't understand that. I just do not see, I also don't see what inquiring about the application process for any licensing or permitting that may be required by county order or regulation in order to proceed with the project for over a year. That's in the letter. What does that have to do with anything? I don't understand that. My observation is the large industrial facility promoters, they scour all the regs for any loopholes they can find. This court has been tangled up in all this for years now. So to take this to the extreme, let's look at some things in the letter. This letter would allow Rain Lily Solar to install their project in who knows when, the year 2040. It doesn't have any date in there. And they could rely on this letter telling them they don't have to obtain any approval or specific license or permit at that time. And then they could even sell this letter on the open market, since it states it is a solar facility in southern Hood County and has nothing about assignment. Why would you allow that? And I assume their reckless plan to install a BESS with the solar is covered under related infrastructure. That's all it says. And if so, this could include anything, data center, you name it. Who knows what it could have in there. So my sense is whoever wrote the letter, I didn't realize it was written by Rain Lily Solar, so that answers a lot of questions for me. But I think sending them a blank check to put up anything they want in southern Hood County is just ridiculous. And that's what this is. It's a total blank check. And also, why would you specify southern Hood County? I've always thought you really want to define what you're talking about. I don't even understand what that means to just say something that general. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mark Lowry.
Judge and Commissioners, again, thank you. Mark Lowry, 3712 Lonesome Creek Road, Granbury, Texas, Hood County. When I hear the conversations, it's some of what I've been hearing is, well, we allowed gravel pits and we've allowed the industrial stuff out in Mitchell Bend, so we really don't have the ability to stop anything. We may have made a mistake there. It's like saying, let's legalize marijuana and cocaine because in the 20s we legalized alcohol. Clearly, Mr. Mills and Mr. Head have pointed out that our Hood County regs need updated. But we seem to be rapidly moving forward with projects, even though we're paying a law firm to update our regs. And I am disturbed how this letter got generated directly from rainwater to the court for signature. It has been very clear the community is not in favor of unchecked industrial growth to continue in Hood County, at least not until the updated regulations have been established and approved by this court. These modified regulations will give both the citizens and future partners a better defined understanding of what is acceptable in Hood County. Hood County has appropriately created the Development Commission as outlined in Subchapter K in 1996. The Development Commission has worked diligently and rapidly to create the new regs. The community thanks them for their efforts, and I ask the Development Commission to continue to work together timely, for your work is not done, and it is critical to the success for what your citizens want for the future of Hood County. Additionally, we are spending taxpayers' funds for legal direction and guidance on the regulations and edits. Why don't we show some patience until these edits can be modified and improved? This is why I believe the moratorium would have been helpful and eliminated these types of issues during this interim time frame. I would certainly want the regulations to be edited and hopefully adopted by this Commissioner's Court to include any industrial growth, including solar farms and any other type of industrial mechanisms that change the historical value of Hood County. We continue to see people come up here and talk about the concerns environmentally. We had an expert this morning talk about water. We're talking about what's going to go in potentially with Rain Lily across from Pecan. As you travel through Texas and you go up through Amarillo and over towards New Mexico, have any of you seen those solar farms there? Honestly, they're disgusting. And if we look back to the great freeze that we had back a few years ago, they were not able to keep us going anyway. They were not properly utilized to help us with the energy crisis we faced during the deep freeze. I'm not convinced this is the avenue to go, solar fields and wind farms anyway. So I just ask that you today please vote no for this letter. And as I said, may have not said it earlier, I am concerned that Commissioner Samuelson was not able to get a direct and decisive answer of where this letter originated from by either the staff or the remaining people in the court. Seems like if a commissioner asks for clarification, it shouldn't be back and forth, kick the ball down the street, and we just heard just a few minutes ago, if I understood you correctly, it came from Rain Lily. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Bonnie Roby.
He's tall. My name is Bonnie Roby, and I'm from Precinct 2. I'm from the generation who had parents that directly survived the Depression and World War II. I don't know if that gave them greater insight to be able to instill common sense, discernment of what is right and wrong, and to appreciate what you have. There are wonderful parents in each generation that have instilled these attitudes, but in these days, the ease of which so many jump into the feeding frenzy of any new cause or any new shiny thing that pops up is unreal. No questioning, no stopping to contemplate if it's right. What are the ramifications? Can we make it somehow better? It seems the American way now is to rush, build it fast, big, cheap, make our profit and run, never looking back at the wake of the destruction left behind. I try to look at the whole picture, and does it make sense? It makes sense to me to utilize the sun to make energy. It has been done from the beginning of creation. I have Harbor Freight solar panels on my shed to utilize. What does not make sense is how it's being done and where it's being done. Study Europe and other countries. Solar is integrated into the buildings and the parking lots, sculptures even. They do it so that you don't even hardly know they're there. People would be grateful if the parking lot in a Walmart had a canopy over it with solar panels. We wouldn't have to walk on a 150-degree, parking lot. So I'm asking them, be creative, think outside the box. Bigger isn't always better. My burning question is, do you, when analyzing a location, look at the historical weather data? Why do you want to put such a delicate, and I emphasize delicate, energy-producing structure in Tornado Alley? Has anybody seen the pictures of the aftermath of the one that went straight through a solar panel farm a couple weeks ago? Devastation. And this area gets gale to hurricane-force winds, lately almost with every storm, and hailstones sometimes the size of Texas, but regularly golf ball and baseball size. And we've all seen pictures of how that turns out. The irony that boggles my mind the most is we have elites on this hand pushing green energy, using the sun and wind, and then on this hand, there's elites that want to totally block the sun to stop global warming. They do it here all the time. I just watched them do it again yesterday. Then throw in the mix of data centers that pump out massive amounts of heat, which counteracts the blocking of the sun. Where has all the common sense gone? My common sense says no. It's a disaster waiting to happen. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ward Dunn.
John Highsmith told me to run up here. I will lighten it a little bit. Ward Dunn, 8910 Hop Suey Court, Pecan Plantation, Precinct 2. I was ordered to come here today to speak, first of all, for my wife. Then there was a couple hundred residents that I live with, and the softball players that I was with yesterday, the 55 and over group, of which I'm 20 years beyond that. There's three things. The court, I've been coming for the last 18 months to every commissioner's meetings. Had some horrible nights when I would go home and go, what did they do today? I don't like that guy. I don't like that guy. But in the last 30 days, there's been some great strides you've made. And I think that you really believe in Hood County. I think that you believe in the state of Texas. Quick background. 50 years, I retired in 2019, moved to pecan plantation then. I was in the grocery industry. My wife was a realtor, 4 different states, state of Texas twice. I started out, I was called a blue-collar VP later on. I started trimming lettuce in the back room of a privately owned grocery store. I then later became, after a few years, one of the first buyers for Costco. Back in those days, we had to always obey by the law with everything that we did. The thing about Costco is I understand money, okay? There's been some other things that have come up that you've all been addressing, the red, the yellow. By the way, I was awoke this morning at 4 o'clock from Bitcoin, which is my alarm clock. It's pretty good, comes right at my house. I live 1 bank up, looking right at Bitcoin from Pecan Plantation. Rain lily, I will see all out my front yard. I used to see 250 cows out there, but we don't see those anymore today. One thing my wife has said is if this does happen, from a realtor's perspective, she will need to disclose that our house is for sale and we have all these different issues going on. We don't want to move. We like it where we're at. We love Hood County. You guys have done, you folks have done some really good things lately. We really hope that your legacy will be that you helped protect Hood County, and if that's your legacy, you will have helped protect the entire state. The things you've done lately, putting in regulations, are the right things to do. Rain lily is a really wonderful term. They created that. You know what a rain lily is? It's a beautiful plant. It's a beautiful plant. Have you ever seen the back of what a solar panel looks like? I saw one this morning when I was driving in here. I was right behind a black Ford pickup truck. It looked just like a solar panel. That's what they look like. I saw one of the first largest solar panels built in California when I was with Costco. It was one of the first ones outside Sacramento. It supplied extra energy that was sold to Sacramento. It also then kept their big distribution plant for deli products that they made there as well. I went back 10 years later, it was a total disaster. This thing was wiped out. It was producing half the amount of electricity it had before. My last thing that I have to say is that Rain Lily is owned by a company out of Denmark. All their solar panels are from China. Thank you.
The next speaker is Leda Robinson.
My name is Lana Robinson. I am a resident of Pecan Plantation. I live at 8603 Claremont. Nanette is my commissioner and my neighbor, and we love pecan. And so I am also a realtor. I'll be talking a little about that, but I do want to, I guess, enhance or talk more about hail, because we have bad hailstorms here. As most of you here today know, Hood County is right in the middle of what is called the Texas Hail Alley. Roofers have been very successful here due to the high risk and frequency of hail. Some of you may recall the destructive hailstorm that occurred on May 9th, 2024. That horrific hailstorm with stones as large as golf balls, and in some areas near Bono in Johnson County, about the size of grapefruit. My brothers live there. I know because of that. I am a realtor whose primary area of business is pecan plantations. That hailstorm not only destroyed roofs and gutters, but knocked out skylights, windows, and damaged many fences, garage doors, coping on pools, uncovered vehicles and landscaping, and yes, solar panels on the roofs of homes there. So, and that's an expense when you got to take those off and put them back on that a lot of people who lease them didn't realize they're responsible to pay for. So it's an important factor. I vividly recall that I had 4 properties in Pecan under contract that had just gotten new roofs installed following home inspections. 3 of those had delayed closings because they had to have a second new roof installed before we could close. Unfortunately, for one buyer who still owned a second home in Pecan that they planned to move, they closed on May 8th. So they had to put another roof on the same house they were selling, you know, or that they bought in the house they were selling. They had to put another roof twice. So it was very costly. So I'm just saying that this is a very big thing. And I had roof damage myself. The adjuster told me that Class 4 shingle roofs, he was totaling all over Pecan, that they could not withstand the kind of hail that we got. As a result of that, Farmers Insurance and Texas Farm Bureau have stopped writing new business in Pecan Plantation because of the hail damage. They will continue with existing customers, but not new customers. So I just have to say that I really think it's really a stupid decision for a solar farm to want to put in this area, because my son lives on Colonial. He has a standing seam metal roof, and that roof has never had to be replaced, although it's got a few dings. But on his street, there's been houses since 2009 when he built it that have had 4 and 5 roofs. So we're not talking about occasional hailstorms. So in March 2024, just a few months earlier of our hailstorm, the Fighting Jays solar farm in Fort Bend County was hit by baseball-sized hail. The storm crippled the 350-megawatt facility, which spans 3,000 acres just outside Houston. After only 2 years of operation, thousands of panels were damaged, and aerial footage on local TV stations shows rows of cracked photovoltaic cells. The Department of Energy notes that baseball-sized hail can have enough kinetic energy to fully break the glass on solar panels. Residents there expressed concerns that the damaged panels could leach chemicals into the surrounding environment and into the groundwater, which is their major source of drinking water. And those chemicals could also have carcinogenic effects. A year before that, on June 23rd, 2023, a 5.2 megawatt solar farm at Scottsbluff, Nebraska experienced significant hail and wind damage during an extreme weather event there. That project features more than 14,000 JA solar 380W modules. That facility was down for over 6 months for repairs and recommissioning. So I have the same concerns as the Fort Bend County residents about what will seep into our groundwater in the event of a devastating hailstorm that cracks or damages the solar panels. Additionally, I would add that the threat of 9 proposed data centers and the solar farm, especially those wanting to locate across the river in Pecan, is already harming our community and real estate values. We have a high inventory of homes for sale and a shortage of buyers, many of whom have decided to buy elsewhere. I have 10 properties currently listed, mostly in Pecan, and I expect to list 10 more within the next 2 weeks. I've even seen 2 people here today who've mentioned they might decide to sell their house depending on how this goes. The majority of these have decided to leave Granbury and will be moving back to cities since their dreams of retiring to enjoy a peaceful lifestyle in a beautiful rural setting has been destroyed. Others say they're leaving Texas altogether since our officials have invited anyone and everyone with the goal of building a data center to come in and plunder our beloved Lone Star State. So I implore this court to reject Rain Lily's site plan. They need to find another area of Texas or locate in another state or area not so prone to hail. And I further ask that you do not accept any future concept plans from data centers, Bitcoin operations, or solar farms, and that you reject any of those already under consideration. Thank you.
The next speaker is Donna Kelleher.
Well, Judge Massengill, this one's for you. You need to find out how that letter got to your office. Because clearly, that letter is meant to circumvent our regulations. That's just not acceptable. We are citizens of Hood County. We live by these regulations. We count on these regulations so that we know how business is to be done, so that we can trust the county. I mean, we do have a AAA bond rating. But the very fact that that letter got to your office is deeply concerning because, as Matt Mills pointed out, we do have Section 1.3 applicability. The Hood County Development Permit regulations apply to every new development within the unincorporated portions of Hood County, including expressly land located within the extraterritorial jurisdiction of the county's municipalities, as may now exist or be expanded in the future, except to those applications for new development that are expressly exempted herein. Okay, so 1.4, permits required. No development permit application shall be approved in the county until the Hood County Commissioners Court has authorized the project to proceed through approval of a concept plan or a site development plan under standards set forth in these Hood County Development Permit regulations. So, in some cases, approval of a site permit is required before the project may be occupied. So you've got those rules, but then there's always an exception. So I looked up the exceptions, 1.7. The following types of development permit applications are exempt from these Hood County Development Permit regulations. So we have any subdivision application that was accepted for filing prior to September 27th, 1999, or which was approved prior to March 31st, 2000. Any on-site sewage facility application for a single dwelling unit that was accepted for filing prior to March 31st, 2000. So we have exceptions, a whole list of them, and none of them apply. So, you know, I don't want to use the term moral hazard lightly, but you need to figure out where that letter came from and why it came to you, because we have rules. And if Rain Lily wants to develop in Hood County, well, send us a concept plan. Follow the rules. We have rules. I don't understand the purpose of that letter, except that it was to get around the rules and to have a back door to say, well, we don't like these new rules. We want to use the old rules. Well, you know, from what I'm understanding, they've been around a long time and they could have submitted a concept plan. So follow the rules, use the rules. We all have to live by the same rules, and there should be no ambiguity. And if we have a one-person development department, maybe we should take a look at that department and add some staff to it. Maybe we should consider, you know, a redefinition of the process and the procedure, because basically, if the rules can be worked around, they're no good. We've all worked really hard on these rules. Please maintain the integrity of the rules that we have and use those rules. They're for us. Thank you.
Let me throw in here. This is, I've got okay, the letter, a letter similar to this was issued to Yellow Viking. And so I said, hey, let's just put something together to get on the court and discuss it. Okay, this did not come from Rain Lily. This was kind of a copy of what the Yellow Viking letter was, so that we would have something to discuss here. I never anticipated that this letter would be signed as it is, but just have something that we could look at and evaluate. That's where the letter came from. I need to be clear about that. So
you're allowed to speak to one other commissioner, but you didn't mention it to me. Okay, when I asked the development director where it came from, he said he didn't know.
No, that was when this first got on, because I asked him, I said, what could we put on here or whatever? And he said, Nanette asked me about this, and I had not seen a letter. And I kind of twisted his arm on this to get him to come up with something.
So the agenda item was put on here without a letter? So somebody the judge put an agenda item on here that says to assign a letter, but he didn't have a letter?
At that time, no.
They
So
wanted
that
me to
was-
sign a letter.
What
to that,
letter?
And I
But you
said,
didn't know what it
I don't
was?
have a letter. I'd never talked to the people. They had talked to Clinton and they had talked to Kevin, but they've never talked to me. So I wasn't going to sign anything. I never talked to Rain Lily. Still haven't talked to them to this day. Well, you know, I was born in El Campo and I was born at night. I just wasn't born in El Campo last night.
Okay, so
So
at
I
what-
was going to,
At some point in time, Clinton became aware of a letter, but he can talk to me. You might not be able to because of the quorum, but I still wasn't informed of what the letter was until it appeared on the agenda. All I saw was there's a letter. So,
Kevin, like you said, you got the genesis from the letter from the Yellow Viking on the deal. I never saw the letter or who wanted. They just said they wanted me to sign a letter, and I said, what letter? Because I'd never talked to anybody about it. I didn't even talk to Clint about it. So
Well, whenever I talked to Nanette, or I hadn't seen a letter, so I didn't know anything about it. And I
Well,
talked to
that's what
Kevin,
I'm-
Kevin said, there's not a letter yet.
so somebody put an agenda item about a letter, but didn't have a letter. Okay, I got that. But I just wanted to clear it up that.
Oh, Rain Lily wanted me to sign a letter authorizing it, saying that they didn't need a permit, but they had been talking to Clint and Kevin, and they wanted to be under the old rules, right?
I thought they were talking to all y'all. They visited all your
Oh, yeah.
offices is what I understood.
Okay, well,
Rain Lily Mr. Klein came to my office the day before the first moratorium, which was February something, 8th, 9th, something like that, and suggested that he may go ahead and submit a concept plan to get it in before, depending on how we voted on a moratorium. Well, the moratorium failed, so I fully expected there to be a concept plan hit the next day or the next day, but there wasn't a concept plan. And then this popped up, so.
Well, I didn't think solar was included in that moratorium because there was already an AG opinion saying that it couldn't be done.
Well, I'm just telling you the conversation, whether it would have been included in the moratorium or not, doesn't matter. The point is that I thought they were working on a concept plan because he mentioned that. So when this popped up, anyway, back to the speakers.
anyway, I wasn't going to sign anything because it was a development unless it approved by the Commissioners Court. Anyway, so it was no harm, no foul, but I had never and still haven't talked to anybody from Rain Lily.
Right, and that's when they talked to me, I said, I can't write that. That's a court decision. You need to go talk to the commissioner.
So
Kevin
you
called-
drafted this.
It was kind of a mixed match from the Yellow Viking letter.
Well, who gave the information to Brenda to write it?
That was from the Yellow Viking.
Well, let's go ahead and finish here. Shannon Wolf. No, did you sign up to speak?
Yeah, unfortunately for the last item, I'm trying to follow the rules.
Well, okay, Shannon Wolf.
Shannon Wolf, Republican Precinct Chair for 211, and I want to talk about where this is. We've heard from people from Pecan, but this is in 211, and 211 is the Mitchell Bend area. Part of it is in the Mitchell Bend area. We already have the largest, best warehouse in the state of Texas inside 211. We already know what's going on in Mitchell Bend and the horrors that those people are facing daily out there. You all know that. And now we're looking at another BESS system and solar farm. And I heard the first two speakers talk about how wonderful solar is. And well, that's fine. If you want them on the roof of your house, go for it. But don't put it out in 211. But before I go on about what's happening out there, my thoughts on this, I want to talk about a serious issue, and that's that Commissioner Samuelson, the commissioner for Precinct 2, was not the one who brought this or put this on the agenda. She didn't even know about it until it became on the agenda. She's the one who represents the people in 211 and Precinct 2. She didn't know about a letter. She didn't know a lot of things. She's the one who represents us. Commissioner Andrews, you were the one who was having all of these conversations with Rain Lily. You should have kicked it over to Commissioner Samuelson. It belongs in her court, in her office. She's the one who represents the people where they want to put that, not you. Okay, my time. So I had all this written out that I wanted to say about BESS and how volatile BESS systems are. They've only been around for about 5 or 6 years. They are prone to thermal runaway. Someone spoke, I believe that it was Ms. Highsmith, that spoke about how far away the fire departments are. They are not prepared to handle, we love our fire department, they are amazing. They are not prepared to handle a BESS system that catches on fire. Okay. Commissioner Andrews, you gave an interview several weeks ago, and in that, and this is paraphrasing, you said that this court have failed the people in Hood County because of not following regulations, specifically subchapter K. And when you said that, I thought, I really appreciate your honesty in that. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And just a little while ago, we heard Commissioner Samuelson say that the attorney that is giving guidance to this court, that you hired to give you guidance, said follow the regulations, follow them. We heard the county attorney, Matt Mills, say, we have these regulations, but hey, we don't always follow them, so I don't know what you want to do. I'm telling you, the people in Hood County want you to follow the regulations, follow the law, follow what the attorneys are telling you to do. You're worried about somebody who, I don't know where they live. I have Denmark, I think. They live in Denmark. How dare you put someone from Denmark over the people in Hood County? How dare you? This is 211. You know, I've heard people in this room say how much they feel for these people. These are my neighbors. You can't say, I agonize over this decision. You cannot say, these poor people, but hey, let's stick it to them again. Don't you dare do that. Follow the regulations, follow the law, even if you have not been doing it up until this point. We require it. Thank you.
Matt Long. Matt Long.
Thank you. Christine, can you pull up that item 21 again from our new regulations? While she's doing that, I would just like to say that I'm worried what kind of effect this solar farm would have on our thriving sailfish community here in Hood County. That's tripled in the last 2 weeks. Thank you. So a solar farm is a power plant. It also includes battery storage facilities, and it's massive. And so you can see the end there, that if it's deemed appropriate by the Director of Development or the Commissioner's Court, that they should have to submit the checklist items included in item number 21 that we passed last week. So in my opinion, they should submit a concept plan just by the sheer magnitude of the project. And also on a personal note, according to 5.2A of our water quality district description, is that any development in the water quality district should enhance recreational opportunities, and I don't believe this does. So thank you.
The next speaker is Robert Slater, otherwise known as Bob Slater.
Look, this is easy. I'm going to make it quick. So many fine people have made great presentations so far covering it. And, you know, I wouldn't touch this one with a barge pole. That's kind of how I look at it. The letter, you start with a letter, you start with, I think, some executives at European Energy waking up one morning and saying, we have the Biden infrastructure redemption, whatever the legislation that was passed last year. How can we finance this? And we can get better financing on this if we push it up and try again. And that's probably what stimulated this whole request, if you kind of look at the background of it. If you highlight what's going on, you have new technology. Batteries, basically, under BESS, are new technologies. And the Moss Landing fire, which was disastrous, which occurred, I believe, in January of 25, created a whole new set of court-related regulations. Has anyone looked into those? Have they been addressed? You've also got issues that relate to the Infrastructure Act, the Texas Infrastructure Act, and let's be honest, Chinese products are everywhere, so who's to say whether they're involved or a part of these batteries? And pollution is a big part of all of this as well. I do that for Sandy because she said if I didn't say something on pollution, she would, you know what. Also, Tornado Alley, aren't we in a major area here where weather does play a role, hail, tornadoes? I think there are so many reasons to say no. It's obvious on the face of it. And when the attorney, let me just say, for those of you concerned about judicial review, and I know many of you are, when the attorney tells us no, why aren't we listening to the attorney? The Moss Landing lawsuits, by the way, claims for the fire in 25 in Monterey, California, now exceed 300 million, perhaps more. So if you want to look into that, just as a starter, think about that in terms of what's going on with respect to a BESS development. It's emerging technology. We don't know how to exactly deal with all of it. And it's a significant part of a hybrid utility, which is being proposed by a European operation. And I get it all. I understand how capitalism works. People invest in, you know, run up a trial balloon, see if anyone opposes it. And that's a little bit of what's going on here. But from beginning to end, I would say it's a no. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mary Jo Blomquist.
My name is Mary Jo Bloomquist, and I'm a resident of Pecan Plantation. I'm here to ask you to deny the proposed 800-acre solar project plan for the banks of the Brazos River directly across from a community of more than 8,000 residents. Without a concept plan, the county has no information about drainage, water runoff, erosion control, or hazardous material handling, or impacts to the water quality district. Proceeding without this required stage would violate the county's own development process. Texas law is clear about your authority and your responsibility to the residents of Hood County. Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 231, Subchapter K states that the powers granted to Hood County exist for three purposes. Number one, to promote public health, safety, peace, morals, and general welfare. Two, to encourage recreation. And three, to safeguard and prevent the pollution of the county's rivers and lakes. In addition, Texas Health and Safety Code 121.003 states that the Commissioners Court may enforce any law that is reasonably necessary to protect public health. These are not optional powers, these are your duties. Hood County's own development permit regulations reinforce this responsibility. Section 1.2 states that these regulations exist to protect the watershed that drains into Lake Granbury and the Brazos River from the ill effects of pollution and uncontrolled development. Section 1.5 states that the Commissioners Court has both the authority and the obligation to protect public health, safety, and welfare, and the court has been given special responsibility under Subchapter K to protect the water resources for residents in all of Texans who use these waters. The development process is also kind of clear. A concept plan is the first required stage. If a subdivision plat or infrastructure development plan is needed, that's the second stage. Then Section 4.1C states a site development plan is the first stage in the development process where no subdivision plat or infrastructure development plan is required prior to development of the land. Either way, a concept plan or a site development plan must exist before any project can move forward. This developer has submitted neither. An 800-acre industrial project cannot legally advance without completing the very first step of the county's own process. The proposed solar farm sits on in the Brazos River Quality District, where development must meet even stricter standards. The purpose of this district is to preserve water quality and prevent pollution. Large-scale industrial projects must demonstrate they will not impair the water quality, increase erosion, or introduce contaminants to the watershed. This project has provided none of this information. And as mentioned before, there's a pair of returning bald eagles nesting on the banks of the river behind the pecan plantation clubhouse. They have 3 eaglets. One of the most common killers of eagles is lead poisoning. It takes a tiny amount of lead to kill an eagle. Solar panels contain lead and other hazardous materials. In the developers' frequently asked questions on their website, it says the project includes comprehensive wildlife protection measures. 1, buffer zones around sensitive areas, and 2, adjusting timelines to avoid critical seasons and preserving existing habitat. I would say now is critical season. Yet no concept plan or site development plan has been submitted showing how these promised protections would be implemented on this 800-acre site directly across from the eagle's nest. Before any project of this scale can even be considered, the county should require proof of a decommissioning bond with TCEQ, a fire emergency plan, documentation showing that all critical components comply with the Lone Star Infrastructure Act. None of this has been provided. The law is clear, your own regulations are clear, and the risks to the Brazos River, to the surrounding community, and to the protected wildlife are significant. Approving this project of this magnitude without a concept or site development plan would contradict the very purposes of Subchapter K and Hood County development regulations. Thank you.
All right. The next speaker is Robin Sutherland.
Good afternoon, commissioners and the judge. Thanks for letting me speak. I'm just going to try to make points that haven't been said yet. I keep rewriting my notes because many people have already said things that I was going to say. One is I did some research, and just so you're aware, industrial scale solar farms, I guess you can call them, are known to have catastrophic water effects. So based on stormwater runoff, either during construction or even after. Because if you think about if it just rains on your land, the water just seeps in. But when you have solar panels or any other construction, the rain runs off, and then you've got, ditches and stuff. Just, it has to be considered, will it impact our, river, since it's right, their position, rain lilies position right, around the bend of the river. So just consider that. Something that I didn't know, but some of the largest solar energy companies out there, one that I found an example of, Next ERA, has incurred over $37 million in penalties for violations that they've had in their solar energy facilities. Well, they don't really care. They have the money, they pay the fee and go on, regardless of what happens to the wildlife and the people and the health, whatever the violation was. So just be aware. I didn't know about that. And I did read that some early, especially large solar farms, there's one in California, billion-dollar business went out of business, and it's just a graveyard of solar panels, because that methodology, technology has changed over time, and things get ruined and things evolve. And so I highly suggest we have a decommission plan of solar panels if they're allowed in here at all. Because they might be out of date, who knows when, just as a consideration. And then one last little fact I didn't even consider, that did you know that from the air, birds, especially those that like water, see a solar farm and think there's a lake, and they're landing in the lake and they're solar panels. So there's ways, I guess, they can spread apart solar panels so you don't have like that lake effect to our, flying wildlife. Just something else I read about. So that's all I had to add to everyone else. Thank you.
The next speaker is Bob Lusk.
Hello, Judge. How you doing? Greetings. Bob Lusk is my name. I'm a fisheries biologist. I'm in my 47th year in the private sector. I get to roam the nation designing fishing lakes. People ask me how I'm doing. I tell them I lead a pretty cool life, and I really do. As a matter of fact, my career started when I was 14 years old in the Brazos River. I got to roam around in August of 1969 before there was water in the lake. And so I was been able to parlay a career into that. And now my wife and I have circled back and retired on the river, so our 13 grandkids can come skip rocks and play in the river. I want to come at this from a biology standpoint. I study water a lot. I'm on the wildlife committee at Pecan Plantation, and a couple of years ago we started a river water quality monitoring program, and one of the parameters we look at is the temperature. And on an August day, when the river is running normally at around 19 cubic feet per second, the water temperature is 88 degrees. And in the morning, it might be 75. So it fluctuates 10 to 12 degrees. Well, when you got 810 acres of glass roofs out there, and you get a 2-inch pop-up shower on a August afternoon, that's almost 45 million gallons of water that has to go somewhere. And the solar panels can be from 130 to 160 degrees that time of day. And when that rainwater hits those, my question is what happens to the water? My gut reaction is it's going to get hot. And water at 100 degrees kills grass, it kills native plants. If that 100-degree water, if that's all it is coming into the river, all it's got to do is raise the temperature of the river 6 degrees, and that can kill every invertebrate in that stretch of the water. It can kill fish, and then the consequences of that is likely to lead to a blue-green algae bloom. So there's some ecological things that I think, questions that need to be asked and need to be answered. And I've searched the literature specifically about solar panels. I've not found anything that even talks about that piece. So my concern is the river, and we love the river, and we all live downstream, And when I go talk to a client about building a lake on their property, the first thing I tell them is, let's do the due diligence. Because the minute that heavy equipment shows up, it starts changing that landscape, you're changing the ecology of that area for 5 generations past you, then ask them, what'd your great-great-grandparents do for a living? Do you know? So what you're getting ready to do, Mr. Landowner, is set the stage for something that's going to happen, years down the road, and with a project as this, when you take that cucumber and you stick it in the vinegar, it's a pickle. And you're not going to make it a cucumber again. So I just wanted to give pause for you guys to think about that piece and give it some consideration with this site planning stuff. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Brooke Taylor.
Hello. Thank you first for the opportunity to speak. I'm Brooke Taylor with EE North America. I am the project manager for Rain Lily Solar and Storage Project. I've spoken and met with a lot of you in this room, and I'm happy to be here to talk in front of the Commissioner's Court. As you know, we have asked the county to consider our project and the regulations under which it was developed over the last several years. It's always been our goal to be good partners in this community. Over the last few years, we've attended commissioners' courts, we've attended some development commission meetings, we've had numerous meetings with county staff, community members, the likes. All of these were in pursuit of understanding what your concerns are. Today, with me, to accompany this request, I brought some of my team members who can speak directly to some of the concerns that we've heard today and over the past. So first, I have our engineering lead, Abhishek. He is with the Wood Group, and he can talk about the solar project design and how we meet applicable codes. We also have our battery storage lead, Aaron Barker. He's with Fractal Energy Storage Consultants. He can give an overview of battery safety, which I know is a top concern. Lastly, we have environmental leads, Doug Hagemeyer and David Van Gorder, who've spoken here before. They are very knowledgeable about the environmental protection measures that we've taken for this project. Lastly, I have Michael Klein, who is the head of project development at EE North America, and who has also spoken here at the Commissioner's Court previously. He will give a little bit of overview of EE North America and our continued commitment to this community. I hope that these speakers provide some clarity to everyone here and confidence that we have thought out this project, it is well designed, and we are doing everything in our power to be a positive addition to the community. Thank you.
Ms. Taylor, do you have an objection to submitting a concept plan?
I will let our team talk about that, if that's okay with you.
Okay, I guess we'll go on to the next speaker.
The next speaker is Abhishek Rao.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners, and community members. My name is Abhishek Rao, and I work with Wood Group. We are a large engineering firm that we are the owner's engineer for Rain Lily, and I've been leading its design and engineering for the last 2 years now. So I'd like to speak a little about the technical aspects of the project and maybe address some of the comments that I've heard today. And I've worked in the energy industry for over 13 years. I went to grad school in Arizona, and I've been doing this in a lot of different states. I design a lot of megawatts and have also designed, installed, and commissioned a lot of projects across the US, in Hawaii, in California, North Carolina, Virginia, also Texas. So I have a lot of experience that I want to bring today to your consideration. So I'll take a few minutes to speak to the technical aspects. I'll be focusing on compliance of codes and standards and regulations. I'll speak to drainage of stormwater, and then a little bit about water use, because I know that's come up today. I'll speak to hail impact and how we mitigate hail damage, because we've had a few projects that we've dealt with in the past, and we've had some lessons learned that I want to bring today to the forum today. And lastly, to the visual impact. So because we've as our colleagues spoke today, we've had a lot of reconnaissance and site visits, and we've conducted assessments of the visual impacts or the aesthetics of the project. So first and most importantly, compliance to code standards and regulations. I want to assure you that our project is designed to meet and exceed all federal, state, and international code standards and regulations. In many cases, we exceed them. That is for both solar and the battery storage system. I'll speak to fire safety because that's a big issue. I know I live in California and I've looked at the Moss Landing fire. We've had a lot of lessons learned, and technology has moved on from that point on. And so that technology today is vastly different from any of the projects that we've seen before. So in terms of fire safety, this project will meet Texas adopted fire code. And we've spoken with the fire marshal on the subject as well. It will also be meeting NFPA and IFC codes and standards. These are international standards that sometimes cover things that Texas adopted fire code doesn't adopt. So our project is complying and exceeding those standards and regulations. When it comes to grid reliability, our design meets and exceeds federal standards set out by FERC, which is the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's reliability standards. And we also use equipment certified to UL, IEC, and IEEE standards, which are international standards that also regulate grid reliability. So I want to assure you that any faults or anything that happens on our project is isolated to the project and is not transferred to the grid. So it will not be affecting any of the local grid operations. For cybersecurity, I know that's been an issue that's come up. So our project will be complying with all relevant standards. That includes the National North American Electric Reliability Corporation's standards, which are the Critical Infrastructure Protection or CIP standards. And we will also be complying with Texas code, which is the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act. And I want to spend a few minutes on how we achieve that. We do this through a multi-pronged approach. We thoroughly vet our supply chain. We are committed to only procuring equipment compliant to the LSIPA through US and allied countries. So that's a commitment to the code today. And then we implement advanced control and communications protocols. So only authorized personnel have access to the power plant's control systems. Nobody that doesn't have authority can access it. There's firewalls and segmentation that prevent any kind of outside intrusion. We also continuously monitor for threats, and we also train our operators to respond and neutralize threats as they come up. Secondly, drainage and stormwater. And I know I'm running out of time, but I'm happy to take questions, and I'll stay here after my time is over to take any questions from the commissioners or community members.
I'll just state the obvious, is this is exactly why you need to submit a concept plan, so that you can put all that information down for the public and the commissioners to review. That's it.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Aaron Barker.
Good afternoon, commissioners, judge, members of the court, members of the community. Thank you for your time today. My name is Dr. Aaron Barker. I'm with Fractal Energy Storage Consultants. We have been supporting European Energy North America on a number of their projects, including Rain Lily, for over 3 years now. My background is in energy systems, project evaluation, and infrastructure diligence. I spent 3 years at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, working on DOE and DOD critical security projects. And I spent the last 4 years at Fractal focused on battery energy storage projects. Over that time, I've worked on hundreds of engagements looking at the technical, commercial, and financial sides of projects like this. Our sister company to Fractal, Fractal EMS, monitors, manages, or helps to operate over 20 gigawatt hours of battery storage, making them one of the largest monitoring and operating firms in the US and worldwide. So my role here is to provide independent technical perspective on battery storage. Our firm has worked with a wide range of storage projects, technologies, counterparties, and financing processes, and we have more than 1,000 engagements under our belt. What I hope gives credibility here is that we function as a neutral party. We're not a developer, we're not an equipment vendor, we don't hold equity or any other financial interest in any of these projects, this one or any others. So our job is to evaluate the projects as they are and to pressure test them against what the banks, financiers, insurers, engineers, owners, and the communities will accept. Our credibility depends on calling these things as we see them. So battery storage exists because it provides grid reliability, it supports power quality, it reduces power prices, and can help to reduce peak energy costs by storing energy when it's cheaper and then supplying it when it's needed most. It's fair to acknowledge that, like many parts of modern infrastructure, battery systems carry risk. But risk is not the same thing as unreasonable danger, and it's not a basis by itself to reject a project that's designed to modern standards. We routinely build and use infrastructure around the world that involves managed risk. But the relevant question is whether the project is using established technology, following recognized codes, and incorporating the safety measures that this industry now requires. In my opinion, that's the right lens here. And on that front, this industry has made major progress. Battery projects today use far more sophisticated monitoring, detection, suppression, separation, and emergency planning than they did even just a few years ago. Even in my 4 years at Fractal, the landscape has changed quite a lot. The codes and standards have continued to develop as well, and those include the IFC, the NFPA 855, UL 9540A, and other codes. And at Fractal, we evaluate projects based on whether they meet these applicable standards and whether the safety systems are robust and whether it fits within normal accepted practice for this type of infrastructure. Now, I can say that Rain Lily is being designed to meet Texas adopted fire codes, NFPA, IFC, and UL 9540A, and that is a top priority on the project. The consultation has also involved Hood County Fire Marshal. So for us, battery safety boils down to three things, and with this, I'll try to address some of the things that we've heard today. So battery safety is ultimately a multi-layered approach, and the first thing is choosing the right technology. So we've heard about other battery fires and chemistries and technologies today. A lot of those, even more than 3 years ago, were NMC or nickel metal cadmium batteries. So those use cobalt, they use nickel. They're much more harmful materials, they're harmful to mine, and they're harmful when they burn. That is no longer the accepted standard of battery, and virtually no stationary energy storage system will use that anymore. So LFP is very stable, it's very resistant to thermal runaway. It takes about 500 or 600 degrees Fahrenheit to get those things to start to run away. So it really takes a major defect for that to happen. So that chemistry is the same one that we have in our phones, and there's probably 1 billion of those out there. We carry them around in our pockets, and we don't worry too much about that day to day. On top of that, we have rigorous procurement practices, so I may have to fight Abhishek for it, but hopefully we'll be procuring the battery storage on behalf of EE for these projects. And that involves vetting the suppliers, the supply chains, the technology that's involved, and ensuring that it follows all applicable safety standards. This year, so far, 3 months in, we've procured 1 gigawatt already, and we are rigorous in making sure that these companies are following those standards, whether they are domestic or foreign suppliers. So on top of that, one of the services that our firm offers, as I mentioned, is the monitoring and management of these batteries. So we have a 24/7 monitoring and management facility that's based in Austin, Texas. It is staffed exclusively by ex-Navy nuclear engineers. It's a NERC SIP compliant facility. It's also Texas Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act compliant. So that should hopefully help alleviate some of those concerns. All of that monitoring hardware and equipment is US made, domestic programmed, and operated by US employees. And just to follow up here, this is more of a personal note, but I do believe that EE North America is a very credible project sponsor. In my experience, they have a track record of investing substantially more time, money, and effort into project development than a lot of others in the market. One of the biggest differences between strong projects and weak ones is whether the sponsor is willing to do the hard work early, to spend real money, and to take safety, design, and development seriously. EE has a reputation for doing that.
Just on that note, then there shouldn't be any, if you're willing to do the hard work, then there should be no issue with putting all the information that you've just told us verbally in a concept plan. And that's what the regulations state. So thank you very much for coming and providing all that information. And I didn't thank the previous two speakers. Thank you for coming and saying all that.
Yes, sir.
With all this progress in technology that you've done, is there any company that will give you any kind of indemnification against it? These batteries burst and fine like they did in. Yes.
Yes.
Well,
So we don't know that yet, and on most of these projects, they're large enough and expensive enough that typically 5 to 10 insurers will share that risk. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. So yes, ultimately.
How would you finance the entity to begin with? Would you finance through debt or equity?
That is entirely up to the project sponsor of this company. Typically, they're a mix of both.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, the next speaker is Doug Hagemeyer.
Commissioners, Doug Hagemeyer from Austin, Texas area. I'm here on behalf of Rain Lily Project. I'm also an employee of ICF. ICF is a very, very large environmental consulting firm. We've been working with European Energy on a number of projects.
Use your outside voice.
Sorry.
Just, yeah, there you go.
Like that? Okay, sorry, it's a low voice here. Just very quickly, I am a native Texan. I've lived in most central Texas for most of my life. In fact, I spent some time on the Paluxy as a child down at Glen Rose. My dad was the first United Methodist Church preacher of Glen Rose. When I got out of the military, I came back to Glen Rose, and then actually I lived north of town here in a trailer house and worked down at Comanche Peak for a while. So I have roots in this area. I understand what it is to live and work in Hood County. That said, I also have done environmental consulting for almost 40 years. I have advanced degrees in biology, aquatic ecology, and have supported projects for US EPA, the Federal Emergency Management Administration, and a large number of public and private entities, including the state of Texas. And so we don't come to this lightly. When we look at infrastructure, it's important that we develop it in a manner that is consistent with laws and with good environmental stewardship. So let me give you a quick rundown. The Rain Lily project, we started on this project. I've been with it since the conception, well, really almost 3 years ago. We evaluated about 2,000 acres. So we don't start with the end product. We start with where would I like to be, and then what do I need to protect to get there? So we evaluated basically the Abbey Bend, the entire Abbey Bend, 2,000 plus acres. We looked for environmentally sensitive areas. We looked for constraints. We looked for threatened and endangered species. We conducted surveys for threatened and endangered species. We coordinated the results of those surveys with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. In fact, we also coordinated the protection and setback of the bald eagle nest across from pecan plantation with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. We have approval from U.S. Fish and Wildlife for our proposed plan for protection of that property. We have evaluated and spent quite a bit of time evaluating the physical setting of that environment, including the Brazos River. The Brazos River obviously is a receptor of rainwater. We are adamant in how we approach project development so that we're addressing it both from a physical effect issue, rain comes down, absolutely lands on solar panels. Fortunately, the modern solar panel doesn't sit still. So many, many years ago, solar panels were a fixed object, and so there was a great argument that rain came down and then landed all in the same place. It no longer really does that. Solar panels are rotating to match the sun, and so that rain is actually hitting the ground in many places. And then we're actually planting plants that are good at absorbing that water. So the idea here is very simple. Our runoff is high quality water. It's not soil, right? That's kind of the objective. To further kind of carry that thinking, we evaluated both the native and existing plants on the site. The site heavily disturbed by agriculture, so some of that site is actually going to be restored when we develop this project, restored to native grasses and flowers for pollinator species. So in order to do that, we both applied our own biologists, but also we reached out to Marcia Miller at the Prairie Rose chapter of the Native Plant Society of Texas, and she's out of Glen Rose, so she's the local chapter. And the whole objective here was very simple. We wanted to hear what they thought would be appropriate native plants that we could establish on the project area. And that included not just the grasses and the flowers, but also what shrubs and trees might do well as well. And in fact, shrubs and trees will be incorporated if needed for further screening, and visual screening is always a consideration. So that's another aspect of our project. And finally, the studies that I started with, that 2,000 acres, as you can see on the screen, we're down to 810. That's called avoidance. We're not in the floodplains. We're not impacting any jurisdictional waters of the U.S. We're not impacting any threatened endangered species or protected species, including the bald and golden eagles, primarily the bald eagles in Texas. And then we're also protecting the environment in terms of water quality. The water doesn't discharge directly to the river. It's absorbed into the ground or it's captured. So there's not really a water quality discharge issue, and in so doing, we're protecting the endangered species. Finally, lastly, we're also interested in the human environment, and my colleague David is going to tell you a little bit about how we've addressed that.
I have a question.
Okay.
So you mentioned that the panels, and you've told me before that the panels move based on wind and potential hail.
Right.
So what about dust and sand? Do you have to clean them?
Yeah, so sometimes we do. The reality is, though, that a solar farm, and a modern solar farm, doesn't require a continuous washing, and I can let the engineers speak to that, but the reality is that we anticipate that the ranch is probably using about 25,000 a year right now. We probably will not exceed that. We'll have 25 to 30,000 gallons of water a year, not hundreds of thousands or millions of gallons, 25,000 gallons a year for washing panels.
You're anticipating using the existing wells for water?
Maybe, or we'll just truck it in. It's really not that much water. So, and then I believe we're probably going to we've been evaluating a firewater tank, although that's not in my purview, so I'll leave that to the engineers, but that would be another way to maintain water on site if we needed to.
I know I'm sounding like a broken record, but just again, another reason to submit a concept plan so that it's very clear where the water's coming from.
How many completed projects do you have just like this one in the United States?
Do I need to answer that question? Yes. I work for a company that has permitted over 50% of all the renewable energy projects in this state. And we are the leading state for renewable energy in the United States. So that gives you a little bit of a clue.
You have done these projects for this company in the United States, or you've done it for other companies?
We support multiple projects for European energy at the moment. I also support many other companies doing renewable energy.
Is there a company, a situation where you've done this, which we could look at if we wish to, that would be just similar to this? If we're looking apples to apples.
So I would consider answering that question, but I would have to ask my clients because they all require me to sign a non-disclosure agreement.
Time's up.
As long as we're in Q&A, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Are you within a half a mile of Brazos, inside of the water district? It's like on the map.
We, as in the edge of the project, yes, we're within a half a mile. We are not in the floodplain at all.
I wasn't asking about the floodplain. Specific water control, quality water. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker is David Van Gardner.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. I'll be quick and I'll be loud. My name is David Van Gorder and I represent the interests of the Rain Lily Solar Project. I wanted to take a few minutes to talk about how intentionally we've worked alongside the county and the community throughout the process. From the very beginning, our goal is to be present, responsive, and collaborative, not just to meet the requirements, but to be a good partner and neighbor. We've been very engaged in the development regulation process, attending development commission meetings, participating in hearings, and speaking directly here in Commissioner's Court. These ongoing conversations and feedback have been important to us because they help ensure we understand concerns as they come up and allow us to address them directly. We've also spent a lot of time coordinating with county staff, commissioners, and your consultants on the master thoroughfare plan, specifically the plans to extend Mitchell Bend Highway. We recognize how critical long-term transportation planning is, and we've worked to recommend an alignment for this project in a way that supports both county needs and our project goals. We know that noise is a sensitive issue for nearby residents, so we went beyond baseline requirements and conducted additional due diligence through our noise study to make sure the project would not be a nuisance to neighboring residents. And finally, on fire safety, we've worked closely with the county fire marshal to understand and determine what codes and fire protection measures best support safe and responsible battery energy storage systems operations. We truly appreciate the county's engagement and guidance, and we remain committed to transparency, safety, and being a responsible part of this community. And we have asked, Commissioner Samuelson, we have asked multiple times if we needed to get a concept plan to your group. And that's all
The
I have.
regulations state that you do.
At least 2,000 acres, is that right? Because did the fire slide show that it's 810 acres you're going to use, but you have agreements now where you have 2,000 acres, 2,500 acres under lease. Is that right? I'm not trying to get this squared away.
I think that's right.
So.
I think that's right.
It's a phasing, staging arrangement whereby we're going to use the first 800 acres for what you're doing now, and then the next will be what you propose in the future. How are you going to use that?
Michael's coming after me. He'll be able to answer that question. Yeah, thanks.
The next speaker is Michael Klein.
And apologies if I'm a little bit of a light speaker. I'm an engineer, so this is usually not my forte.
You speak into the mic.
Speak into the mic.
I'm really having trouble hearing you guys.
Okay, sounds
Thank
good.
you.
Hello, County Judge, Massengill, and Commissioners. It's nice to be back in front of you today. The last time I was here, I asked how long I should keep my remarks, and as I remember, the County Judge said short, so I will keep my closing remarks as brief as possible. Before I start, I want to thank all of you for your time today, and the community members who are here. And I would also like to thank our presenters walking through the progress of where we're at with the project and what we've done so far in regards to the Rain Lily project. From engineering to design to battery storage safety to our environmental stewardship approach and community engagement efforts, I'm very proud to be part of this team and proud of the work that EE North America has done. Rain Lily is a project shaped not only by our experts, but by community members. With that, I want to step back and frame what you've heard today around a few core commitments that guide how we develop projects at EE North America. First, our goal with the Rain Lily project is to be a net positive to this community. That's not a slogan. It's a development philosophy. It means real tax revenue for Hood County, local construction jobs and jobs during operations, land payments to the participating landowners, which we can all see the ground leases here. And finally, our goal is always to be good neighbors for decades to come. Every technical decision that our team has walked you through today was made with that principle in mind and input from not only the community, but commissioners and staff members. Second, we are committed to being transparent and reliable partners. We have welcomed every opportunity to sit down with county leadership, commissioners, staff, community members to answer questions, hear concerns, and work together. That's not going to change, however today goes. We thank the county for listening, for collaborating, and for being willing to meet with us on numerous occasions through this process. We sincerely hope to continue that relationship as this project moves forward. Finally, I want to close with a respectful request. This project has been developed over several years in good faith reliance on the guidance, the feedback, and the regulatory framework that was in place throughout that process through the many years that we've been here in the county. We've invested significantly in time, in resources, and in this community based on that framework that we have established many years ago when we first started to talk about this project. We respectfully ask that the court that it honors the guidance that was provided and continuity in the regulations under which this project was developed. We're proud of this project. We're proud to be here. We're proud of this community. And thank you very much for your time. I also am happy to answer a few questions that came earlier from community members, and our entire team is here to answer any questions from the commissioners, from staff, or legal. Additionally, we also, who has not presented, is Heather in the back. She's with Butler Snow. She's our legal counsel as well. She's happy to answer any regulatory questions as well. Thank you.
So just to be clear, you didn't write this letter?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Or no one from Rain Lily wrote this letter?
No, ma'am.
Did you provide any information that went into this letter?
I would have to talk with my team to see what communications have happened over the last few weeks. From what I've heard from my team today, we have not drafted the verbiage in this letter. I believe, and please do not quote me on this, but this is what I believe has happened, is that this is previous verbiage from previous letters that county staff have issued under previous guidance with previous projects. So for example, the Yellow Viking project, which started before I joined EE North America, had a very similar letter with very similar language in it as well. And so it's been our belief over the many years that similar letters like this would be the guidance for this project. Thank you for your time.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Are we in a public hearing? Okay.
So currently there is no plan for additional phases for this project. I will also add that I cannot disclose I would put the apple on the Bible if we have a Bible with us. But no, there's no additional phases. And I can explain why if the commission will allow me shortly. There is a lot of grid information that's out there for injection capacity within the grid. We evaluated the 5 different transmission lines that are on the project currently. The line that we are interconnecting that's with Brazos Electric Co-op that actually ties all the way back to Granbury in the substation at Mission Granbury. That is the line that had the proper injection capacity for our project. And so there's no additional injection capacity that we've been able to see for that line in particular. So no, we do not have any plans. So utilities are always upgrading their systems for reliability. I cannot speak for Brazos Electric Co-op. They're a partner of ours and we've been working closely on this project with them. So I will not speak on their behalf. The grid is constantly changing.
So just to I'm just going to ask.
We got one more speaker. Thank you.
Yep,
okay.
Absolutely.
Well, I do have
One
some questions.
question, and then we're moving on. Go ahead.
So I will let Doug answer those questions. I'm not an environmental expert, and as a professional engineer, I don't want to speak on a subject that I'm not versed in. So, Doug, would you mind?
Could we repeat that question, please?
dirt daubers.
Could we repeat that question? They're not going to be really incentivized to hang out on the panels. They can if they want to. They're going to want to be in the shade, right? Isn't that where you always see them, under the eaves of your house? Right. So the reality is that insects, especially bees or pollinators, especially dirt daubers and wasps, they are predatory insects. They need other insects to survive. So they're just going to be there in the natural concentration that they normally are. It's not going to be any superpopulation because, in fact, there's not that much food out there, right? So they're not going to be any more dirt daubers than there already are in that field, because that field only has so many flowers and so many insects. So.
Are you asking?
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. We've already committed to doing pollinator habitat and native seed mix for the site. And just to give a little bit of context, because the site has been developed as a sand mine for 20 years, the landowner has gone ahead and restored a lot of the grasses that are there. And our goal is to restore even more of the land, because it is, in a lot of ways, a brownfield site.
Mr. Klein, so yes, like you and your team have been in the process of doing all the things that are on your website over several years. And as I mentioned, you came by my office right
Many
before
times.
and right before the first moratorium, and mentioned that you could have submitted a concept plan that day. And you have all this documentation. Your team has been speaking to all this documentation. So why not just write it down and put it in the concept plan as the regulations state?
So I will say this: we follow all local, state, and federal codes and standards and guidance from federal, state, and local officials.
Okay, so our document says that a concept plan is required.
I would rather have our counsel from Butler Snow to talk about the legalese, because I'm not a lawyer.
Okay.
However, I will say, as many of you know in this court, we have worked very closely, especially with county staff and commissioners, to do everything we can to meet or exceed the standards that have been presented in front of us.
Yeah.
And as we have been in communication with the commissioners for almost 2 years, I think I remember even sitting in your office 9 months ago to more than that to talk about this project. Nowhere in those conversations were conceptual plans brought up at that time. It wasn't until extremely recently that conceptual plans have been brought to our attention in any way, shape, or form in that regard.
But it's, you knew. But you knew about it because you said that I could have submitted my concept plan yesterday and got in before the moratorium. The moratorium didn't pass. So like I said, I'm fully expecting you to bring it to my office the next day after or bring it to Clint's office the next day after the moratorium or soon thereafter.
Commissioner Samuelson, I will state again, we follow all guidance from federal, state, and local officials, especially when it comes to regulatory requirements.
Well, good. Then I'll expect the concept plan. I'll be expecting the concept plan since it's our regulation.
Last speaker, Joe Fritz.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Appreciate you letting me speak. My name is Joe Fritz. My wife and I are 18-year veterans of pecan plantation. We love it there. After listening to this today, I'm not going into any other information. All of it's really been presented. What it comes down to, from my point of view, listening to all of this, is that I would like to see that we follow through with the regulations, the new regulations that are on the books, evidently. We get a site plan, we get a concept plan, we get stuff in black and white from these folks. Because once that horse is out of the barn and going, it's going to be hard to pull the reins back on anything and stuff. The things besides that, look at the financial impact that this is going to have on our community, especially pecan. We love it. We love the river. We love our view across the river. Obviously, that changes as sand plants and everything else. But I can tell you, I'm not real excited about looking over at a bunch of solar panels across the river. You know, somebody already alluded earlier today, when you drive around Amarillo and everywhere else, out 67, and you're looking at those solar panels, it's not the prettiest thing to look at. So the financial impact of that, people, realtors trying to sell houses, you're showing people and they look across the river and they see that, it's going to have an impact. Those people's house values are going to go down, so it's going to have an impact. Environmental, Bob Lusk already talked about that. The water running off, changing, we are stewards. We are responsible for what we do. So that's the primary thing. So where I'm going with this is that this court are stewards of Hood County. It's your responsibility to do the best for us. I ask you not to proceed with this letter. Honestly, I'd ask you to have them go someplace else. Thank you.
That's the last speaker. Okay. Motion second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Samuelson to, what was it, not
Was to deny the letter.
to deny the letter? Is that what it was, to deny the letter to proceed with the development for the Rain Lily project? As no concept plan, to deny the project or for the Rain Lily project.
Well,
Second by
well,
Commissioner.
just be clear, it's not to deny the project. All it's to do is to deny sending them a letter that says they don't have to follow our process.
Okay, that's what it is. You got that, Christine? Okay, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it unanimously. And with that, we're going to take a break before we get into the consent agenda. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. Does any commissioner wish to pull anything or modify anything on the consent agenda, or do I hear a motion?
Second.
All right, a motion made by Commissioner Wilson to approve the consent agenda as stated, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries 4-0. Commissioner Samuelson's not here. Next, we're going to take financial first.
Okay.
To let her get out of here if she's got young children. So we got Stephanie Matlock, our auditor, please. Yes, ma'am. What do you got?
Good afternoon. I'd like the court to consider the certification of payment of invoices for the period February 27, 2026 through March 12, 2026. Discuss vendor payments over $10,000 and take appropriate action. Expenditures for March 24, 2026 Commissioners Court are $821,857.48. The auditor's office has reviewed all invoices and recommends payment.
Okay, do I hear a motion?
I move that we pay the invoices for the period February 27th, 2026 to March 12th, 2026, in the amount of $821,857.48.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Wilson to pay the bills in the amount of $821,857.48, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Next,
Okay.
accept the review of the Hood County Sheriff Jail Commissary and Inmate Funds records. Have you looked at those?
Yes, I recommend the court accepts them. My office has reviewed and provided you all the details of our audit.
And so you recommend we do it. So I hear a motion?
At the 2025 review of the Hood County Sheriff Jail Commissary and Inmate Funds financial records.
Second.
Okay, a motion been made by Commissioner Andrews to accept the 24-hour review of the Hood County Sheriff Jail Commissioner Commissary and Inmate Funds and financial records, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Thank you, Ms. Matlock, on that. And now we go back to development. Mr. Clint Head.
Court needs to set a public hearing for the Landings East Lot 3800 R1 and 3800 R2 in Precinct 2. Staff recommends setting the public hearing for the April 28th Commissioners Court.
Okay, April 28th.
I move that we set the public hearing for replat of the Landings East lots 3800 R1 and 3800 R2 for April 28th, 2026.
Okay, motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to set the replat for the Landings East for April the 28th, 2026, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Next, discuss and consider the recording of the Timberview Preserve Phase 2 according to the interlocal agreement, Parker County. Yes, sir.
Back in November 2025, of November 25th of 25, the court approved an interlocal agreement allowing Parker County to review and regulate this plat. It's been recorded in Parker County. We need the court to vote to allow it to be recorded in Hood.
Okay. Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to allow the recording of Timberview Reserve Phase 2 according to the interlocal agreement with Parker County.
Second.
Okay, a motion been made by Commissioner Andrews to approve the recording of the Timberview Preserve Phase 2 according to the interlocutory agreement, second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. C, discuss and consider the final plat of the Texas EMS DeCordova Edition, Lot 1, Block 1, Precinct 3.
This one's been a long time coming. They've had to go through some issues. This plat is being done to plat the 2.12 acres as required by statute. The property is in the road corridor district in Precinct 3, will be accessed an acting highway. They're proposing through an mutual access easement on the west side. The property will be served by AMUD water and could possibly be served by AMUD sewer or an on-site sewage facility, depending on how fast the development to the west gets done. There may be sewer available or they may have to do an on-site sewage facility. There are no public infrastructure dedications associated with this final plat. All comments have been addressed. Staff does recommend a conditional approval of this final plat contingent upon the recording of the shared access easement or text dot driveway approval.
Okay. All right, do I hear a motion?
I move that we approve the final plat for Texas EMS, Texas Addition, Lot 1, Block 1.
Can we amend that?
With conditional approval. Okay, do I hear a second? Second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. All right, now, public hearing to discuss and consider the dispatch of Comanche Cove, not Comanche Circle. All right, so at this time at 21 minutes till 3, we are convening into a public hearing. Yes, sir, Mr. Head.
All right, this public hearing is to discuss the replat of Comanche Cove, Section C, lots 426R, 428R, and 429R. This replat is being done to reconfigure 4 lots into 3, making them larger lots. The new lots will all be approximately 0.1 of an acre. The property is located in the Road Corridor District in Precinct 2. It's served by Monarch Utilities Water and on-site sewage facilities. The lots will access the existing Quail Run Trail. All comments have been addressed. Staff recommends approval as presented.
Okay, is anybody here to speak on the Comanche Cove edition? If not, at 20 minutes to 3, we go convene back into Commissioner's Court, and do I hear a motion?
I move to approve the replat of Comanche Cove, Section C, lots 426R, 428R, and 429R.
Motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to approve the replat of Comanche Cove, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0.
Judge, can we combine these last 2?
The last 2, I think we can. There's the same one on the same property, and we got, by the way, she's the first speaker because she was listed. She spoke at the last one on 18. She was the 25th speaker, but I thought she had spoken. So I'll put her as number 1, unless is she speaking on this one too? See, this is what she did. She went 9. No. That's 9. She meant it as 9 because she already spoke on 18, 1. Yeah. I don't think. Okay, well, that's all right. They don't know. I don't call it by numbers anyway. Okay? All right. Okay. Okay. Go ahead. All right.
Project Red Data Center and Project Yellow Data Center had a public hearing that was on March 4th, 2026. Due to time constraints, a continuance was requested and the court voted to grant this continuance. The applicants are here to speak and answer any questions.
Okay. We did recall that, and so who's going to speak? Let them come up and speak first, okay? State your name and who you with.
Yes, sir. Trace Strevey with Baird, Hampton, and Brown Engineers, representing both Project Red and Project Yellow. I don't want to redo everything that we talked about last time. It was a pretty extensive conversation last time, so I was just going to hit a couple of high points and then be available for questions. The development team.
Slow down a little bit.
Okay.
Put the mic in here.
Okay, I'll slow down.
That's a lot better.
All right.
And use your outside voice.
My outside voice, yes, ma'am. Again, I don't want to represent the entire case. We spent a lot of time on this last time. So I was just going to hit a couple of high points, address a couple of questions that came up from last time, and talk a little bit about water in response to Dr. Wolford. So a couple of quick things, just a reminder. The project was reviewed by your third-party engineer. It was deemed complete. But we have gone back and looked at specifically, there's 2 big differences. The first is that we did complete and submit yesterday our traffic impact analysis to address construction traffic. There were some valid points that were brought up. There are some problems at the intersection with Highway 144 and Mitchell Bend Highway. There are going to be some substantial improvements that are required at that intersection. And our team is planning to address that and fund that work. So again, a little bit of a difference between the site development permit application and the concept plan submittal. All that we have right now is the information that the level of service at that intersection is not going to be functional. So it will require more than likely signal improvements there that will be funded through TxDOT's advanced funding agreement. There's still some work to get all of that figured out, but we did get that data to everybody.
Like at 9 o'clock last night.
Yes, ma'am. We only had 2 weeks, so we really pushed our transportation team hard. Luckily, we already had the traffic volumes and the traffic data counted. So we were really just trying to get it before today so we could say, yes, there's a problem, no, there's not a problem. And we know what to do now to make sure that there's no problem. The second thing is on water. We do have now an executed final water supply agreement with the Brazos River Authority. That was working its way through their process last time. That's now complete. We have a source of water that's approved and more than adequate for our needs on the project. But regarding water, I'm going to read a statement. We do have a water consultant who couldn't be here today. So I'm just going to read from this, and then y'all can ask questions. We would be happy to organize an information seminar on data centers water usage, and we'll welcome anybody from the commissioners and Dr. Welford to attend. We understand water is a sensitive issue, and we want to make sure that people understand the facts from the myths about data center water usage. Project Red and Project Yellow's concept plans included information on the project's water use, and those water usage estimates are from analysis by experts. Dr. Wolford incorrectly overstated Project Red and Project Yellow's water usage by at least a factor of 20, though it's hard to state the exact figure because he didn't specify anything about his hyperscale data center facility systems or size. In fact, our project will utilize only a small fraction of water in use in the county today, anticipated to be only a few thousand gallons per day. Dr. Wolford in his presentation described both gas turbine-based power plants and nuclear power plants as the basis for his evaporative water consumption, but then attempted to align a data center with the same consumption. This is a false parallel. The speaker alleged that all data centers are evaporative cooled. This is also a false statement. The chillers used to cool the data center are air cooled, meaning they are not evaporative, do not actively consume water, as evaporative systems do. They are closed loop systems and there's no evaporations and they do not have blowdowns. Commissioner Andrews was correct. Contrary to what was stated by Mr. Wolford, this water minimizing design is usable at hyperscale facilities, and in fact, this design is standard for modern facilities being constructed today. Furthermore, Project Red and Yellow have an executed water agreement with the BRA, providing all the water to serve this project. We also have Carlos Rubenstein on standby. He is a former chairman of the Texas Water Development Board and a commissioner of the TCEQ, and is a member of the Texas Water Foundation. He's dialed in and listening. So those are the fundamental changes from last time to this: water source, construction impact. And again, we believe that we've submitted a complete application in compliance with all Hood County criteria for a concept plan.
BRA wasn't mentioned on your concept plan.
The industrial use. BRA owns the water that's feeding the industrial site there now. So the reuse application had to be approved by the BRA.
Would you submit that agreement to? Okay. So,
yeah, I'd be happy to.
Oh, is this it? No, this is something else. Okay.
We just got that this morning.
Okay.
The executed copy.
So who is the end user?
Well, and at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Tommy.
Okay.
Well,
I already have that.
Tommy, man, 500 Winstead Building, Land Use Council to Starwood. I was just going to address one of the ownership questions that was posed to us and hopefully clarify it. National CRE Holdings is a wholly owned affiliate of Starwood Capital. Starwood is headquartered in Miami. It is the entity that has a portion of this land under contract. The address in Florida is the address of the attorney that filed the certificate of formation for it in the state of Delaware and is the designated person to receive notices for National CRE Holdings. Greenland Capital is a separate entity that is also incorporated in Delaware with an agent in Texas, and Starwood has it under contract to purchase. So hopefully that clarifies what those entities are, and we provided the certificate of formation from Delaware for National CRE Holdings as well.
Still pretty cloudy. Cloud, sorry, that's a IT term. So, in the questions that I'd asked, okay, so let me just read it again. You said, I asked, provide evidence of the relationship between Starwood Digital Ventures and National CRE Holdings, LLC, and Greenland Capital, LLC, 801 Brickell Key Boulevard, Suite 609, Miami, Florida. Those are the names that are on the concept plans that were submitted, not Starwood. These are the names. Okay. Each of these owners of the land within the project has provided authorization to National CRE Holdings, LLC, and Greenland Capital, LLC, as applicable to process the concept plan applications. National CRE Holdings, LLC, and Starwood Digital Ventures are wholly owned affiliates of Starwood. Each entity is incorporated in the state of Delaware. 801 Brickell Key Road in Florida is the office of the attorney. That's what you just said. And he's just the registered, or he or she is just the registered agent.
Designated recipient of notices, yes. And also, if you look on the certificate of formation, that's the attorney. He's the one who filed that, Anthony, whose last name I will not be able to pronounce.
Okay. Probably. Okay. So just kind of looking at how these things happen, there's another entity that's at that same address. It looks like there's multiple unrelated LLCs registered to individual condo units at Brickell Key. So I guess that's just a condo where lots of attorneys live and are agents for LLCs. Is that kind of how the model works?
He's just an external counsel to Starwood, just like I am, whose office is at that location in Florida. That's just his office address.
Okay. Do you know somebody named Alessandro Cornali?
I don't.
Anyone? Okay. He's also at that same address.
I don't even, I mean,
LLC.
I'm their Texas Land Use Council. I verified who that is and what that address is. I don't actually know them.
So, seems to me this is how this happens, is there's multiple LLCs with the same obscure residential address, no public-facing business, generic names like Greenland and CRE Holdings, private investment group that uses layered shell entities. So what the investors that are hidden, and then the capital layer, then the project-facing layer, and then the project. So it's kind of a layered approach to the business model.
It ends at Starwood Capital and Starwood Digital Ventures. The practice of forming special entities to execute specific commercial real estate projects is commonplace. It happens on essentially every major commercial real estate project.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the purpose is to, looks like, to hide the investors.
No, it's often required by eventually the construction lender so that they have clear access to title should they ever have to execute their rights and things like that. They don't want it tangled up in the larger corporate umbrella. They want a specific entity for the project.
So it avoids those single-purpose entities created just for that a specific project, avoid public scrutiny and allow ease of sale and transfer through the LLCs.
I would disagree with that characterization.
Would or wouldn't?
I would disagree with it.
But it's during the research, it says that this is very common, as you said, for data centers, large infrastructure, large industrial projects in the early stages. So the true backers are not really visible. So
The parent company is very visible. The individual investors, correct. It is a
Yeah.
privately held company.
or who the end user will be, who will actually.
That's different, right? So those would be what other commercial real estate contexts would call a tenant, right? Who are going to put their servers in and
Yeah.
lease space from us in these buildings. So we'll build them and then we will lease out to customers. And we don't know who every one of those customers is yet.
Okay. So you said then another affiliate of Starwood is under contract to acquire Greenland Capital LLC. That entity is incorporated in Delaware. So as of today, this was just yesterday, so maybe something's changed today. But as of yesterday, Starwood had not purchased or acquired.
No, so there's essentially two transactions here. A land transaction. So there are various owners of this property. And there are real estate contracts both with National CRE Holdings as well as Greenland Capital to acquire all the land that is subject to this. The additional transaction is Starwood acquiring at a corporate level Greenland LLC. So that's how all of it eventually, if all the transactions close, becomes controlled and owned by Starwood as the developer of the project.
Okay. So why is Starwood's name not on the concept plan that was submitted?
Because legally, the entity that is under contract is National CRE Holdings. But National CRE Holdings is a wholly owned affiliate of Starwood.
Except one of them has both the names.
Portion of the land is under contract to Greenland Capital, which is why that name is on there as well. There's multiple real estate contracts and multiple owners involved in this assemblage.
Okay. Still seems like Starwood's name should have been on the concept plan if they're the developer, not the LLC.
If you'd like us to put Starwood's name on there, there's no objection to that.
So provide the articles, okay, so I asked to provide the articles of organization for both LLCs and show that they're in good standing, which I thought it was Florida because that's what was on the concept plan. But you said they're in Delaware, so the articles that are attached, which I just got this yesterday, so I haven't put them on the website, but I can, or maybe Christine already has. She's so fast. What was that? Oh, okay. So I don't think I sent it to you. I just got it late yesterday. Then this question, provide the exact names and addresses of, so why, let me ask you this, because right after the last court, I asked our county attorney and our assistant county attorney before I asked all these questions, which really prompted me to ask you these questions, because he tried to do the puzzle to figure out, I asked, what's the relationship between Starwood and these LLCs or any of these people's names in these LLCs? He couldn't find anything. So why was our county attorney not able to find the relationships between these LLCs and Starwood?
I don't know.
I mean, it wasn't, I'll show you let me see where, yeah. It's like, Anthony, can you tell me how to pronounce your last name again? Balistrieri, CEO Starwood, no relationship to National CRE Holdings, no relationship to Greenland Capital. Tommy Mann, no relationship, no relationship. Michael Langdon, no relationship. Starwood Capital Group, no relationship.
I don't know what you're reading from. I'm sorry.
It was just the research that our county attorney did to try to figure out the relationships between Starwood and the LLCs, because it was very unclear at the last.
Yeah.
You know, even you were conferring with each other to try to figure out how to answer the question. So.
Okay. Well, I've explained today.
Okay. So I asked about the data centers you mentioned that you had built. While the question is beyond the information requested for review and approval of a concept plan application, as stated at the previous hearing, a 10 gigawatt mentioned represents the collective experience of Starwood teams members across all of their projects. Experience including but not limited to projects with Starwood as the lead developer, employees of Starwood Digital Ventures, have worked at major data center development operating companies, including Digital Reality, Equinix,
Digital Realty.
Iron Mountain, and Cyrus One, as well as various hyperscalers. Okay, so when the question was asked, has Starwood, what data centers have you currently built or are operational? You mentioned all these different ones, but now you're saying as a company, Starwood, it's the individual players or employees that have worked at different data center projects. But as Starwood entity itself, has that, oh, that might be my next question, wasn't it? Okay. As a private investor and developer of data centers globally, Starwood does not publicly disclose its holdings. We would point to previous public statements regarding Starwood's activities in the sector. Okay, somebody found this. So is any of that accurate?
That is not a Starwood publication. That's an industry publication that was not informed by Starwood.
Oh, so that's not accurate.
I don't know.
Oh. Okay.
Our read of your question was, since it really doesn't have anything to do with concept plan approval, is are you dealing with a qualified and experienced team here? And the answer to that is unequivocally yes. Whether it's their experience at Starwood or the experience they brought before joining Starwood, this is a team with extensive experience in hyperscale data center development.
Yeah, the question is do you have a completed project that we could?
We do, but I can't disclose it, so I know that answer is going to frustrate you, but that's what's
You have a
before you.
completed project that's in operation somewhere in the United States, or maybe
Yes,
not
but
in the
they don't
United States.
disclose all of their holdings as a privately held company. So I promise I'm not trying to be cute or evasive. It's just how they're structured. But this is not a speculative land play or a group that has no idea how to build a data center. They know what they're doing.
Okay, so the next question was, you said you have projects that are operational and have 3 to 4 million square foot under roof in Northern Virginia. Where exactly, what is the name of this or these data centers, and how long have they been operational? And you said see previous answer, so just alluded to that there's not a public document that says that. Okay, so when I asked about, or maybe it was one of the people actually in the audience, you said that you were not going to be using, so the model with Marathon, the cryptocurrency data center that's currently there, is they're directly connected with Wolf Hollow Constellation Energy for power. So I was asking if that's going to be the same model, and you, one of you, I don't think it was you, but someone on your team said no, that you were going to get power off the grid. And so then I asked, okay, have you completed your large load
Oh, I can answer that one.
applications? Yeah.
So for SB6, the large load applications have been submitted.
Under what name?
Michael, maybe I'll answer that one. I can tell you PUC and ERCOT still haven't fully developed their protocols and processes yet. They're actively trying to figure out how to implement SB6. So we've submitted and are going to fully comply with SB6, but we're literally waiting on the state agencies to figure out how to implement it, which is true across the state, not just for this project.
And they have quite a backlog.
Yes, I mean, the underlying motivation of SB6 is to try and weed out the actual developers and operators who can execute from those who can't. And so we are fully aware of that, and we'll comply with it.
What was that? So, but are you or are you not going to have a power sharing purchase agreement from Constellation?
We are working with Constellation. We are subject to non-disclosure agreements. It's a private business transaction.
Okay.
I'm Michael Langdon, Starwood.
Okay. So, so you're doing both?
We are working with Constellation, and as part of our work with Constellation, certain applications must be filed with ERCOT, and all such applications required have been applied for at this time.
Okay. And under what name?
I would need to confirm.
We couldn't, I
Some
mean,
of
I know
them-
it's only been a few hours, but.
Well, some of them
tried to
may
look
have been
for it.
submitted by partners of Starwood.
Yeah, that's what because nothing was found under Starwood, nothing was found under Greenland, nothing was found under National CRE, so.
And as Tommy was referring to, I also think that there is a lag
Maybe a
in
delay.
terms of when that information becomes public and when it is submitted. And I do expect that once the current process plays itself out, it will all be public. We'll be happy to.
It's not instantaneous. Once you hit send, it pops up on their website?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
I didn't think.
Especially given SB6.
Yeah. Okay, so you'll let us know what the name is that it's submitted under?
Yes.
Okay, so the diesel generators. Please expand on the question of diesel generators. How many are you planning to per building? What is the planned generation capability of each of the generators? The answer, the generators are intended to be used as redundant backup power in the event of emergency. The number of diesel generators per facility may vary depending on a number of factors. As Project Red and Project Yellow continue to progress in design, the initial number planned will be finalized based on current conceptual projects. Each building may have approximately 40 backup generators rated at 3,000 kilowatts and 3 megawatts. Okay, that was all my questions. Thank you.
Got it.
But I did want to let you know that I've been in discussions with TxDOT as well, and not just about this project, but about all the projects that are being submitted and the impacts on the traffic. The gentleman that I spoke to, the deputy executive director, was not aware of all the projects that are planned for Hood and Somerville County, was aware of the projects in Abilene and, is it Lubbock or Abilene? I'm sorry, Abilene, but the other big one is in Amarillo. Yeah. And knew about the traffic impact from those and was quite concerned that we have multiple projects being planned at a scale that's larger than the one in Abilene, at least. So he wants to come down and do a drive-through, which I think is a great idea. Field trip, won't be able to do that for several weeks. I think we still have some outstanding questions. I don't know if anyone else wants to bring this up, but we did get the advice from our attorney that these concept plans are not on a 30-day time clock. So with that said, I think we want to take some, well, I particularly would like to take some more time, give you guys some time to get some more information and answers. And I don't know if any, oh, you got speakers. Okay. Oh, Mr.
Would it be possible for me to make a comment in response to some mentioning of my
Yeah, I didn't know if I looked around, thought you weren't here, but there was a.
Well, I wound up staying.
Okay.
I'm glad I did.
Did you hear the comments?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so I did want to just start out by saying the idea of having a workshop is a great idea. I think that's a very positive, it's a step towards disclosure of information that I think is critical to understand your project. If that's the vehicle we need to use in addition to the court asking you, it's a great idea. But you kind of made mention I was misrepresenting your project. I wasn't representing any project. That at no point did you see Project Red or Project Yellow stated in my presentation. And so I think that this really goes to highlight putting something out there that challenges your design, which we're not seeing, is causing you to respond in a way that we're really asking for in the first place. Tell us what you're going to do. Tell us what your water use is. Tell us what your plan is for this facility. And if my mechanism to do that was to put something out there that you wanted to launch an attack at, then I think it did its purpose. Thank you.
Let's go through the speakers right quick, and then I'll give you time to respond then, okay? Cindy Highsmith.
Yes, my name is Cindy Highsmith. I live in Pecan Plantation, and I'm still having a problem with, let's just say this is how I summarize it. What's your name? Who's your daddy? Okay? That's where I'm at with this. So last time, and it's all recorded, Commissioner Samuelson asked about National CRE Holdings. And what was said in court was they are the registered agent. Okay? So then I go to the Department of State in Delaware. And who did you just tell us was the registered agent? Who did y'all just say was the registered agent? Okay, that's what I thought you said. Okay, so from the Secretary of State, and they sent me this, I paid the $20 and they sent it to me. National CRE Holdings and their registered agent is the Corporation Trust Company in Wilmington, Delaware. So I'm going to say it again. There's an elephant in this room, and this elephant is called Mara. And they put out an announcement. I think it was the day before court on March 9th, and they said that they had partnered with Starwood to build data centers. So why isn't that company here? Because they're the bad actor in Hood County. And this court has heard from them year upon year upon year, begging for help. Would you please play the video from this morning over in Mitchell Bend? That's it. Can you put the volume on it? I need the sound.
I'm sorry. Let me start this over.
When Marathon Digital Holdings tells the community that they are being good neighbors and complying with laws, they are not complying with nuisance laws.
So that was at 3:30 this morning. And now we're talking, and we can't get a straight answer here about who this is. And I'm having a real problem with that, and I'm hoping that the court is having a real problem with this, because this Bitcoin mine has tortured these people, literally. I could list names of people who have been in here who are now in such poor health. There is no way on earth that they could come to court today to beg for mercy. And now we're talking about 2 more data centers over there. And we're talking about concept plans. And I have looked at these concept plans. They're talking about moving the Mara Bitcoin containers. There is nothing in here, and we saw just cyber the Grand Prairie. He worked for the fire department there for 30 years, who lives where you're going to place these containers now. His whole family moved there. They all built little houses over there. I've heard Commissioner Samuelson talking about the veteran Bruce Chase. So when we look at these concept plans and we see no sound walls, right now there's a sound wall on the north side, there's a break in it, and all the noise is funneled over into my community. And I've had a pilot come over there, 4.2 air miles, and I hear it every single day, okay? And so now we're talking about this, and we're not getting straight answers, and I'm having a big problem with it. And I think everybody in this room is having a big problem with it. Everybody who's been coming to court for years now is having a big problem with it, and I'm hearing mumbo jumbo. Thank you.
Brian Glenn.
Brian Glenn. Good morning. I thought it appropriate to restate where we were 3 weeks ago while considering denial of these plans, and the developer asked this court for timeout. Recall my issues on the red-yellow concept plan, application drawings, and traffic summaries. I went to great length. I'll hit a few of these now. One of the biggest concerns I have is disturbance within a half a mile of the Nubbin Cemetery, which is a national landmark. My request for denial will likely fail here, so I'm going to suggest something else. Number 1, use the conditionals levied on Comanche Circle, Fort Spunky, and Spectrum plans. I think you need to do that anyway, or they're going to call foul. Levy conditions addressing the red-yellow phasing and other issues covered here. So I'll skip through most of these. The checklist, I'm sorry, Clint, they're unresponsive on several of these things. So you saying that they completed the checklist. I won't go into that. The site layout is obfuscated by separate plans, red, yellow. It's covering some of the same area here. This is one phase project. And it's required that they delineate areas to be constructed in phases. That's 4.2D17 on your checklist. Building coverage, density, drainage flow rates. You know, they're showing drainage flow rates, but there's no context or any analysis with these. It makes it useless. Traffic impact analysis. I haven't seen what they sent here, last night, but that was inefficient. They're using cookbook numbers, not real, not combined with red, yellow. Okay, they've done that. Well, what about some of these other projects around? I voiced these issues last time. Developers indicated their intent to build in sequence. We're talking about it now all as one big project, but it's not. It's two concept plans. You guys need to put it all together. Plans presented separately obscure the phases of the total project, including red, yellow, changes to Wolf Hollow 1, 2. What about Wolf Hollow 3? Is that in there somewhere? Or Rain Lily? Are you dependent on them? That's part of your project then. I want to see it in the concept plan in the phase development. Wolf Hollow used containerized computer centers for the Bitcoin mine data centers using noisy electric cooling fans. The same plan here. That's how they can do it so little power. There's so little water. The dated satellite picture here hides the extent of Wolf Hollow. That whole upper corner. This is, I don't know how many years old this is, but that whole upper corner is filled with these data centers, not shown. It obscures the removal of 232 containerized data centers from there, relocating 184 of them, we were just looking at them on a drawing, down east of Wolf Hollow 1 buffer zone. This whole area here to the east was the buffer zone they did for Wolf Hollow. They're just going to consume that. And they're going to move these noisy data centers down there. Disturbances of a historical landmark will be concerned to the state. This court must approve existing conditionals and establish new ones from these inputs. In doing so, you must include the entirety of the red, yellow, Wolf Hollow, I don't know what else, project, so we can see the whole phasing of it and understand, and possibly we need to look at the pollution combined across all of these. And given that Wolf Hollow is paying fines exceeding their NOx emissions for years, you know, we can also expect them to be bad actors there. These people are proposing 65 dB at the fence line. I think that's great. I laud you for that. It's important to look into the sound. But this court can also request lowering the proposed 65 dBA fence line noise to 60 dBA daytime and 40 dBA nighttime to line up more with what's required for somebody who has 24 hours a day, like Mrs. Highsmith was just talking about. Relocating the noise producers of Mitchell Bend won't reduce the noise, just move it elsewhere. To take a court and Nubbin Cemetery. Adding insult to injury, these folks should get at least a small reprieve from the incessant noise they have been and are still subject to. This is an opportunity to ban the use of these air-cooled data centers to help correct the noise problem. Developers will be forced to this anyway if they meet their own self-imposed requirements. I'm looking at 80 dBm on meters that I'm seeing videos from. How are they going to get to 65 at the fence line? They got to get rid of those data centers. I'm over my time. Thank you.
Next speaker is Wendell Reeves.
Good afternoon again, Judge, Commissioners. So on the meeting on March 4th, I couldn't be here. I had business in Fort Worth with my wife, and we were listening to stream through the Bluetooth in the car. And about a third of the way down the road, My wife goes, "Have you been to that site?" I said, "No, I haven't." "Let's go." So just south of Cleburne, we turned around and came back. Y'all ought to try to have a commissioners court meeting there. You'd be talking like this to each other. And I'm not kidding. Cindy Highsmith is not kidding about it being at Plantation right now. I stayed at the Plantation Inn last night. Wee hours this morning, I got up and walked out on the balcony in the back of the inn. Pulled out my phone, said, "Man, I can hear all that because I can see it." Turned around. It's 60 dB on the back of the inn. So I appreciate the water issue's been solved. That was one of my things I was going to say, to encourage you to deny the plan today, but that issue has been resolved. But the Mitchell Bend, Wolf Hollow, Mara, Project Red, Project Yellow situation needs additional scrutiny. I would agree with you, Commissioner Samuelson. They need to be looked at in much more detail with, I think the two combined are 11 data halls. Am I right? 11? So 11 hyperscaler data halls that will all have tenants in them. They may not use tons of water individually, but from a power perspective, I would venture to guess that you will be looking forward to, given the phasing of this project and the dates of it, a Wolf Hollow 3 for part of your power consumption requirements, potentially, given the additional growth in the community as well. And if we look at the current consumption of water by Wolf Hollow, that was 837 million gallons a year, I believe you said, Christine. So a third plant, just presuming it's even across the two that are there, would make about 1.3 billion gallons of water a year. It's a finite resource. They're not going to use more than what they've got from Brazos. That's good. Brazos already got them covered. But it's a finite resource. And so again, I think it needs to be looked at from a scale of not only what they're going to build these data halls, et cetera, but what the impacts are for the resources that will be feeding these data halls, and what these data halls will devour in terms of resources from the supporting infrastructure they require, including power. So I just would encourage you to continue the process of investigation as Commissioner Samuelson has suggested here, because I think there's more that can be done. I do think it would be important to have this project look at how they can do additional sound mitigation, to the point of those poor folks who have been living under that sound. I knew it would be loud because of my background in technology that we learned about the first time I came to this court, and the fact they were using the cheapest containerized data center model for Mara that you can use, really. A data hall is definitely better. It's an improvement. I think you guys said that last time, March 4th. You're trying to help solve some of the sound problems, but I'd rather you move further and solve them even in more detail. Get it down to one like in a municipality, like Mr. Andrews talked about, sending it one in Irving. Now that's a municipality that has appropriate zoning capabilities to require 45 at the fence line, not 65. Maybe you guys step up and look at more mitigation on that. Maybe you look at taking all of the containerized data centers off the property and put them all into data halls, so they can be appropriately managed from a sound perspective. You do that, you can get 45 at the property lines for you guys. Wolf Hollow will still be a little noisier than that from a power consumption, but reconsider. I would actually ask you, the workshop's a great idea. I think the workshop would allow you to reconsider how you configure the property and look at, because I mean, you guys, I saw the public filing. I think you guys and Mara have done a deal where you guys now are going to own the property and leasing it from you, right? That was the SEC filing I read from, I think, their last 8K filing. So you have the ability to control more of the situation and potentially direct that so you can put everything into a data hall and really solve the problem for these people that have been living with this sound issue for so long. I encourage you that in a workshop. I encourage you commissioners to continue to push to get a solution that can actually work for everyone. Denial may not be something you can do, but keep asking the hard questions and keep working toward a solution that actually benefits the citizens for which you are here to serve. Thank you.
John Highsmith, has he left?
Yes, he did, and he left me with what he wanted to say.
Come up to the mic.
You gonna come up to the Mike, if you could read something.
I want to go back to something that Commissioner Samuelson said first, though. She asked where they were going to get the water, and they said that they were getting it from the BRA, okay? So who is getting it from the BRA? I mean, that's the question, because the president of the BRA, Rick Huber, he was the president, vice president twice. He still sits on the board of the BRA. And I communicated with him, started communicating with him because I was in preschool on water. And now he has me to first grade. But what he has told me is that it's sold out, sold out, sold out. So then I went to the BRA and I asked them to give me a list of everybody who they have sold water to. Your name is not on the list, and I just got the list. So I think that you need to answer Commissioner Samuelson honestly, no mumbo jumbo, about the water. I mean, he's just really getting to me. So anyway, so to make my husband happy. Good morning. I would like to talk about something very alarming going on in our country. The issue is water problems in many parts of the U.S., including Texas and Hood County. I'm just going to go over highlights and then talk about the fallacy of signing off on a concept plan when there is no water. In Texas, 80% of the state is in drought. Lake Corpus Christi is down 90%, the lowest ever. 5 years ago, it was 87% full. Canyon Lake is down 20 feet. Lake Texana was at 66% in January, was at 55.9% in early March. 90 Texas counties are in the state drought declaration. Now, other areas. The Mississippi River is 61% of flow. St. Louis and Memphis are recording record lows. Saltwater incursion has surged 90 miles upriver and has hit Pacamine Parish near New Orleans. Over 1 million people in the Mississippi Basin are now drinking bottled water due to salinity. The Colorado River is in the worst drought in 1,200 years. Lake Powell is at the lowest level ever. It is 26%. Lake Mead is 28% full. Of immediate concern is reaching minimum power pool at Lake Powell. And what that means is that the Hoover Dam will not be able to operate anymore because it's below level. That's what that means. That is where Glen Canyon Dam loses its ability to generate hydroelectric power. Big problems coming for Las Vegas, Phoenix, Tucson, etc. In Florida, they have declared a water shortage, the first ever. They have saltwater incursion into the Biscayne aquifer back to Texas. It looks like San Antonio will have major water problems by 2030. Depletion levels for the Edwards aquifer are very bad. The common theme is lack of foresight and planning regarding water, and when the rain stops, it means crisis. As of March 2026, about 55% of the continental U.S. is experiencing moderate to exceptional drought. El Niño may bring moisture around winter of 26 to 27, but not much rain until then. I encourage all of us to study what is going on regarding water in the U.S. and begin to realize hoping for rain is not a plan, and we have a severe water supply problem in Hood County. We have to learn how to say no. That's exactly what Mr. Huber said to me. When I asked him about all this, he goes, "Bad idea." And I listened to him. He knows water. So in regard to red and yellow data center, please, please be responsible and say no to a concept plan that has not even lined up the huge volume of water they will require. Now they tell us they won't require water because they're going to use air cooling. I can attest that the crew that showed up last time to present this so-called plan had not even really thought much about water. Remember, on their plan, there are 3 wells shown on their plan. My take is that they are just used to taking what they want, no matter what the harm is to other human beings. I can also tell you their mastermind is Fred Thiel, who is a sociopath. He has already announced a strategic pivot to data centers from the Bitcoin mining scam. We know all about misery from that operation. You need to let him know the concept plan is not approved. That's my husband.
The next speaker is Bonnie Roby.
Bonnie Roby from Precinct 2. I'm here today representing my friend, her husband, and another couple that I've just learned about, that all 4 of them are now almost deaf in 2 years. They have severe health issues in 2 years. So we're here again today to address the choice that I put before this board last time this group was here. Do you choose God or do you choose Satan? There's no gray areas, no middle ground, only 2 choices. Choose the moral, high law of God and protect the people of Mitchell Bend from further torture, or vote to let this project go through to torture them and slowly murder them. Eventually, every owner, commissioner, judge, developer, contractor, lawyer, state agency that has signed off on this project will be held accountable for spitting in God's face, telling him that you know better, and that the people of Mitchell Bend mean nothing. They are goyim, fodder, casualties of progress, all to better the collective. If it were me, I would choose the moral high ground, have God on my side. He does own everything, controls everything within the bounds of our free will. He has the final say on every single soul. I have the theory that this relentless torture of the people of Mitchell Bend is all part of their plan to get all the land in that area for pennies on the dollar when the people can't take it anymore and come begging for them to buy their land. And they will be more than happy to do so. It appears that it's already happening. If the snake oil salesman comes to my door and hands me a brochure wanting me to buy his product, and I know that product is poison, do I have a legal obligation to buy it just because he showed up at my door? Why does it appear that y'all are under some sort of obligation to have to buy the poison that these snake oil salesmen are pursuing? I'm going to say, stand with Ron and Nancy and just say no. I will stand with them and say no to red and yellow. Thank you.
The next speaker is Douglas Bell.
Good afternoon. My name is Douglas Bell. I'm a senior principal consultant at Kavanaugh Tachi, an acoustic consulting firm with 50-year history. In the past 37 years, I've been principal in charge of over 1,000 projects associated with environmental sound. I am thoroughly familiar with noise produced by all industrial facilities and have co-authored a textbook on the topic. Having attended the Commission Court meeting held here on March 4th, I'm here to respond to comments and concerns associated with potential sound impacts produced by the proposed red and yellow data center projects. In reviewing the concept plans that have been put before this court, it is clear to me that the developer has intentions to build a responsible project that is sensitive to the neighbors' acoustics concerns. Along with engaging an acoustical consultant to ensure that project-related equipment introduced to the site does not produce adverse acoustic impacts, the project can also significantly mitigate current acoustic impacts associated with the crypto mining facilities. There are two main sources of environmental sound associated with data center facilities, and I'll address both of them. The primary source of operational noise produced by data centers is associated with ventilation, air conditioners. Data centers require a significant amount of air conditioning to maintain appropriate temperatures within the large electrical rooms and data halls. There are a wide variety of equipment options available, and selection will depend on prevailing weather conditions at the project site. Contrary to statements previously made by the water power expert this morning, all of the many data center projects that I am currently working on are being designed using closed-loop air-cooled condensers for cooling. Often, this equipment is located on the roof of the building. In general, these noise sources operate continuously, but may increase or decrease in intensity depending on exterior temperature and humidity. Sound mitigation options for this equipment typically include, first, there's selection of low-noise chillers, which have been optimized to reduce sound emissions. This typically means using condensers with swept airfoil blades that operate at variable speeds. This ensures that maximum sound emissions will only occur during periods of extreme high temperature, and for the most part, the equipment will be operating below maximum capacity and thus produce lower sound emissions. We find that this option often aligns with developers' needs, as the inherent efficiencies associated with low noise operation also correlates with reduced power consumption and operating costs. Another option is to provide rooftop parapets and screen walls to shield equipment from sensitive receptors. The needs for these barriers is assessed and optimized during the design phase using sophisticated three-dimensional acoustic modeling techniques. Finally, there is optimizing site layout to take advantage of building structures and natural earth barriers to shield sound sources from sensitive receptors. A secondary source of noise that, in my experience, is often an overstated concern is sound produced by backup power sources. For reliability, data centers maintain sufficient emergency power capacity to fully function during power outages. Typically, diesel engine or natural gas-powered emergency generators are installed adjacent to the data center buildings. These generators are housed in acoustic enclosures and use large industrial mufflers to control engine exhaust noise. Although there are often large numbers of these generators supporting data centers, they are rarely operated all simultaneously. This would only occur during an area-wide power outage. For the most part, the generators do not operate at all and are only run for routine testing, which is typically about 15 minutes per month per generator. For administrative and maintenance reasons, only a small percentage of the generators at a campus will be operated simultaneously for routine testing. In conclusion, it is my opinion that there is no compelling evidence that data centers are more acoustically impactful than other permitted industrial uses. In fact, it's my opinion that from an acoustic standpoint, data centers represent one of the more acoustically benign uses permitted on land where commercial and industrial uses are allowed. The noise sources are predictable and controllable. Following good design practices and implementing effective noise mitigation strategies, data centers can be sited to avoid adverse impacts at adjacent properties that are acoustically sensitive. Thank you for your time.
I have a question. So it depends on the design, is what you're saying.
Design is in the design process, there's acoustic modeling to develop mitigation for sound sources. Exactly.
So the developer could choose to do some things that would mitigate the sound.
It's part of the process.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So one thing that you said rang a bell for the past 3 years, working with.
That's not the first time I've heard that.
With some of the issues we've been working on with my constituents that live out in Mitchell Bend, and one of the sound experts, when I mentioned the first wall that was actually put up by the previous owner, Generate Capital, was that that's not going to help because you need to control the sound at the source, which is what I think you just said, putting the mitigation on the units.
Well, you start with that. You also put barriers between as a mitigation means, but the barrier needs to be optimized to control the sound from the source. That's either by putting the barrier close to the source or making it tall. You have to break the line of sight between the source and the receptor. So it's part of the process. To design an effective barrier is not something that's just intuitive.
Okay. Well, first, I want to thank you for waiting all this time to speak. And where did you say you lived?
I'm from the Boston area, from Massachusetts.
Oh, okay. So you just came here to speak about?
Yes, I did.
Just on your own?
I'm a consultant.
Okay.
That is working for the Starwood team.
Oh, okay. I didn't get that connection at first. I thought you were just here as a person in the public. But thank you for your information.
Next speaker is Lana Robinson.
Thank you again, Commissioners, for your time today to allow us to speak and to share with you our concerns. My name is Lana Robinson. I live in Pecan Plantation. I am a realtor there. And I just want to tell you, I do agree with Nanette and I agree with Cindy Highsmith when they're expressing concerns about we don't know who these people really are, and they won't tell us because they're under non-disclosures, and we don't know who is really behind all of this. But you're wanting examples is what you've asked for. Can you give us an example? I'm going to give you a different kind of example. I live in Pecan Plantation where the developer has hired Baird, Hampton, and Brown to develop Pecan Plantation, Orchard 15, and over in the East Landings, I believe. Is that correct? That's correct. Okay. I would like to invite you, Commissioners, to come out and see what they've done, because you need to know these are the people that are going to be developing that site or designing it. You need to come see what they've done where I live and what problems they've caused for our builders. You could come to Orchard 15. You can come. I've got a gate access. I can get you a gate pass, or I bet Nanette can get you in there. And you drive down Plantation Drive and you look to the right, and now they've got it all scooped out. It's going to be, I don't know if they'll fill it back in, but it's much lower. It's going to be a water trap. But on Candlestick Drive, there are builders that have had houses for sale that I had listed since last April, 3 of them. And they can't sell them because in between each house, there is a huge retention pond. And you could fall off in it and drown when it's full. And there's nothing around it. The poor builders were blindsided by buying these lots thinking that they're going to drain properly and thinking that the PPOA or someone, the developer, is going to help them out. Nope. They wrote letters back and forth. They did things. They still haven't been able to sell these $750,000 houses, 3,300 square foot houses, because in between them, it should have been designed where there was maybe one retention pond below, but the backs are all, it's just terrible. And that is an example of how they designed a development or a residential. And over in East Landings, where I've sold lots, there's a lot of drainage problems, a lot. So you might just want to come have a look at that as an example of what you might expect out there, because if they can't control the water and where it's going to in Pecan Plantation, we're talking about a site out there on this project Red and Yellow that's near the Brazos River, and how that drains is going to be very crucial and very critical. So that's all I want to say. I just feel like it's important. And again, my invitation is open for you to come see, because I think that you would be shocked if you saw it. Thank you.
Donna Kelleher. Yes.
So there's a distinction between Starwood and Mara. One's the tenant and one's the landlord. Okay? So, you know, they can't really answer a lot of questions. And it's really going to be up to Mara to decide whether or not to invest in a quieter system or to build an earthen barrier or to move the containers or not even have containers or to put the containers inside a building, because you're receiving this plan from the landlord, not the tenant. And the tenant is going to bear those other costs. Those operational decisions are not theirs. They belong to the tenant. So that's an issue. And I always believe that past behavior is the best predictor of future behavior. And we've already seen and experienced and felt the impact of their past behavior. Now, it might not be this group, but we felt Mara's past behavior, that they've cared not for the people that live there. They don't care. They don't have to care. So we talked earlier today about the rising cost of electricity. Well, that's going to impact Mara because it's going to be harder to find a Bitcoin on the blockchain. That's going to impact them. So they're not going to want to invest more to go discover the next intersection on the blockchain that's a Bitcoin. So that's a problem. I want to talk about the Water Quality District and Section 5.1 of the regulations, Section B. You might want to look at that. Water Quality District. And point 2 is the Brazos River Quality District shall extend along the entire length of the river and for a distance of 1/2 mile on each side of the center line of the river. So, you know, rules are good because you can try to pick and choose the ones you're going to follow. But, you know, we also have rule number 3, which is the Brazos River Tributaries Water Quality District shall extend along the length of all tributaries of the Brazos River for a distance of 5 linear miles from the confluence of the tributary with the river and for a distance of 1/2 mile on each side of the center line for the tributary. That's major. That puts all of it in the Water Quality District. And, you know, you have those 2 big bends. You have one that's up here, and you have the one that's down here. You have little tributaries going in down here, and you have a big major creek that comes in up here. I think it's Contrary Creek. So you extend those center lines out, and really the whole development is in the Water Quality District. So it can overlap with other districts. So overlapping districts is 5.1C. No, it's E, I'm sorry. Overlapping districts. In the event that the boundaries of a water quality district and a road corridor district overlap, the regulations applicable to each district shall apply to the land within the zone of overlap, except that, I love exceptions. In the event of conflict in the regulations, the more restrictive standards shall apply. So you can have road corridor and you can have water. You got to go to water, got to use the water, okay? Purposes of the districts. So now we know that we have an overlap, and we know that we have to adhere to the standard for water quality districts. The purpose, and that's in section 5.2. Now 5.2 is interesting. If you look at the history of these development regulations, 2013, 2014, 2020, 2023, and now, so we're on 2023 because of their submittal date, but fortunately, it's still here. Water quality districts. The purpose of each water quality district shall be to preserve the quality and quantity of the county's water resources, to prevent further pollution of specific water bodies. And you see on their concept plan, they do have discharge that goes down to the Brazos. To provide areas for coordinated growth and development, to assure that development within such areas are served by adequate levels of public facilities and services, and here it is, you got a semicolon, and to enhance recreational opportunities associated with specific lakes, rivers, and streams within the county for residents of the county and for citizens of the state of Texas who utilize them. So I ask you, could you go fishing on the Brazos with that noise, that hum, that roar, 24/7? You want to take your kid canoeing? Want to send them to camp? I would submit to you that the awfulness that they've already been subjecting us to is going to continue. And it is going to completely obliterate and ruin our ability to have any kind of recreational opportunity on the Brazos River.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker, Shannon Wolf.
I'm Shannon Wolf, Republican Precinct Chair for 211, which this proposal would be in 211. My area has been dealing with a data center. Well, it's not the data center, it would be a Bitcoin mine for over 2 years now. And now we are being threatened with 2 more of these centers in that community. We know Mara, and we don't want them anywhere around us. My son took that video as he was passing by Midlothian. Just look at that. That was a rural area not that long ago, guys. Now look at it. And that's what they want to do to 211, that. Christine, could you put up the other picture? Thank you. I'm waiting on her. Earlier this month, this court witnessed the same behavior that we have endured for years. Mara came before you hiding behind a Florida LLC that I'm not really sure exists. Maybe it does. I don't know. And they refused to identify themselves honestly. They still today refuse to identify themselves honestly. It's a lot of sleight of hand. Commissioner Samuelson, good job asking questions and trying to hold their feet to the fire, and they still won't answer you. Right, okay. So this is what we've had for over 2 years now. That picture right now, yes, the little girl has been kind of photoshopped a little bit because, well, she was running around without her clothes on. So, yeah, but that's what we have right now in Precinct 2. That's the Brazos, and that's a family playing at the beach. That's what we have now. They want to turn it into an industrial zone. So we have all witnessed the arrogance and even the deceit of this company, the same patterns that we have been forced to endure for over 2 years. Residents who have been harmed by this company, Mara, are in active litigation for the very impacts that we are warning you about and have told you about for over 2 years. And they want more of 211, and I'm saying no. We know that Mara and Constellation, their energy provider, spent an estimated $200,000 just this last fall to defeat our community's efforts to regulate pollution. Because while we were fighting for our health, projects red and yellow were already quietly being put in the works. We're fighting to protect us from them. And we're asking you for your help in this. There's been a lot of discussion about noise pollution. And yes, noise is real and it is harmful, but that noise exposed something even more dangerous, and that's the pollution that we cannot hear. And I'm going to read you a list of what comes out of these power plants. Nitrogen oxide, carbon monoxide, volatile organic compounds, particulate matter, sulfur dioxide, sulfuric acid, formaldehyde, nitrogen, phosphorus, pathogens, complex organic material, emergent contaminants, inorganic compounds, hydrogen fluoride, methyl carbonate, carbon sulfide, phosphoric fluoride, hydrogen cyanide, and a lot of other things. This came off of TCEQ's website. They are saying this is coming out of their stacks. And I want to remind you that Wolf Hollow 2 They were a peaker plant. In other words, they only would fire up when there was a high demand for energy. But when Mara moved in, they started running at 100%. Then they wanted to build Wolf Hollow 3, and Wolf Hollow 3 petitioned TCEQ as a peaker plant. Now we've got 2 hyperscale data centers wanting to move in. That's not a peaker plant. They're doing the very same thing that Wolf Hollow 2 did. And so that means that when they petitioned TCEQ as a peaker plant, that they have lower regulations, looser regulations for pollution. But they're not going to run as a peaker plant. They're going to run as a full power plant. Mara has zero concern for the well-being of the people that live around them. They say all kinds of good things. There were really good people who spoke and wanted to suggest maybe a compromise, and somehow finding some concessions that we can agree on. Let me tell you what you'll get. Mara lies. Mara lies, and they will tell you anything that you want to hear to get their foot in the door and get their plants, and then they will do exactly what they want to do. Look what they're doing to TCEQ, smoke and mirrors. We're only going to do this. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're lying to you. And I'm asking you to see through it. If we could rewind the clock and go back 3 years, I would beg you to use your regulatory powers to have sent Mara packing. Please do it now. Thank you.
Not long.
This is what it's like to pitch out of the bullpen, I think. Got to stay warm back there. Well, I'd like to point out a couple things in our regulations that I think our requirements are not all objective. I think that some of our requirements are subjective. For example, 5.2A, water quality districts, as Ms. Donna Kay mentioned, the purpose of each water quality district shall be to preserve the quality and quantity of the county's water resources to prevent further pollution and to enhance recreational opportunities. It doesn't say how many square feet. It doesn't say what percentage of lot coverage. It simply says if a project is in a water quality district and it doesn't enhance recreational opportunities, this court then has the opportunity to make a judgment call. Similarly, in 5.2C, rural districts, the purpose of each rural district shall be to conserve the rural character of development and to enhance the quality of life for residents in such areas. Therefore, if a project is in a rural district, which these two are, and it does not enhance the quality of life for residents in that area, then we should reject it. No further explanation necessary. Project Red is in a rural district and will not enhance the quality of life for residents. Project Yellow is in a rural district and it will not enhance the quality of life for residents. So the reason I know that is because they're all one big happy family of LLCs with Mara, who has been the single worst neighbor in the history of Hood County. Our regulations go on to say that since urban and suburban development can be entirely accommodated within municipal limits or within water quality or within road corridor districts, that the density, that residential density should be limited in rural districts. It doesn't even comprehend that something as abrasive as an industrial complex would even be considered in such an area. That we would be so obtuse to allow something like Project Red or Project Yellow or Comanche Circle or Project Lion or Project Panther, all located within rural districts. You can ask Kirk Teskey, the world famous architect from earlier, because he pointed out to me and the rest of this court that our regulations in section 5.6A1 even suggests that if you want to do a residential development in a rural district, that you should submit a petition to amend those district boundaries, because even some residential developments would be inappropriate in a rural district. So in my opinion, both these projects should be rejected based on them not enhancing the quality of life for residents. That's the first sentence of the definition of a rural district. These guys treat residents and neighbors like enemies. They cannot be measured independent of that fact. They deserve a subjective review based on their previous fruit. And I'm not even sure they deserve that.
Carolyn Fallberg.
Judge, Commissioners Court, I'm Carolyn Fauber of 2560 Meadowood Road. I live half a mile from a proposed data center. Mr. Eagle referred to the auxiliary Hood County Republican Party, and I believe this group is the Hood County News, using it as a platform to promote data centers on the premise of private property rights, and I'd like to speak to those private property rights, such as mine. And I'd like to bring some new and current information, because you all know how we feel, and we don't need to belabor that point. To support my opinion that the red and yellow do violate my private property rights, and that is the responsibility of the Commissioners Court to regulate development, to protect every Texan's property rights over the rights of some LLC from Florida or Delaware or New York or wherever, to come in and ravage the land to line their pocketbooks. LLCs are a very good legal protective measure. I've been told that in Disneyland, each ride is its own LLC to limit liability, so that if somebody's injured on one ride, then only that ride can be sued and held liable, so that protects the big entity. That's a legal strategy. And so I think that maybe there's a solution that's been brought forward here. If these people have bought Brazos River Authority rights to the water. Do we have that letter?
No, I don't think they're buying additional water, but you can correct me. I think
thought they said they got water from BRA.
They're using water that's already allocated to Wolf Hollow. I think that clip.
Do we get to see the permit?
Well, I've asked for it. It should be submitted as part of the concept plan.
So while you all are looking for that permit, as has been said before, Marathon has been a really bad neighbor and is still humming and being a public nuisance. And so it seems like, since they're all really one entity, that maybe they could use those water rights to use evaporative cooling instead of the more noisy, wind cooling, to satisfy that ongoing problem of Marathon. And then maybe we'd be more likely to listen to a new plan if the problems of your previous project got solved. So just an idea there. So some other information that I wanted to bring, current information from my well. I live on a well half a mile from a proposed data center, and we can run one hose at a time. And so if you want to take a shower, you need to go downstairs and turn off the sprinkler so that you can get enough water pressure to take a shower. And I don't feel like we have that much water to spare in this county. And I'm glad they're not going to use any water, but I thought the expert said that if they don't use water, then it's going to be noisy. I'd also like to talk about my property rights as a inhaler, as a breather. I have this new article from the Hood County, not Hood County News, from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram this morning that says that Fort Worth ranks the ninth most polluted major city in the U.S., according to a new report released by IQ Air. IQ Air is a Swedish air quality monitoring company. And they analyze the fine particulate matters, better known as PM 2.5, less than 2.5 microns. They analyze that thousands of ground-level air quality monitoring stations. Fort Worth had an average concentration of 8.1 micrograms of particulates per cubic meter of air, and the World Health Organization recommends an annual average of 5 micrograms per cubic meter of air. The sources of these particulates differ: traffic, vehicle emissions, and also dust, and we do have a lot of dust in Hood County. So I think that that would behoove us to look into getting some preemptive air quality. The article concludes with Texas in general, including the Metroplex, had a relatively low number of air quality monitors, largely because people weren't aware of air quality as an issue. There really, quote, there really aren't as many air quality monitors as you would imagine in the state of Texas producing publicly available data. So I think that we should look into that as an expenditure. Thank you.
Next speaker is a guy named Trace. Fort Worth.
All right. Read your last name.
All right. Well, I've got one more speaker. I've got Tommy Mann. That's okay.
Tommy, man, I just want to clear up a few things. We are not in a rural district. We are not in a water control district. That's been confirmed by your third-party engineer and your staff. So we're in a road corridor district. More importantly, Starwood is not Mara. We are not related. When this project proceeds, it will be controlled by Starwood. They will be in charge of developing it. What exists out there today and everything that has happened, we understand, is deeply frustrating and concerning. Starwood had nothing to do with it. This project represents an opportunity to address many of those things. I think fundamentally, the tension here is that people want a lot more detailed information. You got a taste of what we can do from our acoustic expert, from our engineers. Those are the things that happen during site development permit and full design. What we are asking for today is the concept plan approval, which has been confirmed to be in compliance with the regulations. Once we have that, we can dive into the details of the design and try to improve things for everyone. And we're committed to doing that once we have this concept plan approval. We have listened to these folks very closely, and we have a team of experts here listening to them. And we would like the opportunity to proceed with full design on this concept plan approval to address those things. Trace may clean up some.
Well, no, I think you said a lot of what I was going to say. Yeah, I don't think that there's any, I know water, look, I guess I do want to say a couple things. I'm sure that the county and the community is overwhelmed by the sheer number of data center proposals, and now with Rain Lily. But each of these projects have to stand on their own merit, and they all have to be considered individually. You can't, I don't think it's fair to lump them all into one. We have nothing to do with Wolf Hollow 3. We have nothing to do with these other projects. We are in a facility that's already developed, that has all of the necessary infrastructure in place, from the big overhead electric distribution lines to the power to the water supply. We meet every criteria that the county has for developments like this. Midlothian, I was at Midlothian Tuesday night at City Hall, and they love that cement plant. When you walk out the door of City Hall, you face a park, and they've got a big sign that says Midlothian, cement capital of Texas. Not all of this is bad. And again, we meet the criteria, and like Tommy said, we want to move on. We want to get this project to the next phase of design. Engage the full engineering team, study different options for mechanical equipment, look at noise reduction strategies, finish the reason why the county has a concept plan submittal that's separate from site development plan is some level of authority to move forward with the project. We don't get a construction permit at this phase. What it does is it releases a lot of capital spending for us to be able to fully implement the design. And that's what we're asking the county to do, is just simply to follow your own development procedures that you've codified, that you've approved, so that this project has the authority to move to the next step. Just like every other project that's ever happened before it in Hood County.
So you confused me, because this says that you are the same.
Starwood and Mara are not the same.
I mean, but you have a joint venture, Mara Holdings, Inc., a leading energy and compute infrastructure company, today announced it has entered into a strategic agreement with Starwood Capital Group and their dedicated data center development platform, Starwood Digital Ventures.
Yeah, but they're not the same company. What's out there today, the Bitcoin mine, was not built by Starwood. It is not managed by Starwood. It has nothing to do with Starwood. Right. The new data centers that would be built would be under the control of Starwood, and it will be their decisions and their professionals that make all of the decisions and how it is constructed. Mara will not have a say in that design and development.
So joint doesn't mean joint? I mean, this says joint venture. So joint venture means...
I don't know the entire terms of any agreements between the companies, but I'm telling you the way this construction of this project will work is Starwood will be building it. Okay.
Yes, and what Tommy said is accurate, right? You can have one party that is the developer with control rights in a joint venture, and you can have a passive participant. We will not speak any further on our business arrangements with them. There's public disclosures. Mara is a publicly traded company. We absolutely cannot speak any further about it. So yes, please read that. But I hope you can appreciate that as they are a publicly traded company, we have to be extremely careful or face personal liability.
Okay, it says, I'll read from the public document. It says, together, Mara and Starwood will jointly develop, finance, and operate digital infrastructure projects across Mara's existing power-rich portfolio. SDV, which is Starwood Digital Ventures, will lead design development, tenant sourcing, construction, and facility operations, with Starwood as a leading global investment firm providing investment expertise and support enhanced project-level economics. Mara will continue dedicated energy advanced data center sites. Contribute. Mara will contribute dedicated energy advanced data center sites. Together, the companies expect to deliver approximately 1 gigawatt of near-term IT capacity. Anyway, it goes on. This is available if anybody wants to read it.
Respectfully, I think you missed a sentence where it said STV will lead, right? So that's in there. And then additionally, this is a press release and not a legal document, and there were legal filings that were made that we would encourage you all to review.
Okay. This was on February 26th, like the day before our last court, I think, or soon. But anyway, as
it also says we have design and construction authority.
Yes, I read that. So people just want.
We understand.
Truth,
we
right?
understand. And may I just speak for 1 second? I'm sorry to interrupt. I work for Starwood. Anthony works for Starwood. We understand that the SPE structures got us all off on the wrong foot. As you acknowledged, that is typical for real estate transactions such as this. So we apologize for the fact that it got us off on this wrong foot. But the fact of the matter is Starwood is the developer. Starwood has said they are the developer. Professionals, senior professionals from Starwood have been here in person last time and here, standing up before you, addressing your questions, stating that we are the developer of this project. So while the SPEs and legal entity questions, that's something for lawyers to address, but we're the developer and we're here, and we want to work with you all on this project.
But again, that's not who submitted the project plan or the concept plan. And then just recently we got this, Orion. So now you're called Orion? You're not called Red and Yellow anymore?
That is marketing. and the brand name for marketing is not related to the concept plan submittal. And
So this came yesterday. This is the joint project called Orion. Am I pronouncing it correct? Because I said Orion and somebody said, no, it's Orion.
so I grew up pronouncing it Orion. There's a lake near me that's pronounced Lake Orion,
That's
but I hear that it is Orion.
Okay.
Like this.
So both of us thought it was Orion.
Yeah.
So this is the joint project with both red and yellow combined together called the proposed project Orion site.
As I stated, that's a marketing document that we're looking to show to inform people, right, about the project, but that has nothing to do with the specific concept plans we submitted.
So there's something that we hear from our constituents a lot. It's called transparency. And that's all we're asking is for you all to be transparent with us so that we know, with me anyway, I can't speak for the rest of the court, but it's in my precinct and these are my constituents that this is going to be next to. We're just asking for you guys to be forthright and honest and transparent so that we can trust. I mean, one of the things I asked for last time was to go back over your checklist because it looked like you had submitted the same checklist for both projects. I think Mr. Glenn pointed out that 16 through or 15 through were wrong. I haven't seen a corrected version of that. You said you were going to provide that.
Could let Trace address that.
Yeah, maybe I should have emailed this, and that's but when I went back through my files, I have a separate checklist for red and yellow. So I'm not 100% sure what happened when I transferred it to Clint. There were so many copies being shuffled around. But I can definitely email the correct checklist over. I'm not even sure it was a typo.
We're just asking for transparency, honesty from whoever, whether it's the LLC or Starwood or someone, so that this is clear. And as I said, one of the things someone said, just look at them individually. Maybe it was you. But we have to take into account the impact on the county. There's 3 projects on Mitchell Bend Highway. 2 of yours are one, Project Orion, if that's one project, and we'll follow 3. There's also, right on the other side of 144 is potential to be the Project Spectrum. If all of these are being constructed at the same time for 3 to 5 years, that's a huge impact on our infrastructure, TxDOT infrastructure, our other services that we have, law enforcement, and we have to take all that into account. So, as I mentioned earlier, maybe around 3:30, we may hit 5 o'clock. This may be the longest ever. I've been in contact with the Deputy Executive Director at TxDOT. He wants to come and take a tour and understand what the impact is. I think we need to let that happen. We have received information that because this is not I don't know, do you want to talk about this? Okay. This is not a subdivision and it's not a plat, so it's not governed by the 30-day time limit. So we have some time to look at this and make sure we're doing a proper evaluation. And we just said, as every other project, until the last 6 months, we haven't had projects that were 2,500 acres of infrastructure or 1,000 acres of infrastructure. This is something new, not just to Hood County, but to other counties that are going through the same thing. Fortunately, we have a thing called Subchapter K, and we also have great, smart people that live here that are bringing all kinds of good, background to us to help us evaluate these. And we have a development commission. So I started to say this a little while ago, but I will move to table this until we can have a proper discussion with TxDOT to understand the impact.
We can convene into executive session, can't we?
If you feel like we're contemplating potential litigation and things of that nature, that, or to discuss, something that could bring you to the brink of litigation, you could do an executive.
That this is not, she was very clear in her email that said that this is not a plat, it's not a subdivision, it's not under 232, so it's not part of the 30-day restriction. That's what she said. Did you read it, Commissioner Eagle? You're an attorney.
Is your purpose, Kevin, is your purpose to talk to an attorney? Is that your?
Yes.
For what purpose?
Get legal advice on what we can do or not do.
Well, that's not a reason.
If the 30, do what? Who's responsible? This.
I think the question is, Mr. Mills, is that to confer with an attorney regarding this particular issue here, the discuss and consider the concept plan.
Well, and she said she'd be available now. We're getting close to 5 o'clock, but she said if we needed her, we could call and discuss. So whatever you want to do.
Let's so at this time, let's go into executive session at 4:25, okay? We'll be back as soon as possible, okay? Let's go try to get her, ask her. Maybe a good idea. action was taken in executive session. And do I hear a motion?
Yes, I move to postpone any further action to gather information and review that information, some of the information that was received last night, some information from today, and information that has been agreed to provide to the court.
Second. Motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson. Do you have what all she just stated, Christine? And second by Commissioner Eagle to postpone this agenda items. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. And that concludes it. We are in adjournment. Thank you.